guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be going over the course curriculum on how to create a high resolution version of a low poly game character. So in this tutorial we're going to be going over creating a low poly archer from World of Warcraft, or I think Warcraft 3. It's a low resolution archer that from this picture is very hard to decipher, but we kind of pick some things out, some basic fundamental objects of it, and kind of create our own high resolution version of it. So I'm going to break down the course for you because it is broken down into 7 sessions. We're going to be sculpting a lot within this course to really go over and get that high fidelity on our objects. So we're going to go between starting off from the base mesh, so modeling out some sort of base mesh that we can actually sculpt on. Session 2, we're going to be going over sculpting basics for the models. Session 3, we're going to be going into minor details. So we're going to be essentially starting from big to small. So we want to start off with any big masses, big forms, and then when we get into smaller detail later in the session, that's when we can kind of put that time and effort into them. We're not going to really be focusing on any sort of like little small details towards the beginning sessions. We're focusing on bigger details, working from big to small. Session 5, we're going to be sculpting the armor. Session 4, we're going to be sculpting major details. Session 5 will be sculpting the armor. Session 6 will be a basic retopo, just showing you guys some decent edge flow and stuff like that. Session 7, basic texturing and rigging within Mixamo. So this is the rig that's within Mixamo right now of the character. You can see that it works pretty good. This is the actual textured model of the character. We did like a very quick coat of texture just because it's supposed to be a texture block off of the character, and then this is actually her as a whole right now. So it's a nice high resolution mesh that can be actually put in within the game. So that's basically it. I hope you guys will watch this course. I put a lot of time and effort into it. Tried to make it as good as I possibly could. So if you guys are interested in it, I hope to see you guys in session 1, and I hope all you guys have a good one. See ya. Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be starting off our first session of this tutorial series. So within this series, we're going to be covering how to kind of go about creating a high-res version of a low-poly game character. I've been searching the web kind of for a long time to find something that kind of would make sense to kind of make for this tutorial, and this is kind of what I got. It's an archer from Warcraft 3, and it's around like 200 to 300 triangles, I think. Very, very low poly, and the reason for that is just because when you're playing these games, like RTS games, top-down kind of games, you tend to have like a lot of characters on the screen at once, a lot of things shooting at each other and stuff like that, and you want to be able to kind of have a lot of them and optimize your game at the same time. And that's kind of why you get this very low poly styled character, very like broken down, couple triangles. You can see towards his legs, it's very, very low poly. Let me see if I could like zoom in on this. Can't actually, hold on. Close this. I know I have an image. Don't mind my desktop right here. Okay, so this is the image right here. Alright, so if we zoom in over here, you can see towards his legs how low poly this is actually. Like very, very broken up, and you can see how it's textured and everything. Now it's not a horrendous model by any means. It's not like very ugly. It's obviously has very good hand painted texturing on there. It looks good for a 300 polygon mesh, obviously, but this was back in the day when Warcraft came out, when technology wasn't kind of heightened like how it is right now. So what we're going to be doing in this series is kind of making this character, but our way. So we're going to create it in a way to where the character is a high resolution mesh, and he can fit, like, let's say in a 2018 style Warcraft game. Unfortunately, I don't have perfect reference just because I have this image and I can't really see perfectly how all of this stuff looks. But I did get some images off another website. I went on Google and I started searching some images and stuff like that to kind of find a middle ground of what I'm gonna make, because I'm gonna really copy what this is already set up. I'm gonna try to replicate this, but I'm gonna add a little twist to it just by adding maybe different pieces of gear to him and kind of mapping out something that maybe looks like this that's on my screen right now, and maybe like other pieces. So I'm gonna be going right now and looking at certain pieces and kind of picking what I like. So if you come over here, you can see that this is a newer Warcraft styled game. I think it's actually from the same one, but this is not an in-game character. This is more of like a character to where you can see it on the main menu screen. It's not low poly. It's not an in-game character with like low try counts. So optimization is not an issue here. So you can see how it's kind of all mapped out here, and it looks way nicer over here than obviously it looks like over here. This looks really bad. I wouldn't suggest having a character like this to show off. This is just basically for mass amounts of characters to be able to be used. So what we're going to be doing is trying to find like a middle ground. So looking through images, trying to find something that can kind of take that character's place. And as we do that in the sculpting part of this, we're going to have to really look at different kind of armors and stuff like that to really take into effect how the Warcraft style kind of came together. So we're going to look at like the capes and all that kind of stuff, and the gear and the shoulder pads and the bra and all that kind of stuff. But before we do that, what we're going to do is I'm going to come into Blender. I'm going to very quickly change a user preference to turn that off. Hit N. I'll delete that. Okay, so what we're going to be doing now is I'm going to be importing that image that we just had. So let me open this up, and I think it's just called Archer Low Poly. So I can close this right now. And over here on the right side of my Blender file, I can just click background image and check that box. Once that box is checked, it's going to allow me to add an image now. So I'm going to hit add image. And it's going to say not set. It's going to show you your axis views, your image or / movie clip. We don't need a movie clip. We just need an image. So all you have to do is click open, locate it on your desktop. I'll leave this within the project files. So I have a lot of stuff on my desktop. We got to find Archer Low Poly PNG. Now to see it as an orthographic view, hit 5 and 1. So you could see that's how our kind of mesh looks right here at like a front view, and that's how it kind of looks at a side view. Now, I kind of got rid of it. Now let me just remove these, just delete those. Now if you want to kind of create this more towards the middle of the screen, so if you want to model more on the Z axis, scroll down over here and move this over here. So move this over, click it over and kind of move it towards the middle a little. Okay, so you have that towards the middle. If you hit 3, now we have the side view over here, which is pretty good. So the first thing I'll probably do is for creating the base mesh, we just want basically a base body that we can bring in to sculpt. We're not trying to get in like geometry that essentially looks like this character. We just want a basis. Boobs and stuff like that, like the girl's breasts, we can obviously model that out and sculpt that out within Blender Sculpt. But just basically we're trying to get the general anatomy like of her body tone down, and then any sort of details like in the face and her ears and stuff like that will be sculpted in. So first thing I'll do is I'll add a cylinder. The vertexes on the cylinder, I'm probably going to change that to around 12. And I'll take matte cap off right now. So what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to delete, I'm going to go to faces, and I'm going to hit Z to go into a wireframe, and I'm going to delete one side of these faces. So let's delete that. All right, now you could delete this bottom and top face just like that. And the reason why I'm doing this is so that we can have a good view for a nice mirror modifier. So right now I'll add a mirror modifier just like that. I'll turn clipping on. And that should be around good right there. Now what that allows me to do is just basically work half the time. So whatever I do on one side, you know, if I move this over, this will get moved over on the other side. So it's very helpful when you're, you know, creating a base mesh or creating any kind of object. Now this isn't a perfectly straight on mesh. I can already see from here. So we're gonna have to kind of use our brains a little and kind of maneuver it to make it look a little bit better and stuff like that. So let's take this and now let's move it all the way over to where the side view is, right over here. And we can take this and, you know, start navigating it to look a little nicer than how it looks now. Okay. I'm gonna create another vertex now. We're not really focusing on the poly count right now. We're more focusing on the general shapes of this mesh. Okay. I can't really see her back side, but for her front side, I know it's not out that much. So I'll probably select all of these. Probably select these. I'll rotate them on the x-axis and I'll bring them in. Okay, select all of these and then just pull them up. One on my keyboard. Okay, now for her breast, I'll probably, I don't want to kind of follow it with the view just because I want to sculpt it within Blender Sculpt. You can see I'm just moving these vertexes around kind of in the areas I want them to. Then over here, probably push this in, kind of start rounding this out, move this over a little bit. Okay, I'll move this in and I'll move this piece in. Just creating some more edge flow here. Okay, hit 3 on our keyboard. Now I'll take this part and I'll extrude this upwards to her neck. Okay. Create another edge right here. Hit 3 on my keyboard. See a nice little base kind of forming now. Push this out a little bit. Now for her bottom piece, we're going to extrude out, scale this out, and we definitely want to make sure that, you know, it's going to scale in proportion to what we're doing. So we're going to move all this stuff over. Make sure it fits where the legs are going to kind of be. This here. Cleaner topology. Okay, so right here now I'll probably actually I filled these by accident. Let me delete these faces. Okay, so for right here I'll probably add an edge loop right here and right here. I'll take the edges and I'll click fill to fill these faces. Hit 3 on my keyboard. I'll bring this down to around right there. I'll add another edge. Kind of loop this a little bit nicer. Curve this up. Now over here, I'll probably bring these up. I'll turn proportional editing on. Not too high, but just high enough to where, you know, we can bring these up and pull them out. Pull this out maybe a little bit. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 polygons in right now. I'll add one more to create 10 polygons. And very roughly, if you want to do this, you can extrude this out. I'm probably gonna create a cylinder and change the vertex count to 12. I'm gonna take clipping off right here, and I'm gonna scale this down. Okay, I'm gonna match this up to where we have our pieces. Hit that. Match this up right around here. Push that down. Now I'm going to delete the top face because this is going to kind of go into where her groin is. I'm going to rotate this on the Y. I'm going to scale it up. Alrighty. I'm going to start matching these in. So I'm going to merge this to last. And it's going to look very rough in the beginning. You're going to see a lot of stretching with the vertexes. But like I said, we're not really too focused on that right now. Over here, I can fill this piece in. Fill this in. Fill that piece in. We're going to have to do a lot of moving around. But that's okay for right now. Okay, we could fill that piece in. Did we do something wrong? Let me just check this out. Move this over, move this over, move this over, this over. Delete this face really quick. Let's delete this bottom face. Yeah, you see we have a little too much action right here for as much polygons we have. Just trying to kind of fix that up right now. Pushing that out, pushing this in. Add a vertex right here. I'll fill these edges in. Move the doubles, and then I'll fill these in. Okay. Move these to kind of fit in a little bit cleaner and a little bit nicer. Move this over. All right. Now let's kind of start fixing this up. You can see already that these are way too small. We're gonna have to start moving these in and cleaning them up together, but like I said, we're just going for a general base. I'll turn proportional editing on, put clipping back on too. Start pushing these around to make them look a little bit neater. I'll start rotating them on the Y-axis. Hit 3 on my keyboard. You can see over here how tight it is that you know, we need to kind of space out where the groin is and stuff like that. You don't want it to look like this. Take these front pieces of her legs and kind of push them off. Take these back pieces, kind of push them in. And we're not trying to create right now, in this sense, like a perfect leg. I'm just trying to create essentially kind of something that we can use for a nice base sculpt, not something that we can put into a game right now. Okay. 1 on our keyboard, hit 3 on our keyboard to start viewing this. Hit O for proportional editing and pull this out, and then pull this back. I don't know exactly how big her legs are, and that's kind of where a lot of complications come. So right now, you know, I'll probably push her butt back a little bit. Like, now I'm not angling her butt to make it look like a butt, or her glutes. I'm trying to kind of get something that has kind of like some vertexes in the back. Kind of carve in her back. Same with over here. I hit 3 on the keyboard. Hit 1. Now what I'm going to be doing is, let me come up here and go here. I'm going to be kind of looking at her body a little bit more. Now it doesn't necessarily exactly have to be the character's body that we were just looking at. I just want to kind of gauge how these archer kind of witches or you know, elves, I don't really know exactly what they're called, how they kind of look, you know. A lot of this can be edited and, you know, redone within. I'm going to take this and put it to the side so I can kind of see that a little bit better. A lot of this can be edited and re-put back in, but within sculpting, but I'm trying to get a little nice base in here. Now I know where their hip is, so kind of protrudes out a little bit. Trying to kind of copy that kind of piece right now. Kind of want to bring out the hips just a little bit more than how they look right now. this in right here. I'll probably push that in, start curving these in. If you want to smooth your mesh, you could just come to shading and smooth. Keep it flat shaded right now. It helps me kind of view this better. Okay, now I can start extruding these out, you know. I'll rotate this a little bit. Rotate this on the Y a little bit. And I'm trying to look at reference towards the side of my mesh to kind of get something a little bit nicer. Just because there's not like a set in stone kind of style right now. Or my views. So, you know, I'll keep on extruding down to where her boots kind of lay. I'll rotate that, I'll scale that down. Push this in a little bit. And then, you know, I'll start scaling this down towards her legs. Alright, so let me bring this over. You can see over here, now I know this isn't exactly the piece she has, but you can see I think this is generally how their body types are. Night elf. So you can see how her legs come down and her calves kind of protrude outwards. Different variations by different artists over here. And this is kind of what I am looking for when I'm creating pieces like this, especially with no reference. You see how their calves kind of flow like that. So if we come over here and hit the 3 for the angle, kind of towards over here, you can start seeing a swoop that goes inwards. So, you know, we'll swoop inwards kind of like that. You know, we'll do so right here again. And then, you know, towards over here, now you can start seeing the calf kind of coming outwards a little. So, you know, you can maybe pull that out just a little bit. You can add another piece, and then right now, like I said, I'm not really focusing on creating, you know, game-ready assets. I'm more focusing on creating assets that I feel like would help me during the sculpt. So, not really anything that's going to be, you know, game-ready, but something that's going to help me tremendously within the sculpt is what I'm trying to go for. So, you know, I'll probably narrow in her legs too, because I feel like they are a little bit too spaced out. So if I probably come in here into vertex mode, and I select all of these, bring them in a little, you know, I'll even rotate it on the y-axis a little, bring them in. Probably do this for over here, on the y-axis just a little bit. I'll start bringing her legs in just a little bit, so they're not kind of so spaced out as they were. Okay. Bring that down. So it's looking pretty nice, very thick. Her legs are very thick right now. Which isn't the style I'm kind of going for. I don't really want them to be very thick. I kind of want her to have like this shaped body, which is a very nice reference, because if you can see on our original, let's go select our elf image. If you see on our original, her body is kind of shaped like that, like this, but she has gear on top of it. So she has these big kind of pieces of gear that are kind of allowing her to look like different and bulkier, but her underlying body kind of looks like that, I would say. So that's kind of just the shape I'm trying to go for right now for this piece. And I really want to emphasize her calf muscle. That is something that, you know, I want to make sure that we can kind of get and make that look pretty nice. Okay. Now I'm pushing some vertices. It doesn't really matter right now because like I said, we're going to be sculpting, but I'm just pushing some vertices around and stuff because in the long run it's going to help me out a lot with my sculpt. Probably push these in like that. then I'll move these in like so. It's because I don't need her legs so far apart. It just doesn't really do me any justice. I can move this, hit G twice, hit G twice, move this over, hit G twice, slide these edges over, create like a cleaner topology. Over here, that looks nice, that looks nice. Everything's looking about right now. Just kind of space this out evenly. Her calf now, you know, I'll probably start pulling some things out. And I'll probably push this in just because I feel like the calf at this point is a little too emphasized. And it doesn't need to be that thick or that emphasized. I just want that shape to be very predominant. I don't want the thickness of her calf to be emphasized really too harshly. And her glutes, like her butt area, will be done like in more detail when we get into the sculpting phase. Right now, I just want like a good base phase to kind of work on this. And I'll probably indent her stomach just a little too as I'm working. And now I'm not really focusing on this mesh that we have already. I'll probably even save this link really quickly. So 1, 2, 3. And you know, I'll probably even come in here and I'll add the image. I'll come over here to desktop. Hit 1 on my keyboard, 5. And you can see over here that, you know, we have the mesh behind us. It's a little too big. Scale it down to about right here. Up, we can scale it down again. Okay, that's not what we, oh, all right. I just got rid of the image, hold on. Like born, okay. So let me bring this over very quickly and kind of remap. This is something that's totally normal. Like, this is the process of which I go through when I'm creating. So, yeah. All right. Probably scale this up actually a little, couple sizes because I feel like it's not on proportion with this girl. And now this is not like a perfectly orthographic view version of her, but you know. To kind of get, if you can kind of see the thickness and everything kind of equates, and that's honestly all I wanted to see with this piece. It's kind of like how her body falls and stuff like that, if she's like too thick in areas, but you can see very quickly that, you know, she looks pretty decent. Keep on moving very roughly. Hit 3 on my keyboard. Over here, she's not matched perfectly right here, so hit 3. Can rotate this around, rotate this around 90 to 180 degrees. And over here, I hit 1. She'll be kind of opposite right there, but right now I'm just focusing on. Okay. 3. So this is going to allow us to help us create a better kind of edge low flow for her body, because now we can kind of see it on a side view a bit neater, and you can see her legs and kind of stuff like that are thicker in places than other places, and you know, we can kind of move around and map out this kind of style we want. And it's very helpful just because I'm pretty sure this is a Warcraft kind of like template for the characters, or like the customization template. So now the character we're gonna make is gonna generally have this body type. It's just a matter of fact if she's going to be like lower resolution or higher resolution from the mesh. that kind of makes sense. I don't know if that really makes sense. I'm gonna be moving all this stuff around, kind of gauging all how this looks. Now this does look a bit weird, and we need to kind of figure out how we can kind of grab a balance of what we're doing. So bring down our knee, bring down our knee a little, our kneecap. And it's okay to kind of mess up and see like, oh, this looks like really weird. This looks off. That's totally okay. Don't be like afraid to do that. That's essentially part of the process of doing this. You know, you're gonna mess up. It's inevitable. Just kind of finding out how to rework it and make it better is how you become a better artist in the long run. I don't know if that's how they stand. That's kind of the model. That's kind of how her leg is shaped within this. Now, you know, obviously I'm going to be going into Blender Sculpt in the next session and kind of really pushing out these pieces. But from what I see, this is kind of how her leg shape is. It's very weird looking. I'm not used to it by any means, but this is kind of how it looks in the character. Now I'm going to be moving all of these vertexes, pushing them all down to about right there, and then, you know, vice versa with her front pieces, pushing them in, kind of gauging where her body is going to be. Alrighty, scaling that down, moving all this stuff forward and backwards, and, you know, messing around with it, not really doing it, placing it perfectly. Take this, and I'll bring this down probably to a right around there. Rotate this too. Scale that down. Now I'm not going to be focused on the breasts in this scenario, just because, like I said, I'm going to be more worried about doing that within the sculpt session. So in this session, I'm just focusing on getting edge flow and getting like a proper base that we could sculpt on. And this will help in a multitude of things. So you're going to be able to kind of create creatures, or let's just say this is an MMO, much faster if you have a well-versed base mesh at your disposal. Now, if you don't, that's where things can get kind of sticky and kind of ugly. But if you do have like a well-rounded base mesh, let me rotate this 180 degrees. If you do have a well-rounded base mesh, it's going to just help a lot in your pipeline process. Okay. Modeling something out, and we're going to try to keep this lower polygon count when we retopologize it, just because we're going to keep in mind that, you know, this is probably an RTS style game character, and, you know, typically these games have a multitude of characters on the screen at one time, so we don't want it to be kind of like all over the place. Now I'm trying to kind of push this in right now, just like so. Smooth that out a little, bring this out. All right, so we don't want that to kind of be all over the place, so I really want it to be, scale this in, I really want it to be lower polygon when we focus on that piece, retopology piece, so it could stay true to like the Warcraft feel. Now personally, I have never played Warcraft, but it's a very, very popular game made by Blizzard, so I will give it its credit that it's a very popular game, very well designed, very well drawn. People until now still play them, and the models in it look really, really awesome. That's kind of why I picked to kind of transform this kind of mesh, opposed to something else that maybe I would prefer or something, you know. over. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Now that can be kind of her shoulder piece right here. Now if you want to add like another edge to start rounding this out, you know, you can do so. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a cylinder, right? A 10-sided cylinder. I'm gonna turn clipping off. I'm gonna scale, oh actually, scale this down. Let me turn proportional editing off also. Scale this down to right around here. Now let's kind of map this out in the right places. Okay, so let's delete this face up here. Face. Select that. Hit 3 on our keyboard. Then map it out. Hit 1 on our keyboard. Now I'm gonna kind of hit backslash. Nope, that doesn't work. All right, just making sure. I'm going to model out his hand. His hand goes within here. And now I'm just kind of pushing out these pieces to make sure that, you know, his hand, his arm, I mean, not his hand. His arm can kind of place in here very comfortably, and there'll be no deformation or anything about that matter. So I'm just moving this. Even though in hindsight, I can just very easily, just sculpt this in and make it very easy on myself. But I kind of want to model this in so we have, you know, some nice geometry. Hit that. Probably add a vertex right there. Delete faces. 1 on our keyboard. All right, now I'm just trying to move this over to make it look as nice as I possibly can. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sides for the arm. Okay, awesome. Now what I'm going to do with this hand is I'm going to start mapping this out for the arm. Start kind of taking some faces and, you know, pulling them out and trying to map it out to where, you know, it looks like the arm. And after this, I'll go to the side view and fix all this up because there will be some issues with this view right off the bat. So after I do something like this, I'll probably go up and, you know, create the side view and match all that stuff up. So extrude this over here, scale this down. Alrighty. Just moving it around. It's kind of like matching the outline of this mesh. It's not really like rocket science, honestly. It's just kind of trying to match the outline. Now, if you were doing this purely for your game model, then there would be a bigger hill you would have to climb, kind of. Just because then you have to create, you know. Let me scale this out. Right, something like that. So that if you were doing this for like your game model, then you would have to create something a little bit more detailed with the actual topology. But since I'm doing the normal maps and I'm going to be creating normal maps to kind of bridge the gap, I don't really have to worry too much on what I'm going to do with the topology. Just because for this part is just covering my basics and my base. I'm not really focused on creating clean topology right now, which I've said a bunch of times. I typically work with mobile games. It's kind of what I do on the side of, you know, teaching and stuff. I typically run with mobile games. So, you know, creating an asset that has to be optimized is obviously like almost second nature for me. I'm going to hit SZ0. Straighten all these out. It's kind of second nature to me because I basically do that all the time when I'm working. I basically optimize assets literally 24/7 when I'm working. So you take this over here, I hit 3 on my keyboard. Let's bring this out over here. And let's rotate this. Let's rotate this. Rotate on the Z 180, I think, degrees. Yeah, that's what it is. So I'll move this over here. I don't want it to be covered where the body is. So I'll move this over here, and this is kind of essentially how it's gonna look. And I want to match this with that. So time to match these up. So I can turn proportional editing on now. I'm just gonna take a sip of water just because my throat is pretty dry. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. And now I'm going to just start pulling out simple shapes to kind of fill this all out. And so if I was doing this for, let's just say, freelance, right? If this was something somebody came to me and said, I want to pay you $800 to make a high resolution mesh of a lower resolution mesh from like a long time ago, and I had to do this piece for you know, a company or somebody specific, I would already use probably one of my existing girl base meshes that I have. I wouldn't really focus on creating another base mesh just because there would be no point, because you're making a one-off thing like this. It's okay, by all means. All right. So let's rotate this now another 180 degrees together. So how are we gonna do this to where it's kind of fits? This is pretty hard to kind of do. Like I said, topology isn't really an issue right now. It's more of it working cleanly and stuff like that. So let's just say hypothetically I merge these together, okay? Now I probably would merge that in there, and I would remove those doubles. And okay, so trying to match up all the easy ones. So, you know, if I match up that, right, and then I match these right here, remove. Okay. Now I have these I have to match up, and I have that I have to match up. So, okay, so over here I can match these up last. Grab that, put that together, and then over here I think it fits pretty easily. Now, and now these aren't perfectly fit, but you know, kind of work together. So I'll probably merge these then. I'll remove those doubles. I'll push this in, and it's gonna stretch a lot. Like I'll merge that, and then like I'll merge this also. It's gonna stretch this one too a lot. I'll move this over, and you know, doesn't look 100% perfect right now, but for the base, actually, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do very quickly. Yeah, okay, so after creating these, I'll bring them over right around there. Hit 3 on my keyboard, hit 1. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna move these over. I'm gonna turn proportional editing off. I'm gonna rotate them on the Y like 90 degrees. Bring them in right around here. And I'm gonna follow in like a pretty decent T-pose. The reason why I'm gonna do that is this is just gonna help so much with modeling and with animation, if you're going to animate a character like this. And it's just very easy to kind of do it. So I'm going to very roughly merge these all together. It's going to look rough, so kind of close your eyes. Okay, let me, oh, I don't want to hide that. Let me move this in here and remove the doubles. Okay, same with this. Let me remove the doubles. Now I can merge these together. So Alt M, merge to last. And then over here, I'll do the same thing. Now I'll create a ring to kind of soften this up. Just because it looks very harsh right now, you know, and I'm not oblivious to that. I know it looks very harsh, like it's stretching, but we can fix that later on. So I'm not really worried about how it looks right now. I'm more worried if it's going to kind of essentially work, you know, if we're going to be able to sculpt on it properly. And so far, looks like it's going to be okay. There's nothing kind of deterring it away. You know, we don't have any n-gons, which are polygons, you know, that we don't need. We don't really have stuff that is pushing away this mesh. We don't have any manifolds. It's looking pretty good at the moment. Just a matter of fact, if we're going to kind of bring it in and bring it all together. It's kind of what we're trying to do right now. Okay. And bring her neck in right around there. Scale her neck up. Okay. Now we have our hand, which isn't beautiful. You know, we still got to probably do some work to this. But her hand is there. Her arm is there. I mean, not her hand. I keep mixing up the two anatomy parts between arm and hand. So her arm is there. Just cleaning up the rest of this. Underneath her armpit, if you probably want to add some topology underneath there, you probably can. Over here, her like rear delts and stuff like this, we'll probably fix that up too. I'm still looking at the reference image that we already have available to us, and I'll probably start shaping her body a little bit better to that. So you know, you can see over here that, you know, we should indent. Let me put clipping on. Should start indenting her body and give her more like voluptuous curves and stuff like that. You know, to kind of emphasize her feminine. I don't even want to try to pronounce that word. All right. Scale a couple more of these down, and you know, it's looking pretty good. Looks like she is like kind of like hunched over right now. That's the only thing that's kind of bothering me. Probably fix that by selecting all of these, rotating this on the x-axis a little, and bringing this up, and aligning this with her neck. So I'll rotate it on the x. Okay. So aligning her ankle joint with her neck joint. I mean the circle for her ankle with the circle for her neck. So this kind of goes and follows all the way up there. Now when I look at her from the side, it doesn't look as bad. And we'll probably definitely, like, you know, narrow off her calves and stuff like that a little bit better. You know, when we get into sculpting, we'll sculpt off her legs more and stuff like that. But for right now, put that in. Right now she's looking pretty decent. Okay, so we have her base body in, you know, probably do the hands soon, or I might just do the hands on my free time because I don't want to really waste hands. Could probably take me a whole section of work to kind of just get the hand placement done and do that. So I might do that on my free time before I do the next session, just because we have a restricted time when creating these videos. So I can't really just use up all the time I want on certain things, just because I kind of have to finish at a certain time. So rotate this. Actually, before I rotate, I'm going to do SZ0, flatten it out, and then I'll rotate it. I can even push these pieces of her neck inwards. Okay, so she's looking pretty good. Widen up that neck. Make sure clipping is on, and then, you know, turn that off. All this is kind of stuck together. Okay. Alrighty. So you have some stretching over here, you can tell. Fix that out with the sculpt, you know. But all in all, I'm gonna delete that. All in all, her body, oh, over here is not looking too good either. So hit 3 on her keyboard. Now let's rotate this 180 degrees, and let's map this over here with this girl. Now the reason why it looks kind of a little bit odd right now, because that only one piece is sticking out this much. You know, her whole body isn't really sticking out that much, and that is why it's looking a bit odd. Keyboard. Like I said, I'm going to kind of use this as a rough guide, but I'm not going to use this as a strict one. Okay, I'll hit G on my keyboard. We have this kind of effect where it's kind of poking out. Kind of want to get rid of that really quickly, because that is very harsh on the mesh. And we can very easily, like, if I show you guys, let me save this as World of Warcraft, or just Warcraft Archer. Okay, I'll save that. If I show you guys just very, very fast, like if I come into, let me apply this. If I come into sculpt mode now, which we're going to be doing in the next session, and you know, I change the tools to like a curve, you can see if I come over here, okay, wait a minute, come to sculpt mode, dino topology on. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, why isn't anything happening? So you can see I'm sculpting over here. That's really weird. Hold on. How it's acting. I'm gonna plug in my Wacom tablet. Give me 1 second, just to see if Blender's kind of acting up or something. Click strips. Now I'll change my user preferences to emulate 3-button mouse. Oh, okay. So there we go. So now you can see that, like, very quickly, like, the reason why I was kind of really quickly just kind of trying to get rid of these things is, you know, I can do them within 3D very fast. So, you know, and with 3D sculpting very fast. So if I wanted to create kind of like boobs or something, or breasts, grammatically correct thing to say, I can come over here and I can, you know, space them out, and I can create them like very fast and very easily. Well, this is obviously not a good interpretation of breasts, but just kind of like in general, I can do things very quickly that I wouldn't really be able to do when I'm creating them in modeling. So, you know, I can build up some very quick materials, subdivide edges. Now I'm not going to be doing, this is kind of just a basic intro into sculpting, but you can see that I can take a low poly mesh like what we just had, could build up areas in the shoulder, areas in her scapula, and kind of fill all of these out very quickly, you know, kind of bring out her biceps and her triceps more. I don't really have to focus too much on her topology anymore, because her topology is already set in place. It's already done, you know, all of that is kind of finished. For her face, we'll probably just add like a very low poly face, and from there we're not going to kind of do anything. We'll just sculpt all the details onto her face instead of having to worry about like facial anatomy and topology on her face. I tend to try to focus on that stuff after I do the base sculpt. So after I get done with, you know, sculpting and everything like that, I go into like retopology, and I try to get all that stuff all figured out within those stages of the mesh. But you can see very quickly already, you know, we've created a nice kind of base over here for her, you know, kind of just sculpting in. And now after, what I would do is I would retopologize this mesh, and I would use it to kind of make a detailed normal map. So once you have the normal map, then what you can do is create all this detail within, you know, a low poly mesh, and, you know, kind of retain the detail without having to, you know, model it out. It kind of just automatically generates this detail within the mesh very quickly, very easily. And this is kind of what I would do for the base body. And then after this, what I would probably try to do is create kind of like the gear of the character, like the armor and stuff like that of her, and you know, her head and stuff like that. Things that are additions to this character, I would try to create, you know, after we got a pretty good base done with her. So, and I would really try to kind of follow the normal the anatomy of the original archer. I wouldn't really try to tend to drift away from her. I would try to always follow the original anatomy. So, you know, I would still be looking at references at this stage. It's not like I'm done at this stage. I would still be trying to always find references to kind of enhance what I'm doing at all times. Yeah, so it's like another big thing. See, very quickly within 5 minutes, you know, we're getting a good base. And we'll scrap this, and in the next session I'll show you how I'll go about doing this from start. But this is kind of not even looking at any kind of base right now, and we don't have really have anything to kind of define the archer in this case, because she just is kind of bare bones. She doesn't have her head on and stuff like that, so there's nothing to really define. So I'm gonna hit Control-Z, get rid of all that. I hit Control-Z a couple more times to bring this up. For her head, which is probably one of the last things we'll be doing, is I'll hit 1 on my keyboard. Let's rotate this again 180 degrees. For her head, what I like to do is create a cube for the base. I like to subdivide this cube 2 times. Bring it in right around here. Oh, on my keyboard. Now I'm gonna match this up. So let me match this up first with her face. Kind of get a general idea of how her face is gonna look. And before I do that, probably cut off half of her face. So like that. Remove the face. And I'll add the mirror modifier. Pull this out right around there. Add the clipping, and then get something that looks like that. Let me go really quickly, changing my user preferences. And then I'll try to navigate this to kind of make it look pretty nice. Make it over there. Turn proportional editing on. This just allows me to move this so much faster. I don't really have to kind of do vertex by vertex. It allows me to move everything very quickly, very fast. So now over here, what I'll be doing is just, like I said, we're gonna focus on sculpting these details in, like her chin and stuff like that. But right now I'm gonna be focusing on just mapping out very subtly, like little things like where her nose would technically be. I'll maybe make like a little point out there for her nose. And overall, I'm just focusing, the majority of this is the overall shape of her head. So you can see over here, she has long hair, but she has an overall arcing shape of her head, and that's just that's what I'm just trying to get right now. So I'll rotate this 180 degrees. I'll hit 1 on my keyboard, and you can see right now, if I click O, you can see right now that it already looks kind of like a head. Now all I would have to do is match these together, and that would be essentially it for her. Like she would be done, like for the basics of it. So besides the feet and stuff like that, like just go over here. Feet are very basic just because we need kind of just a blob kind of popping out for her foot, so we can kind of model it out within Blender Sculpt. So, you know, you could get something that looks generally like this. Could probably grab 3 faces, and then you can probably just extrude these 3 faces outwards. I don't know how long her feet typically is, but this is something that we can edit very easily. You know, and you can probably take the points on the top, push these in, turn proportional editing on, scale them out. I'm not trying to get the feet to look perfect right now too when I'm making them. I'm just trying to get something that looks generally like a nice slab of foot that we can kind of have a basic basis on. You know. Here I'll probably move this forward. Same with this, I'll bring this forward, and then same with this, I'll bring this forward. So now she has some general feet over here. I probably wouldn't even model out toes for her, just because she'll be in like a topped view kind of style of game. So I'd want to keep her toes kind of spaced out, and probably maybe even normal map them, and you know, go right over them in the retopology stage. But you know, I can't really tell you exactly what you should do in every situation, because if I was making it for World of Warcraft in particular, I wouldn't really model out any kind of toes. Now if I was making it for a different game where, like, you know, the character is important to look at, like up close and stuff, then I would model out something like toes. So save that. With her head and everything, besides her armors and stuff, I think she's looking pretty good. Things like her ears and stuff like that, we can very quickly model those stuff out within Sculpting, so I'm not going to waste the time to model them out now. But all in all, she's starting to look very similar to what we're trying to create, which is something like this, but a higher resolution. Now, when we get into Sculpting, we're going to be doing a back and forth, like going within sculpt mode and then coming back, creating maybe like cloth, because you can see she has like armor and stuff all around her. So we'll be doing like a back and forth kind of thing when we start creating. So all in all, this is kind of what she is, how she looks. Thank you guys for watching this first part of this tutorial series. In the next part, we'll get into sculpting our character. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys all have a good one. Okay guys, welcome back to a brand new session. So in this session, we're going to actually be going in and start sculpting our base. So what we're going to be trying to do is get this girl kind of ready to, like her basic form is ready to start going into detail and things like that. The first thing we're going to do is kind of sculpt out her base anatomy. Make her look all nice and clean and good, and then from there what we're going to be doing is going into creating her armor and stuff like that. But we want her base mesh to look something like this, so let's try to replicate that. So first thing I'm going to be doing is entering sculpt topology. Turn on Dino topology, click OK. Alright, So if we go to clay strips, let's turn our dino topology number down to around 10. Let's turn subdivide collapse to subdivide edges. And with the clay strips brush, I'm gonna go really quick, go to user preferences, turn emulate 3-button mouse on. With the clay strips brush, we're gonna start adding in some detail. So, you know, just very subtly just coming in and texturing. Not really focusing too much on any, you know, single forms of detail, more focusing on the overall arcing detail. So her hair and stuff, we'll implement that later on. Her ears and things like that, we'll implement that later on too. Right now, we're more focused on creating her to kind of look like this elf warrior, not a warrior, she's an archer, excuse me, elf archer kind of look, and that's it. We're not focusing on anything else at this point, just that kind of look and that kind of style. So I'm kind of doing her back and stuff like that, and I'm looking at reference of two kind of things. I'm looking at reference of the World of Warcraft style, and I'm also looking at reference of just basic anatomy, stuff like that. Nothing crazy, just basic like little pieces of anatomy, like breasts and like you know, quads and, you know, very feminine shapes and stuff like that, to make sure that I can kind of gauge this in the right way. But let me turn off this grid. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, one, you know, you have to really keep true to the World of Warcraft style, or Warcraft style, excuse me, or I'm just gonna call it Blizzard style because they make all the games. And so when I'm creating this, I'm just trying to stay true to that style. I'm not trying to make something that looks totally different from like something Blizzard would make, because then it's kind of counterintuitive and counterproductive actually to create something that you know, the people who made the mesh wouldn't make. So I just really am focusing like underneath her buttocks over here, you know, kind of draw a nice crease here. I'll kind of emphasize it, and then, you know, she'll have like garments that will kind of cover this, but just gonna try to emphasize as much detail as I physically can. Scale this down, and yeah, I'm gonna go into her calves, sculpt in her calves, sculpt in her kneecaps, stuff like that. Alrighty, and right now I'm just trying to kind of find a nice basis of what I'm doing. I just want to I'm gonna go up almost. I'm just trying to work from big to small. So getting big shapes in, you know, detailing this whole thing. So right now I'm just trying to add geometry. I'm going over with the clay strips brush and adding geometry. If you see, if I hit Z, you can see as I draw, more geometry gets added. And that's the kind of goal I'm trying to achieve with this. Over under here, his foot, we need to fix that up in a little. Probably patch that up. Not really too focused on her feet right now, but I will add some geometry. Kind of clean all this up. All this out. All right, so like I said before, not focusing on detail, focusing more on you know, silhouettes. So silhouette is basically like how something will look with no light source, and that is kind of what I'm trying to achieve. I'm just trying to make sure this character will look good, just essentially like if she was a shadow. She would look like how she's gonna look even if she was a shadow, and that is what I'm trying to accomplish right now. So from what I see in reference, at least, she very muscular kind of character. She has very muscular kind of presence to her, and I want to kind of replicate that muscularity but it's not obscene. It's not like ridiculously there. It's not all there to where it looks like she's masculine. She still has a very feminine kind of aurora to her, but she also at the same time has like you know, biceps, and she has like capped out deltoids and stuff like that. So as I'm modeling her, as I'm sculpting her, get some lats in here, and nothing crazy, but I'm keeping track that, you know, this character, this elf, archer elf, is a warrior essentially. She's a fighter, so she has to have that muscularity to her in order to make her look like her character. So if I make her very soft, petite looking, kind of like a girly girl kind of character, then you'll kind of see that within the mesh. You'll kind of start seeing that she doesn't really necessarily look like that. So it wouldn't stay true to the style. That is what I mean by having two kind of references. I have my initial reference first, and then I have the World of Warcraft reference that I found on the internet. The more references you tend to have, the better your model is going to look, or the more your model will look like what you're trying to draw. You try to do everything off the top of your head, it's going to start showing within your work. You're going to start seeing, you know, all this stuff within your works start showing. So I tend to try to emphasize creating as many reference files as you can. If you pass by something you kind of like and you're like, oh, that's maybe even like to the point where it's like, oh, that's an inspiring color palette. Stuff even at that point I would emphasize kind of doing. Even if you think like, oh, this is not how it's gonna look, I don't like all this kind of things and stuff like that, come up here, start. So towards the breast area, I kind of treat it like almost pecs, like guys' pecs. So kind of start coming down here. It's just there's obviously more fat on it, but like I usually curve it down towards the side. I'm not gonna go into detail on them. Let me just add some. I'm gonna add some geometry into her arm. I'm not gonna make her like super ripped, but from the reference I keep showing you guys, I'm gonna give her some muscularity. The general of her arm is gonna be soft. Like there's not gonna be too much separation between like her bicep and tricep. But from what I'm looking at, her shoulder, even like towards her back, like her rear delts, you know, her muscles do stick out. Like her scapula, I'll definitely have that predominant in between her lats and her back, kind of coming down all the way to her lower back. It kind of spaces out, and then up into the glutes. You know, these kind of come out. You can kind of see this in natural anatomy. You know, even though she's an elf. World of Warcraft, like the brilliant team they are, they obviously tend to use, you know, human anatomy to bring these features from, and then they just kind of either stylize it in their approach or kind of interpret it in their own way. So kind of what I'm gonna kind of essentially do. I said kind of a lot right there, but all right. So I'm gonna start bringing up the forearm now to underneath this foot. We're gonna have to fix that soon. Should have filled that in before we started the base mesh. I'll give you your guys' base mesh with that filled in. I'm starting to think that maybe our arms are a bit too thick. So the beautiful thing about sculpting is I'm sculpting right now within Blender. Obviously you can see that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that I'm sculpting within Blender. But the beautiful thing about sculpting actually is that it allows you to kind of create these mass, how can I explain this so it doesn't look like I'm saying it in a wrong way. These mass amounts of changes very quickly, I would say. Like if I mess up, in the starting phase. And you can see I'm working with a resolution detail of 10, which when you turn on Dino topology, you tend to go down to like 5 or 6. But I'm using right now I'm going to go to the inflate tool, and I'm going to inflate his fingers. I'm using about around 10, and that is just because working from big to small has always been a point of expertise I would try to follow. It's just for me, when I'm trying to create a mesh, I understand that in the beginning stages, even if I know exactly what I'm gonna do, how it's gonna look, I already understand at an early stage that it's not gonna look how I want it to look. Typically, I'm gonna mess up. It's gonna look weird a little, and I've already come to terms with that. Hit G, I'm going to turn the strength of my grab brush down to around 1 so I can kind of move it more efficiently. And I've already came to terms with that because I've done it a bunch of times. I've been through the processes of creating whether it's detail in like a hand or something, or it's maybe like the whole body shape or something. Like I've created built up these kind of forms from the ground up, started going into detail, and then I realized, oh wait, like this doesn't work. Or like, let's just say I did this body in depth, right? And then I kept going on, and I started detailing maybe her abs and stuff like that. And then I realized down the line, oh wait, this doesn't work. Her body doesn't work. Maybe her glutes are too. I can already see her glutes are too up to the top of her back. Like that's just one thing I can already see just off like very quickly looking at this. Let alone like actually like going in and later on like finding out things. It's really hard to do, and you can see when you work small like this, you can very quickly fix things, get things under control and stuff like that. So you don't want to really focus too much on her glutes because we're gonna have something over it, but kind of just pop some stuff there. Same with her legs. Probably take this, I'll move this in. Out a little to kind of make that a little bit softer. Like I said, over here you're gonna kind of see her glutes kind of take off. I'm gonna use a clay strips brush, and I'm gonna start piling some mass underneath here. Out. And this is looking kind of squarish shape, and I'll do maybe some subtle strokes right here to kind of round this out because I don't want it to be squarish shape, and I don't want it to be sticking out very, very harshly around where the back is. So I'm going to start building up mass in the back. I'm going to smooth this out over here. I'll probably start building up her quads like right around here, the outer side of her quad, and then like I said, this would be helpful now to have anatomy with you kind of at all times. So build up like the outer side of her quad, and then scale down, and then come over here and smoothing some of this out. Same with over here. I'll build up this quad right here and then smooth this out. Okay. That's probably good for the butt for right now. Our glutes are good for right now. So we'll go into more detail, but like I said, we're starting big to small. So we don't want to, go into the small details before we get everything kind of mapped out. Shoulder, gonna start rounding out her shoulder because her shoulders are very predominant Even in the reference I have, I can see that, you know, they're a very dominant part of the character, you know, and you can see, I'm going to kind of emphasize them right now. I'm going to scale this down and kind of come over here and map them kind of out here very roughly right now, and then I'll go over this and, you know, fix it a little bit. I'm mapping it out right now so I can see it and add some more detail on top of it and kind of see how harsh it is. Yeah, kind of smooth that out. Maybe build some traps right here in her back. You know. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have like a perfect reference for a T-pose, so I'm going to be doing a lot of this on my own. So see that I'm just adding some detail under here. Now under her arms, probably start narrowing this piece out, smoothing this out. Her breasts, I'll start kind of looping them in. Start smoothing the underneath of her armpits out. I like to draw kind of like a cave almost underneath where her armpits are. Where any character's armpits kind of will be placed. And the breasts, they kind of tend to go up into the armpit, essentially. Kind of like to the corner of the shoulder. I'm just gonna kind of very quickly just keep on doing this to the side of the breasts. And I'll fill this out over here like that. Probably come in here. I'll probably flatten these towards the center of it out a little more. Start filling this out. I don't want to do too much just because, let me do inflate. Just because I know we're gonna cover it up. So I'm just gonna kind of do like a general like kind of breast like that. And I just want kind of almost the corners to be dominant. I don't want really anything else to kind of be there. Hit G on my keyboard. I'm gonna push these in. Smooth this out, pulling these down. Now, a lot of people tend to think breasts are very perky and stuff. You have to really understand that they kind of fall like under here. They kind of like, you have to make sure that you get that kind of hang almost, or else it you know, tends to look very weird if you have like these very perky kind of things just popping out. If you're going for like more of like a natural style or something like that. Yeah, all right. Not going into too much detail right now, but just enough to where, you know, we can work with it. Over here, start fixing up the shoulder a little more. Fixing up the rear delts. Smoothing everything out. Now again to kind of some facial anatomy, you know. Let's come over here. Now it's very hard to see their face. Just because we don't have an exact reference of their actual face, so we're gonna kind of have to, you know, kind of almost guess how, you know, these girls' faces would look. Elves. Get this up. 3 on my keyboard. Point the nose out a little bit. This is what we're trying to replicate. So hit 1 on the keyboard. G. Okay, so we're gonna go into object mode and we're gonna align this now with the face, just to kind of get like a pretty good basic a basic view of where the eyes would kind of be. So we can see right here, turn Dino topology back on. You can see right here, we kind of have a basic view of where the eyes would be. So I'm going to come over here and just draw 2 circles for where the eyes would be, all right? And then over here, I'll kind of bring out where the nose would be, and then over here, I'll just mark where the mouth would be. We have the nose, we have the eyes, and boom. So we can hit 5 on our keyboard, honestly, to go back into the view. And G on our keyboard. I can already see that this is kind of messed up. And this is like the very early stages of what we're doing right now. I mean, like nothing, like I said, is gonna be kind of perfect. You know, it's gonna be reiterations of things, reiterate till we get something that we generally like. So just don't think it's gonna be like we do something one time and it's gonna be done, because then you'll be very disappointed and you'll be very discouraged. So just kind of be self-aware of when you do something that, you know, towards the beginning, that like that is just a basis of what we're doing, you know. From there on out, we're going to be creating, you know, different variations of it. We're going to be going in and kind of fixing it up and stuff like that. But first thing we tend to do is just get a basis out, and then from there we just try to keep on reiterating it, making it look nicer, making it look cleaner, making the topology, not the topology, the surface detail on it look a little bit better. Let me just see how we're doing with time also. I know we're good, really good with time. All right. Let me go back and look at my reference. Now I'm looking at the reference image that we have back here. So this reference image right here, I'm looking at that one. So it's not like I'm looking at something totally different from what maybe some of you guys are looking at. I'm just using that base reference and building off that. So, you know, this out. Chin out. Over here, I'll smooth that out. Alrighty. Blizzard has like a nice kind of way of how they do things. I'm going to save this really quick. File save. Okay. Blender's kind of lagging out right now. Okay. Scale this up. Use G, I'll hit 1 on my keyboard. Go into orthographic view, hit 3 on my keyboard. I'm gonna kind of look at this nose very quickly. I'll actually rotate this 180 degrees. Try to match this up very quickly. You know, it's not really matched perfectly though, so. Match this, I'll come down a little to where this is, and her head, yeah, her head isn't really matched correctly. Yeah, it's very off. So I can't even really use that necessarily. Just because it's not like a straight on side angle. Oh. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna have to use it off reference from what we see, which is okay. I mean, it's not gonna really hurt us too much. So let's use a grab tool. Pick this out. Nose shape. I'll hit 1 on our keyboard, and we can kind of come in here and zoom in, see how that looks, how it swoops in from her brow bone. Kind of like this, how it swoops in, and then take the clay strips brush, kind of start roughly building out where her brow bone is, and we'll dig in We'll bring out her nose. And we'll dig in her eyes a little more. Righty. Bring out her nose on her keyboard. Just kind of following right now. The base. We don't want a dominant brow bone, like for it to be like ridiculously dominant. We just want something that, you know, would look pretty nice in comparison to the rest of her. G. And you can tell right now this isn't like the proper nose we would want. So we're gonna have to keep on playing with it. You can see that doesn't look like this. So, you know, we're gonna have to move this down, probably have to push this up, start playing with it a little bit more till we get something that kind of fits her face pretty well. That out a little bit. We'll just start playing with it more. We don't need to get a pure perfect base right now. Luckily, because we're not focused. That's not our main focus at task. We're kind of just trying to focus on getting the basic shapes. We have our nose in. Can very easily push her eyes in like this. Follow that. You know, carve her nose in. Tip of her nose, we can kind of push that up. And then with her mouth, kind of gauge where her mouth is going to be. So let's use, strips. Let's build up some mass in her lips. So over here, actually we'll go to Sculpt Draw Brush and we're going to hit Control. Hit Control right here and then kind of go down. Now we don't want to leave any kind of emotion on her face, just because like if this is something that you're going to animate or use in an animation kind of piece, then you want it to be emotionless. Okay, let's move that out. So right now I'm going to use the clay strips, hit one on my keyboard, start following with the lips. I'm going to view in over here. I'm going to zoom in, start looking at how her lips kind of go in, just like that. Okay, I'm going to turn off Dino Topology really quick because I think we have enough mass right now to kind of work off of. And I'm going to kind of try to replicate her lips. Very roughly though. Okay, so I'm going to hit one on my keyboard, hit G. I'm going to come down, I'm going to start rounding her lips out. Just because the people forget, and they tend to forget how the face is round. So the lips can't just be flat on somebody's face. You have to kind of round them out and make sure that, you know, has curvature to them. Or else they're going to look really weird if they're just like kind of flat on their face. So try to tend to make sure people can round them out. Okay. Alright, now it doesn't look beautiful right now, but it's just because it's a work in progress. We're going to have to keep on refining, adding, and once we get comfortable with what we're doing, then we can start adding more details. So, you know, under here we'll add like some depth to her lip, because it looks like she has like very plump lips. Now we'll probably come in here into the corner. We'll use a crease brush now. Crease up in here towards the corner of her mouth. And then towards the bottom of her lip, let's just see how that looks. Towards the bottom of her lip, we're gonna do the same thing. So, you know, smooth all this out really quickly. All right, so should be good for her lips for right now. Like I said, we don't want to go into any detail with anything. So the last thing we want to do is get caught up with like her lips and stuff like that with her mesh. So right around here, I'm gonna go look at our original version of our mesh, which is actually, I have the PNG file open right now, which is this version right here. You can see how our ears kind of fade back and they go down right around there. They're pretty big, like longish ears, and we're gonna kind of try to replicate this in a certain way. So I'm gonna try to kind of gauge. I think it's right around here where their ears are. I think. I don't want to be mistaken. I'm trying to push it in very nicely. So, I think it's more on the cheek. So it's more like right here, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Control I to invert this. Hit G on my keyboard, and I'm gonna pull this out for my ear. You know, I'm gonna pull it out all the way out. And now I can come in here and I can use the clay strips brush and I can start texturing this. I can smooth this out, start texturing it more, smooth it out. Now I'm gonna use the snake hook brush, and let's see if I can scale the strength down a little, so I can bring like a majority piece of this, plate this. Okay, now I'm going to use G to kind of, you know, bring this and follow this up with the mesh. Okay, and I'm just trying to copy the source material right now. I don't want to kind of go away from that. That's why I'm kind of moving this very roughly to fit where, you know, it would be on her ears. Hit one on my keyboard. Smooth all this out. Come in over here. Add some detail. Just to kind of relieve some stretching off this. You can see that it is stretching quite a bit. So I just want to come over here and add some detail. I can do Alt M now and get rid of that and kind of smooth some of this out. And a major issue actually with this, actually before I smooth some of that out, I'm gonna go back to the mask and, you know, fill some of this and smooth it out. And the reason why I want to do that is I want to make sure that it is kind of not facing outwards. It's kind of tucked in like this. And I'll turn Dino topology off so I can move these much easier. It won't really be too laggy on my system. Inflate, and I'll inflate this, smooth this out, inflate it. Out. All right. Hit G. Okay. Very unique kind of look for a World of Warcraft character, but you know, it is what it is. Let's use a snake hook brush now. All right. I think that's pretty good. I don't know how it is aligned, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to object mode. I'm going to rotate this 180 degrees. Hit 3 on my keyboard. I'm going to line this up with her. All right. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode now. And you can see I'm using the reference in certain ways, and then I kind of go my own way and I use it, and then I come back and I use, it's like a very like weird kind of way I use references. Moving things around. Probably push this up a little bit more, trying to fit it in with this. Very roughly pulling it out, smoothing it all in, and then I can hit Alt M. I could go to clay strips, I could go to Dino topology, and now I'm going to start adding some topology on here. Smooth. You can see how stretchy it is right now. I'll actually turn on front faces only. So I'm only applying geometry to the front faces of this instead of like the back faces, and that'll kind of add some issues. I'll inflate this really quickly. Kind of get rid of any kind of thinness into the mesh. Smooth this out. Inflate it and smooth it out. Towards the tip of it, I'd probably, inflate this whole thing. I'll even put up my relative detail size just so it's not too laggy on my system. Yeah, okay. And with the back side, I'll probably inflate it a little and then smooth it out. Now you probably could have done this with, I'm gonna smooth all this out. Probably could have done this with, creating maybe like a piece and then using a Boolean tool and then, union them together and stuff like that. But, I did this all within the sculpt tool, so a little bit harder to do. Yeah, like not harder as in skill wise, just like more tedious to do, for sure. But yeah, you could have done it any kind of way you wanted to be honest. So, all right, so now what we're gonna do is kind of start adding the shape of the ear. A very weird shape too. Now you kind of have to come in, pushing in these parts. Hit 3 on the keyboard. 3 and 5 on the keyboard, and you can start seeing how the ear kind of comes in to this piece right here, how it kind of fades in. And that's kind of what we're trying to do right now. Hit 5 again. So, smooth some of this off. Scale this up now and kind of push this in. Come underneath this ear. Smooth it. Smooth this sides out. Smooth this side. Just kind of smoothing the entire mesh right now. Not really focusing on anything else. So over here, we'll probably have to add a lot of detail, if you can see. You can see all this stretch. We're going to come down, we're going to kind of make a concave shape all the way towards the top. So we're going to hit Control and kind of come up towards the top. Just like this. Smooth this way out. And with over here, we'll come up. You can tell that this is not like your video lag. This is actually real-time lag. Real-time rendering lag. So yeah, Blender tends to kind of not really like working with other applications open. That is kind of why that this is happening. But I think for the ears at least, they're pretty set for the basics. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to go in and detail them, absolutely, but for right now they're pretty set. You know, I like how the point comes in and meets up right there. You could use maybe like the sculpt draw brush and then push in right here, push in over here. Let me just 1 second see if anything is happening. Backside of my computer, maybe that's why it's slow. This mesh is getting the shape of the face kind of down, and then from there everything will start coming together, everything will start flowing. But yeah, the face is pretty important, and you can see I kind of want to go in and start modeling it out, start, you know, fixing it up and stuff like that, but I kind of understand that process of working big to small too much, and I understand that it works. Like, obviously the ears right now in my head, they need so much more work, you know. And I can come here and I can obviously add the detail to it to make it like way better and way nicer and stuff like that, and kind of, you know, start carving them out to make it like pretty, but it's just not going to work in the long run, you know. I'll have to kind of go back and do the whole mesh and stuff like that, and it's just not good to focus in on something towards the beginning of the creative process, like beginning of sculpting and stuff like that. At least I wouldn't recommend it, you know. Obviously, if you have maybe another teacher or something, or a tutor that tells you to maybe sculpt in depth, and, you know, maybe it'll help you kind of learn at a faster pace for some reason, I don't know what reason that could be, then maybe yeah, go for it. But at least for me, I tend to try to keep it like this, working big to small, just because in case I miss any. Right now I'm adding like some of her traps here to kind of give her that masculine feel, but nothing crazy. I'm gonna turn off Dino Topology because we don't need to add any detail right now. But yeah, like I was saying, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, I was gonna say, you can see towards the beginning, we stayed away from, you know, any kind of details and stuff like that, and you can kind of tell within the mesh right now that, you know, it is very deprived from details. Like, there's not really anything in here that, you know, kind of details out the character. You can maybe from afar, you know, you can tell like, oh, that is supposed to be an elf, hopefully, but we didn't really kind of create like a well-based character. Oh, we created a well-based character, but we didn't kind of detail her out all in this session. This session was basically to kind of get in all the right pieces before we can kind of start making our models and stuff like that. So, you know, we got in her breasts, which was something that, you know, took some time in the beginning, which was good actually to actually like implement those in. For right now, probably actually, like I said, all of this stuff needs to be refined. And this isn't, like I said, a tutorial series per se. This is more like, you know, playing with it and kind of finding certain things that on the way and pick them up and find certain tools to use and things like that. I don't know what I just said. That was off the whim, but right now I'm just trying to add in just some geometry to an entire mesh. I'll turn on Dino Topology and I'll add some subtle geometry to an entire mesh. We got to go into her fingers and stuff right now to kind of finish her up. And for me, typically the first hour and a half, I don't really tend to find my perfect balance. It takes me kind of a little time for me to get fully comfortable to the point where I can start finding my balance and everything and start seeing the mesh kind of come together. But it does take some time in the beginning to kind of get that. And right now you can see I'm starting to play with the values of the mesh a lot, you know. Over here towards the rear delt, I'm gonna thicken this and bring that up. And I'm using this map very well, like this girl that we had. I'm using her very well to kind of not perfectly like map out where she's going, but very subtly kind of. You can see like over here her calves, they're not mapped out perfectly, but trying to look at her and very subtly kind of, you know, add some things. And I don't want her glutes to kind of pop out too much. Same with her breasts. I don't want her breasts to really pop out too much. It's not really what I'm going for. I'm going for more of like a nice casual look. Nothing really crazy. And I don't really focus on those kind of things too much in the beginning. As you can kind of see, towards the beginning I tried to focus more on, you know, creating like the style of the character more. And I don't like working on characters where the style of them is like, you know, big breasts or big like glutes and stuff like that. I just don't typically like working on characters like that. So I'm not really, I don't really model out things in that nature. So if that kind of makes sense. And if you see, we're not going to really focus too much because you can see focus too much on like the body. It is exposed, but like her shoulders and stuff, they do get kind of covered out with like these capped kind of armor pieces and stuff like that. So you don't want to like go all in and like kind of do all of this work on something like the shoulders, and then, you know, in the game it's just never going to be seen. Now I am doing it just for the fact that it just helps me when I'm not going to go into hyper detail on it, but like it helps me a little when I'm creating you know, the anatomy, because the shoulder is a very strong part of the body and it kind of brings in the entire body together. So it helps me to, you know, roughly texture it out and stuff like that. So that's why I went in and I textured it. But the hands are very rough right now, and you know, probably have to fix them up in a little, but yeah, all this stuff is kind of just detail. And that is not what we're focusing on. If we look at it from afar, like right around here, do we kind of see what we're going for? And right now, I would say 70% yes, and then, you know, little percent of it no. Just because, you know, some of it is kind of let me hit G on my keys. Some of it is kind of weird looking to me right now, and you know, I would have to fix a little pieces of it like that, but scale this up, start texturing in here, turn on Dino Topology. But that was basically the basis of this session, was to get it to look kind of from if I hit one, I'm like, oh, let me just rotate this because I keep having it turned around. 180. Okay, so we kind of went from this to this within the first session. And I could see within our arms right here, This is what I mean by like, this is basically what we were doing in this first session. I could see in her arms right here that, you know, this is not a good balance between the muscles. You know, you have to narrow it out. You know, her arm does look a little bit too thick. Stuff like that. Her shoulders do look like they're a little too out. You know, I'd probably move this up and then I'd move this in a little bit. I'd probably narrow her arm right around here and smooth all this out. You know, one on my keyboard. She's supposed to be a very she's supposed to be a hybrid between a masculine character and a feminine character, but kind of bring out her forearms over here too, kind of almost going into the bicep insertion. I don't want her to have like huge muscles by any means, but want her to look intimidating, but at the same time like a girl, like, you know, like I don't want her to look like a monster or something. Kind of sculpting out her back to make it a little nicer. Kind of the bottom of her glutes, probably get them out just like that. All right, maybe give her more of like a thigh gap. If I hit G on my keyboard, it's a grab tool and kind of push these out a little bit, smooth them. Just a couple of things to, you know, to make it look nice. She has a very strong posture, like her lower back kind of like scoops in, and towards like the front of her, it kind of scoops out like you know, towards her groin. Probably get her like hip bone in this pretty nicely. So towards her groin, I would probably like trim this down. She has like these obliques that come up like right around here, you know, very quickly entering this stuff in. And then she has like these, she doesn't really have abs, like very like emphasized abs, but she does have like a toned stomach kind of, and you can kind of see that within the mesh. Right. Trying to kind of view this too. All right, let me move this over really quickly. All right, so I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna use a grab tool and I'm gonna bring her crotch piece up to right around there. Move these out to kind of get a better base, and then her breasts, I'll probably move them in place. I think they're already in place pretty much. But a little bit more in place. Bring this out. Now, I'm not trying to copy this exact piece, so I'm not like, you can see if I view it, it's not completely matched up. But I want like a general like you know, body composition of it. So that's why I kind of try to match them up frequently. Just because I don't want like some of her limbs to be too long, or, you know, her torso, like her body is way too unproportional to her chest. I mean, to her legs. That's why you saw I brought her groin up a lot. I don't want any of those kind of deformities in place, especially if we're going in and we're going to start detailing out some of these pieces. The last thing I want is you know, some of these things to kind of topple over and like be wrong, and then it's kind of like a huge thing that would, you know, kind of be hard to kind of fix in the future after we start modeling. So over here we'll get in like a nice little belly button. And you can see we're working with like a very small relative detail. Like we're not working with like this large detail size, and and you know, doing all this stuff. It's like a very small detail size. You know, her face is very like underdeveloped right now. Like we didn't go into any detail. Everything looks like it's almost at the same place right now, if you know what I mean. Like everything looks like the same amount of detail has been covered over. It doesn't look like the legs have more detail than the arms, or like stuff like that. Everything looks similar and identical, and that's really good at this point. That means we kept everything at like a base point, and we didn't really stretch. We didn't really do too much on certain parts of the body and stuff like that. And trust me that it's just not a good look to have, going back and having to like redo an entire mesh. And I've done it a lot. Had to go back and like redo pieces for like client work and stuff like that. I've gone back and I've had to redo pieces for like a game I've been working on. Typically when I'm sculpting, even when I'm modeling, you know, you tend to mess up a lot. So over here, I don't think that our basis over here is perfect, like 100%. But you know, for sculpting it out and getting like a good basis out, I think it's a lot better than where we started, which is all that we need to know. If it's better than where we started, then we're good. Smooth that out. Just adding some final touches before we wrap up this video. Arm towards the shoulder. We narrow this out a little towards the shoulder. Now it is bothering me a little how her back is kind of leaning backwards. This is bothering me. I'm gonna move this in. You know what I mean? I know it looks weird and you guys are probably like, what are you talking about? But how her back isn't like straight and aligned, it bothers me a lot. So alrighty, fix all that. Pull her chin out maybe a little. Yeah, I want her to have like a nice soft chin. Pull her cheeks in. Yeah, I guess that's good, guys. I don't want to sit here for like another hour and do this. In the next session, we're going to be going over covering details and stuff like that, but fixing up like maybe the shape of her quads over here. I can spend maybe like around hour and a half more on this stage if I'm being 100% on 100% honest. Like if I was doing this for a piece that like that was gonna go into like a game or something, I would easily spend like another hour and a half on just testing out some like kind of different anatomy, because I like to test out too a lot when I'm creating. It's one of my favorite things I like to do when I'm sculpting is play with different kind of styles. You know, maybe move the knees up, move the legs up, narrow them out a little bit in certain areas, stuff like that. And the reason I like doing that so much is because I could get such like a very quick kind of stylized base, and I can try so many different styles so fast. It's pretty nice. I like doing it a lot. Okay. So I know I keep saying, okay, I'm finished, I'm wrapping it up, but I think for this, I am actually done, guys. And it is actually finished. After this small piece, I'm gonna just add, so like right around here, I'll just add like the underlying breasts. I'll smooth that out. And, okay. So that's basically it, guys, for the first part of the sculpting. And the next part, I'm going to save this before we do the next part. And the next part will be covering kind of all of the other things that we're going to have to do, like adding the general detail and stuff like that, because starting off sculpting is a very hard thing to do. I don't advise trying to finish everything in 1 hour. Break it up into sections, doing the biggest things first, like getting the mass out the way and stuff like that. Then, you know, going in and start defining, like we use a relative detail around 10 to 11 this whole way through. Now we're going to go down to a lower detail and maybe grab like maybe like a 7 or 8 size, and then we'll go in, sculpt in some secondary shapes, you know, get like some nice strokes in, create like a nice basis for our character. And then in the next couple sessions, we'll, you know, implement everything within there. So thank you guys so much for watching this part of the series. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Hope you guys have a good one. Hey there, guys. Welcome back to another session of this tutorial series. So in this session, we're going to be covering all the details for the actual base model. So we're going to finish her base model within this session. And then within the next 2 sessions, we'll be covering creating the cosmetics, like the gear and stuff for her. So let's get right into it. I turned matte cap on. That's why it has this reddish cap, and you can change it to like whatever you want. But I like this matte red cap. So let's go into sculpt mode, clay strips, dino topology, turn that on. Okay, and then you can bring this down to around like a 9-ish. And really quickly, before we really go too in depth on here, I'm gonna kind of do like an overview of her entire anatomy. So let's very quickly come in here and overview the entire thing. I'm gonna add a little muscularity into her lats. So like towards here on the back, I'm gonna widen her lats a little. I'm gonna bring them down back here into her like glutes. Towards her glutes, I'm gonna sculpt into her lower back. I'm gonna bring these out, you know, just like that. And you can see very roughly, starting to get a nice shape going on. You know, probably add a couple more strokes down here on her lats. Probably curve this in. Her breast, I'll probably kind of couple that a little bit more. And now you can see the flow I'm working at right now is a little bit faster than what we originally were doing in the last session. That is because since we have the basis out, you know, I'm not working off essentially nothing anymore. I already have something to kind of go off of. Now I can kind of start getting a little more artistic and, you know, adding some quality and stuff in here, like come towards the triceps, bring the tricep muscle up over here, just because I know how the tricep works on an anatomy level. And I'll bring up her tricep, and now I'm kind of going, I'm keeping a World of Warcraft style, like that is always in mind. I'm not trying to reach off the World of Warcraft style, but I'm gonna try to add some variety in here, just a little bit, nothing crazy. But from what I see in the reference image, her forearms are pretty much bigger than her bicep. Like, to be honest, they kind of insert towards the elbow. So if the elbow, let's just say, is like, let's just mark the elbow as right here. The elbow is like right around here. Her forearms insert like right around here. So you can kind of gauge that where they are, and then, you know, you can kind of bring them in just like so, and then draw like a nice little line over here to kind of have some separation in between the forearm, and then you know, scale up towards the wrist all the way up over here, and then kind of smooth this out a little bit to kind of get like a nice little insertion. Come over here. Now We'll create, like right now I'm very zoomed into his arm, her arm. I keep saying his because I'm making it like kind of muscular. Every time I think of muscularity in anatomy, I kind of think of like a guy. So that's why by accident I keep saying his. But her arm, we're kind of adding, we're kind of very zoomed into it right now. And we're not really doing the right amount by kind of zooming out and kind of looking at what we're doing. I'm just adding mass amounts of mass in here and trying to, you know, figure everything out. So let me bring this down to around a 7 and, you know, scale this all up. And also another reason why I'm kind of working in an accelerated pace, obviously, is just trying to finish. I don't want there to be kind of like any leftovers. I don't want there to be a point where it's like, oh, like we didn't get to do the hand or something. I would rather do things quickly and not technically perfect per se, but get them done than just be like, oh yeah, I didn't have time to finish, you know, the hand, or I didn't have time to finish her legs or something like that. So that's kind of why I'm working more at like an accelerated pace also, just to be able to finish the entire mesh for you guys. It's kind of like a cool task to do, to try to finish something this quickly. It's kind of like a challenge almost, and that's why I kind of love doing these style of things, videos, because it kind of helps me kind of speed do all this stuff and, you know, show you how I would go about creating things like this. Building up her knuckles. Almost said his again, excuse me. Even her knuckle towards her thumb. You have to build that up. Smooth that out. And I'll push these in. Scale this down. You know, and I'm just building up towards her knuckles. Yeah, alrighty. I don't want to get too in depth on her fingers right now, but let me just very quickly get in, you know, these pieces. Let's use the snake hook now. Reason for that is just so, you know, we can kind of get like a nice style fingernail to kind of bring this down on. All right. Alrighty. Okay, so that looks very harsh right now, but what we're gonna have to do is kind of like define her nail a little bit better. Over here, we're gonna have to define this a little bit better, like move this over. And same with here, just define them a little bit more. And this is something where, like, you know, having a lot of time is going to help a lot, just because you're going to be able to do this comfortably and however long you want to do it in, opposed to me trying to finish it fast. So all right, so right around here I'd probably like line out where her nail bed would be, just like right around here, and I would come here and under here and line out the nail bed. So we have a nice basis of her nail bed, and then same with over here. I'll line out where her nail bed would be, just probably right around here. Now you can come in after you get like the basics down, and then, you know, refine her nails, because she has very sharp nails, the elf, the archer elf. So I feel like her beds are a little bit too long too. So we could shorten her nail beds too, if you want. So I just want the general shape of her nails to be there, you know. I'm not really focused too much on like crisp quality AAA like fingernails. More focused on her base of her nails being there. Moving these over. This, smooth that out a little bit and kind of redo this really quickly. Yeah, I would reiterate this process a couple times. You know, if I was doing something along the lines of like a production quality, like asset, you know, I would probably reiterate this probably 2 or 3 times. Maybe use the crease brush a couple more times on top of it. Then I would probably pinch it to kind of create like something. So I'd probably use a crease brush over here. Probably at a lower rate. And you know, I'd use a pinch brush towards the tip. Probably snake hook it a little more. Smooth that. Probably snake hook this. Use a pinch brush now towards the tip of these to kind of narrow them out. Okay, let's just say hypothetically for right now, those are decent. We got to do our thumb in a little bit. For right now, those are decent. I'm gonna keep that around 7. So now towards her back, we want to kind of thicken her back just a little bit. And now I'm looking at the reference. So if you come here and look at this reference, you can see in the third image how her side posture is and how her like abs kind of puff out. So I'm really looking at that right now, and I'm gonna try to replicate kind of like how her abs kind of puff out right here and her lats kind of poof. So kind of grab her stomach. I'm gonna bring her stomach down, like the thickness of her stomach down. And you know, kind of ridge out over here. I did this very extremely. You can see over here, very extreme. But don't worry, I'll kind of fill it up as I go a little more. Putting some mass in there and just trying to get the general shape correct. Hit G on my keyboard. It's in place a little bit better. And it's kind of hard to do it too, because also that she's not in T-pose in the position I have. So, you know, I don't have like 100% accurate kind of representation of how she's supposed to look in T-pose, like, but I'm kind of doing that on my own right now, kind of modeling out how she would technically look, you know, if she had all these pieces assigned to her. So you know, adding some muscularity and stuff like that. And alrighty, like underneath her arms, over here we'll kind of cave in these pieces. All right, shoulder, we'll round that out. Probably get like a nice collar bone to kind of come over here and crease this out. Scale my brush a little. You know, she from the reference, she has a very narrow neck. Like, you don't want to kind of increase the size of her neck too much. You want to keep it very narrow and very slim. Same with her body. Keeping her body very narrow and very slim is an important aspect of her. So, you know, the better we can do that, the more like alike she would look. So let's kind of start creating underneath her chin, towards her face. Yeah, just start getting into her eyes and stuff like that. The stuff that kind of gets a little bit harder to do. Start getting into that. Scale down my brush. Start narrowing down her nose. I'm shaving pieces like off the side of her chin down, so we can get like a better look at her nose. Okay. Now, all I'm doing right here necessarily is trying to look at the reference that we have presented and mimicking it. And she's smiling in what the reference I have right now with like her lips and everything, but I'm not gonna do that just because, like I was saying with the emotion, I don't want her to have really any emotion within our base mesh. So I don't really want to sculpt out anything that has like emotion. You can see we kind of messed up her little right here. That's totally fine. Kind of narrowing her eye in to kind of like plop in a sphere in a little. And over here, probably narrow this in more, carve this in, and I'll start narrowing, I'll kind of cave in right here. I'll start narrowing her nose to give her this nice swoop. You know, I think that most people want to see, and that like looks good in the reference. She has like a nice swoopy nose. Okay. And now if we hit 3 on the keyboard, you can see where her nose, you see how it creases in like right there, kind of like a button almost. We need to replicate that kind of style. So over here, see how it creases in. Scale up really quickly, just like that. Follow this. Looking at the reference still, I'm not really falling off the reference point. Still paying very close attention to how the reference reads and everything, and making sure it's gonna look nice underneath everything. But so let's smooth all this out. Let's do the sculpt draw, and basically I'm just gonna put in some nostrils very quickly. Okay. Use a grab tool. I'm gonna bring these nostrils down because they don't need to be that high, and I'll bring her like the bulbous tip of her nose down. Widen her nose just a little bit, nothing crazy. Okay. Now I'll create kind of more of like a spherical shape right here. I'm really trying to kind of get exactly how her nose looks in the reference, and I think it fades in just like this towards like the center. You know, it fades off and kind of ends off just like this. And I think her nose, if I'm not mistaken, points out kind of like this. Let's hit G on the keyboard. Let's hit 3. Let's point this nose out. We can even do a pinch this in a little. Hit G on the keyboard and then swoop it in. 5. Now it kind of looks very similar. I probably would push this up and push this bridge of her nose up, bring her nose down, and then push this all in maybe. 1 on her keyboard. Now let's use a crease brush. This is kind of a lot to do within this session. Going over where the ears are. Kind of following this part where the ears go. Smooth that out. Okay. So if you want, you can kind of smooth out her chin. has a very distinctive look, this archer. Very distinct. She looks like she's like straight from the Warcraft series, like Blizzard made her. And Blizzard has like such a beautiful style that they do, and they like honestly like so amazing. I don't know how they continue to create like these amazing kind of styled assets for their games. And they always are top quality assets, like no matter what they do. They tend to have like the most upright quality in all of their work. Just crazy, you know. They don't slack off, I would say. Never. They never tend to slack off. They always produce at a high rate. That's probably why they're Blizzard. Probably why they're such a successful game company, is because they always produce copious amounts of work. Like clean, productive, like amazing work, I would say. Okay. Alrighty. This out. Yeah, if worst comes to worst, I'll make this like a one session longer kind of series, if anything, if I need to. See her chin, how her chin kind of and her lips kind of fall. Underneath here, you can see I'm going to kind of replicate her lips, and then I'm going to use a mask tool, bring up her upper lip, because if you didn't notice, most people, unless it's like a certain style, their upper lip tends to be bigger than their lower lip, most people. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to use a grab tool, scale this grab tool up, and we're going to kind of push this upper lip outwards, kind of be a little bit bigger than her lower lip. Alt M. Okay, so that's pretty nice. Now what we can do, we can come under here and kind of get like a nice, she has like very thick lips, like a lot of girls have, I guess. So we're gonna try to keep emulating the thickness of her lips, like this. Just keep trying to emulate this. Out over here, add some thickness right here, out all the way to like essentially the corner. Grab the G tool for grab, and then, you know, move them in, smooth them out. All right, so now I'll probably use a crease tool. Probably just use control and, you know, crease in right around there, and then crease right around here. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna actually kind of rewire her lips now, because they are looking a bit odd. And now we have to rewire them just a little bit for right now. Kind of just stroke this together. Okay. We're gonna have to build them back up. So like right around here. Alrighty. And then we'll use a crease brush and okay, so let's use Control Z really quick. Now the reason why it's kind of looking a bit off-putting is because when I curve out on the M shape, see if I can find. I'm gonna bring this over here and zoom into where her lips are. So when I bring out on this like M shape, it has to bring out kind of like this. This is all due to not looking at her lips very closely and stuff. So kind of comes in narrowed like this, and then it kind of falls harshly like that. So I'm going to kind of emulate that. Where's the bottom of her lip? The bottom of her lip is just kind of thick. And then the top of her lip is kind of more just like that. I'll probably have to do a lot more adjusting to like how her lips are. Have to probably thicken her lips a lot. Plate tool to thicken them, and you know, we'll come back to the crease tool, crease these lips a little. You know, just keep playing with it for right now, just because right now it's not fitting perfectly ideally how I want, but tends to be hard to get perfectly what I want all the time, so that's all right. I'll have to do some fixing, lowering the pixel density so we can kind of get in a little more detail, like with her chin and stuff. Start rounding off her chin a little more, start smoothing that out. Coming underneath here. And it's just all about looking at certain, you know, pieces of the detail on the mesh. Like she has a very long face, so like if I move her face out here, that very, very long, it kind of elongates almost. Nose out, closed nose, and you can still see almost on this detailing phase that I'm still necessarily kind of finding a shape for her. I'm still moving things around and stuff like that, even at this stage. So okay, probably bring this up now towards her neck, down a little. Her ears I'll bring in. I want to narrow her ears in a little too, just because I feel like they're a little too far spaced out. So I want to narrow them in just a little bit. Okay. For her forehead, I'll bring her forehead back because she has a very slanted back forehead. Like her hair is pulled back and her forehead is essentially slanted. And for her lips, you know, we're gonna have to kind of redo them almost, essentially. Basically, we're gonna have to just redo entire lips. Unless we can kind of like fix some of it. It's gonna be very hard to do, but that is kind of the price of the game that we play. So I'm gonna redo her lips just like how I would kind of do you know, lips for somebody that, you know, that isn't a World of Warcraft player character. So typically, you know, I would create the mouth of the lip just like this. I would carve in you know, the space of the lips. Let's just see if this will help out a little, you know. Okay, and then now I'll bring in the muscles. So technically, like, you know, where the muscles would kind of arrive for the lips, I would bring those in, and then I would curl them out just like that. Just like that, and then, you know, I draw a nice little space for like where the chin would align at. You know, I can even start trimming this down. Start building some mass up right here. And I don't know how kind of how deep the lips typically are, like how thick they are, but you know, I'd probably bring them right around here. Kind of look at it from an upside down angle. Come over here. Trying to make sure that it's gonna look clean at the end of the day. You can maybe make it kind of like a tint of a smile almost, like kind of like an upwards relaxed pose. And like I said, make sure that, you know, looking good. And then now what I would probably do is I would start using the scrape tool to scrape all of this stuff in. Flatten this up. I would even flatten this piece out. Top, come in here, flatten this out. Create this curvature of the mouth, essentially. You know, I'd even smooth this piece out. And now I'll use the crease tool to kind of just very subtly place where I would want the mouth to be. Now the lips. Now I can get like a better basis of what I want. Okay. And now I'll use the clay strips again. And right around here, I'll smooth that out. Take this top piece of his lip. Okay. Top piece of his lip, and I'll kind of mask it all the way down here. I use a clay strips brush. And for this part, you know, come in. I'll start creating kind of like a thick under lip part for the lip. And I'm really focusing on the under lip part. Like that is my utmost focus right now. Just creating that under lip. You know, just focusing just like right around here. I'll do Alt M just to see how it's looking right now. See how we're doing with time. We're doing pretty good with time. Okay. It's pretty good for her under lip. Now we come in with the crease tool and then come in just like that. And we'll probably just use a nice little subtle crease. Smooth that out. Get like a nice little... I'm gonna smooth that out though. I'm not gonna keep it that kind of detailed. Just trying to thin it out a little bit better. Just want the lip to fall a little bit better. So that's why I'm kind of just coming under here, scraping it very roughly. And then towards the top of the lip, gonna kind of do the same thing. I'm gonna use a mask tool. And I'm gonna mask the lower part of the lip. Much as I possibly can. Come in here, really get in there. All right, now I'll scale up. I'll use Control, and I'll kind of get rid of all these pieces that are touching the top of the lip that we don't want. Get rid of that. Come up to Tools. I'll go back to Clay Strips. And I'll start bringing up the lip a lot more, like towards the bottom. Start bringing that up a lot more, especially with girls' lips. You have that like very nice curve off, so I really want to kind of emphasize that towards the bottom. Then right around here, you know, we'll add the rest. Alt M just to see how it looks. Okay. Now the only thing I have a gripe with is the thickness of the spacing of the bottom lip. So it feels like it is a little bit too out. And very quickly, I'm going to scale this grab tool up. I'm just going to kind of just place it in. Move it down. Okay, let's do Alt-M, see how that looks. Okay, much better. Both sides. And now I think if we just use the crease brush and, you know, do a subtle crease on the bottom, and, you know, we subtle crease. Let's come here, subtle crease for the top of the lip. Okay. Still having some issues with this. Okay. Grab tool. Now you can see that I'm still trying to meet it kind of in a perfect setting. Still want it to be very smooth and soft. And I'm coming over here and I'm kind of spending a lot of time on it, I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of time that, you know, we could be spending doing other things. But you know, I don't want to do something not to the best of my ability and then, you know, regret it and be like, oh, that looked ugly, you know. Take the tutorial down or something. So I would rather me be kind of spending the time to do it in like a proper way than having to not do it right and then regret it later down the line, or not finishing it or something along that lines and then being like, oh no, like this doesn't look good, or this isn't up to standard, or something. So, you know, I'll take the time to refine it and stuff like that. But all right, now I'm going to look at the front-facing view. And I'm not going to lie, I did not expect the lips to take a long time to do. It kind of backtracked me, guys. So I didn't expect the lips to really take any time to do. So kind of backtracked the whole process just a little bit, nothing crazy. A couple hours. I was joking. Maybe like 15-20 minutes it took to refine her lips, but I wasn't expecting that, is what I'm trying to say. So alrighty, now let's see how we're doing with time. All right, we're pretty good. Let's try to get her eyes in before anything else. So the first thing I want to do is enter in a UV sphere. Scale this UV sphere down. Scale, hit 5 on my keyboard, and you know, scale it up. Nope, scale it up just like that. Let's hit 3 on my keyboard. Hit 1 on my keyboard. Kind of get it into the right kind of way. I think that's about right. Smooth that out. Okay, hit 1 on my keyboard. Duplicate that onto the opposite side. Exactly know where that is, like perfectly, but let's go to sculpt mode now, and let's turn Dino topology on. Click yes. And very quickly now, very quickly, all right, we're gonna start, you know, getting into where her cheeks are, stuff like that. trying to kind of bridge the gap. And another huge thing is we're trying to kind of create you know, an in-game asset. We're not trying to necessarily create like an asset that's going to be used for like promotional use and stuff like that, because I think Live EDU knows that that's impossible to do. Like one, that I don't think I'm qualified to create like a promotional piece within 7 hours, and two, yeah, like the time frame is just too ridiculous to even fathom, like to create a piece like that within 7 hours. So yeah, that's crazy. Now what we're gonna do is we gotta kind of gauge how the eyelashes kind of work. So you know, I'm gonna kind of use not the smooth tool, the sculpt draw tool, scale this down and kind of follow these eyelashes just like so, and then come down over here and map them into like the corner of her eye, just like that. And I'll use a grab tool, and I'm looking at reference the whole time I'm doing this. I'm not really doing this you know, like off the top of my head, or be like I know how her eyes look or something like that. I'm looking at reference, so I don't know how her eyes look. They look very complicated to me, like to do, so I wouldn't really recommend trying to like do something like this off the top of your head. Now, if you're maybe doing your own piece, you know, and you have a vision inside your head, that's different. But like if you're trying to replicate a piece, kind of like in this case, then no, I would recommend you always look at a reference no matter what. Okay. Up towards here, and then this is bottom eyelid. Kind of go upwards just like that. All right, so let's use the clay strips. And let's bring up these eyelids right here. You can use the inflate tool too to inflate these tips of the eyelids, just like this. You know, meet them at this certain point, and then you can smooth it out. Come over here and kind of, you know, move this entire thing out right here. Okay. Scaling all of this up. This is probably probably if I was, you know, we were working back in the day, it would probably be done with the mesh, the base mesh that we were trying to, you know, trying to do. But you know, since this is in today's kind of style of gaming, or, you know, technology, the let me turn back Dino topology. All right, okay. So since this isn't today's style of gaming, the you know, sculpting stuff like this takes like such a long time. And you can see in the original mesh that we had, sculpting something like this, I mean modeling something and then just texturing it probably took like a day and a half. But going into like the sculpting process of, you know, creating like a nice high-res mesh, you know, tends to take more time. So I'm going to smooth shade my stuff right now. And this is going to allow me to see how it will look when it's like a complete product, like how it's going to be shaded, because obviously I'm not going to shade it in a flat shaded way for like a complete product. So start smoothing all this stuff out now. It's up. And I'm going to use the crease tool. Crease this stuff out. over here, I'll crease this out also. And this is looking very, very like wobbly. You can tell that it's like, whoa, this is looking very weird. So to fix that, we'll use the pinch tool and, you know, pinch these lines together to kind of crisp them out, make them nice and straight like that, you know, just so it doesn't look all kind of janky. It kind of unifies as a nice straight line. And yeah, so that's kind of all over the place. You want to kind of clean that up. Straighten that out. You want to keep a nice straight overall line across. Okay, I'll crease this over here. And the reason why I'm creasing this is to kind of grab the cheek kind of area. I'm gonna obviously push in over here the eyelids. I'm not gonna have them be that out. And I'm gonna emphasize where the cheek is. I'm gonna bring my size up a little. Emphasize where the cheek is. I'm actually gonna turn smooth shading off because honestly, like I saw how it looked and I'm fine with it right now. So I just want to, I can kind of see how it cuts in a lot more cleaner when I have smooth shaded off. So it's good to use it when you're finalizing it, like adding fine details. But towards this part, you know, I like having it off. So over here, you know, getting this in. Now typically I would probably like create like a eyelash piece for her, typically, but since we're creating a game ready asset, it's redundant. You're not gonna see, you know, an eyelash piece. So I'm just doing something like along the lines of this, just because, like I said, you're not gonna really necessarily see any kind of like eyelash or something along that manner. So, all right. And with the eye is the same thing as like the mouth, essentially. Like you want to make sure the eye curves like how the mouth curves. You know how I was saying, like, you don't want it to be flat on an object, you kind of want it to curve. The same thing goes in this case with the eye, is you don't want anything to necessarily be flat. You want it to kind of curve into place. And use that time more wisely in creating, like, you know, the rest of the body and stuff like that. But we'll get back to this but for right now, we'll probably keep it as that. But we'll definitely before like finalizing one piece. So I just keep working within details. So I do primary details, secondary details, and then, you know, on each piece they have their own set of details. So, you know, some pieces have a lot of secondary details that, you know, you have to put in. Some pieces, you know, you could just overlay it with one set of detail and then it looks good after that. So kind of like the lips and the eyelids, those are pieces where you want to make sure that, you know, you set the right amount of detail in there. You don't kind of just go right over it and then necessarily finish it. So it's out. Using the scrape brush now to kind of go over my entire mesh. Kind of start squaring this entire thing out. Scale down. Okay. Alrighty. Sculpt draw brush, kind of carve in his ear, her ear. I think this is like the 5th time I called it. I called her him. Okay. And zoom out. Carve this in. Now for the anatomy of this ear, I mean, it's not really like a set guide, just like how I was saying, like you're not gonna really see too much of this, but you know, if you want to do like a nice set like piece of anatomy for this, yeah, by all means, just, you know, create like kind of maybe look at either World of Warcraft kind of characters and, you know, create anatomy off that, or kind of look at, you know, an actual ear anatomy and then envision that ear anatomy in like something like this, which is hard to envision, I know, but in order to create something along the lines of this, you would have to, you know, have some imagination. So, you know, like if I break it down, let me see if I could get like a nice image of an ear. So if we break it down, like the piece that comes that is at the end of your ear, you can't see my screen, but something like that. If I just strictly look at something like that, you know, we can easily create like a elf ear, or you can look at elf ears. That's another thing. I forgot that it was an elf. So if you want to look at like maybe some fairy / elf styled ears, by all means you could do something like that. And I'm sure there's like a bunch of different style of references within there that you could probably do really quickly and then figure it out, and then, you know, have like these nice different styles of references and so on and so on. Right now I'm looking at just a normal human ear, and I'm just, you know, creating like certain cuts and crevices that would like typically be in a human ear, but like I'm kind of creating like a elf ear with it. But I'm sure if you use like an elf style ear, you can get like very clean like imagery and anatomy of it. Because I've seen like within like anime shows and things like that, like these style of ears, like these elf style of ears. So like you know, it's not like a first, you know, you have different variations of them, and I'm doing it very roughly just because I said this is a in-game asset, and, you know, we don't have infinity time to create it. So like I'm not gonna sit here and kind of create like this in-depth like anatomical ear, kind of just doing it very roughly and very quickly, just to get rid of, you know, just this plain slab of you know, ear. I want it to be at least like nice looking. So coming in, just carving some things in to make it look a bit nicer. And then we'll probably do a runoff. I don't know what that was. We'll probably do a runoff at the end of our sculpting, just to finalize everything, like pieces of the ear and stuff like that, just to make it look a bit nicer at the end. Okay. Alrighty, so right around here, I'll start adding some mass. Alrighty. I'm just looking at like a basic human shaped ear right now. Or like, I think right now I'm looking at that image I just showed you guys, like the kid shape of the ear. And I know this is not like perfect by any means, like this looks really like off-putting and it doesn't look correct. But you know, within a game, you know, from a distance, you're not going to be able to tell. So that's why I'm just trying to like kind of rush it a little bit. Not rush it, but like not really like put too much time within creating like the inner parts of her ear. Just because it's not too important to the mesh. What I will do is I'll kind of shave this down a little bit. Bring this up. And everything at this point, everything, like every little piece of this is subject to change. So as we do the ear, like that doesn't mean like this is a finalized styled ear. It doesn't mean like it's completed by any means. So everything we're doing could be subject to change, if you kind of know what I mean. Some things out, you know, creating some crevices and lines. Okay. Alrighty, so right around here, I'll probably just narrow this in just like that, and then come around, dig that in, and start smoothing all this out. Even smooth that out, just so we have like the ear placement. So we have that right there. Like I said, not perfect by any means, but you know, good enough for what we need. So that in. Okay, so let's just add some. I didn't focus on like pieces that we weren't gonna see too much, like her head. We're gonna see kind of her midsection. I kind of did like a little bit in detail, like I fixed her abs and stuff like that, and like I kind of tried to focus on her belly and things like that. But like over here, you can see I indented where her like stomach would be, and then you know, pushed out her hips kind of like this. But like her shoulders, her arms a little bit we're gonna kind of see, but in grave detail, not really too much, just because we're gonna have armor and stuff attached to the character. So I tried to focus more on things that like are gonna be seen, like her face. I really tried to focus on her ears. Obviously, are gonna be seen, so that's something that we, you know, is a very huge focal point in creating. So her lips is something that, you know, still right now I'm not really too happy with. We turn Dino topology off really quick, try to fix her lips, and then we'll probably call it for this session. Okay. All right, so only thing is I feel like they're sticking out so much, and it is honestly to the point where it's bothering me a little bit. Just smooth some things out, push some things in, move some things around, and try to better the situation a little bit more. She has very thick lips, and this is really good. I'm happy that you can see me essentially like struggle with what I'm doing, just because when you're watching like a tutorial or something, how often do you see people kind of not get it right at the first time? And that is something that, you know, really cool about live VDU, is that like I can come in here and kind of be okay with not liking something, and seeing kind of the process I would have to take to you know, like kind of essentially recover what I did. Really cool. Now, right, probably smooth these out just a little bit. Crazy. just kind of just really trying to kind of see how the lips are gonna fit the character right now. And I know they're just lips, but they're a crucial focal point to the character, and you know, I think they're like very big to making, you know, this all tie together very nicely. So that is why I'm kind of emphasizing detail on them. And you can see I'm actually going back and reiterating them just slightly. So something's bothering you, don't be like, oh, I already did it, you know. I'm done. I already did it. Go back and, you know, fix it. Try to reiterate, try to create more, try to make it better, you know. Don't kind of settle with one thing. You know, try your hardest to really like make it how you wanted it to be from the get-go. And if you do that, your models will always tend to be like exponential. Trying to create this bulb at the tip of her nose. Okay. Alrighty. Just finishing, doing some like fixing up to her nose and stuff like that. Nothing crazy though. Not really doing any major changes right now. Which I think we're past right now is like those major changes. But I'm trying to like clean up some pieces of the mesh. With her eyes, I think we could delete this eyeball. I think her eyes too close, too far apart, I mean. So what I would do, and just probably last thing, let me just see how we're doing with time. Yeah, this is probably the last thing we do. What I would probably do is just use the grab tool, and you know, I'd probably move in this eye right here a little bit closer in. I'd probably bring this eye over, trying to make it fit within this mesh. For watching this session, I hope to see you guys in the next one. Have a good one. Hey there guys, welcome back to a brand new session. I think this is session 4, and within this session we're going to be actually starting to sculpt in details within our mesh. We're going to finalize all of our details within this session, and then the next session we're going to go into creating her wardrobe to kind of make her look something along the lines of like this creature that we have. Not exactly, but something along the lines of that, like with her gauntlets and her boots and stuff like that. We'll try to replicate that, but within this session we're going to be going in and kind of finalizing all the details within her base mesh, because there are quite a few things that we have to kind of do. So first thing I'll probably do is I'll go into sculpt mode. I'm going to turn in clay strips brush, and you know, I'll turn my dino topology on. And with my dino topology, I'm going to actually start going into her base mesh. So like in here, you know, I'll probably lower this down, this resolution down just a bit. And I'm going to actually start texturing in all of this. Actually, before I do that, I just want to double check very quickly. Let me export out. Let me exit out of here. Let's go back into scope mode, and I'm going to let me get rid of that mask. I'm going to make sure symmetry is on. Okay, awesome. So I'll redo my dino topology really quickly. Let's bring it down to around like a 6, and then yeah, underneath here, go to clay strips brush. Underneath here, I'm going to you know, start playing with this a little bit more to get kind of like a better shape going on with this. So yeah, I'm just trying to now get some subtle more details in here. So it kind of starts taking the shape of like this night elf slash archer. I want it to be kind of very, not very detailed, but detailed to the point where you can kind of see how it's looking from like a far view, and you can notice that it's looking pretty well and stuff like that. I want it to be smooth and clean also. It's one of my big goals. Alrighty. And like I said, within the next session, we're going to be getting into creating the rest of her armor for the set, and then we'll probably go in and probably do the last things like creating her, oh, well, that's something that we don't need right here. Something I was kind of testing out. All right. So in the next sessions, we'll be creating her like armor, gear, and stuff like that to finish that off. We'll actually try to get into creating her hair also within this session. So luckily for the World of Warcraft style, she doesn't really have like muscular separation. She doesn't really have really depth details or stuff like that. It's fortunately simple, and that's good for the sake of the tutorial. Like, we don't want it to be like very in depth and very detailed, just because I feel like it would be so much harder to kind of sculpt out something with the time restraints that we have. From something low poly to something high poly in like AAA. And the basis of what this video is trying to get trying to take this low poly asset and create it in like new terms of like how we create models now, which is with sculpting, normal maps, a whole bunch of different stuff. Like for cloth, you can use Marvelous Designer and stuff like that. There's a bunch of different stuff we can do nowadays to make our meshes look amazing. Our technology can just handle better graphics also. So being able to make better graphics is amazing, but the technology that's actually playing our games, the computers, the consoles and stuff like that, they can actually handle these graphics now, which is amazing. So keep that in mind. And the goal is to kind of create something from this that that's high enough poly, but nothing ridiculous, because we want it to be a game ready asset. It's not like a piece that's supposed to be within like advertised work or anything like that. It's supposed to be a game ready asset, and then you'll see when we get into like pieces of her face and stuff like that, when we're modeling gear and stuff like that, we're gonna really use our textures in the long run. So we're gonna rely on our detail from our normal map. We're also going to be using our textures to allow us to create, more vivid details and things popping out that, don't seem to be popping out and stuff like that. Back in the day, everything was kind of hand painted for Blizzard games. Till they started using like PBR style texturing and stuff like that, I think in Overwatch and games like that they kind of stepped a bit back, but it works for them. It allows you to create a lot of detail in a quick amount of time. But as technology progresses, to keep with the times, they started creating games, much more efficiently. Sorry, just double checking. And that allowed Blizzard to pump out more content and stuff like that. So texture artists are pretty hard to come by, these hand painted texture artists, just because it is like a very, very amazing skill to have. But as sculpting emerged, you kind of can get the same fundamental look almost, just because you can sculpt all this detail that you would originally texture. You can sculpt all that detail in, and you can bake that all onto a normal map. So let's use our crease brush over here and start giving her lower back a little more definition. out. Probably down her spine, you know, I'll probably define it a little more. And then I'll probably go all the way down her spine. Then I'll smooth this out just so it's not very harsh. Strips brush. Smoothing some areas, going into her rear deltoid. And just smoothing some things out, keeping it nice and crisp and clean. Nothing crazy. Right? All of this out. And over here towards the wrist, you can see we probably have to add much more detail. But you don't want to overdo it just for the fact that this is going to be a game asset. And you don't want to really overdo the amount of detail you're going to be putting in. If this is a piece that you're going to be showing off, or if this is a piece that, you know, you might use some like marketing work, like a lot of games, you know, they have like pieces that right here. By the way, just to kind of tell you guys, I kind of like look at my hand almost to sculpt out all this stuff. You know, I don't really like just go off the top of my head. I try to like look at like how my hand is broken up and stuff like that to kind of get a better gauge of how, you know, a palm essentially looks. Very roughly, I'm going to use a grab tool and I'm going to see over here. This is kind of pulled out in a weird situation. I want to pull her palm out a little more. Maybe push some values in, pull some values out, just because the shape's kind of weird to me, so I want to kind of fix it a little bit. Thicken her wrist just a little too. And yeah, you could just come over here and continue the process on what we were doing. And it took me some time to get used to the whole sculpting thing. I used to be a regular 3D modeler that didn't really delve into sculpting. It wasn't like my forte. I really like just, you know, modeling things out like with basic shapes and stuff like that. But a couple years into it, I just felt like I was getting capped out with what I can kind of do. So I decided to take that that initial step and try to further myself by practicing sculpting. And once I took that step, once I said like, oh, I'm gonna start learning how to do this, I started really picking it up very quickly. If you are like any sort of artist, like if you have an artistic side to you, between like 2D art, I think personally it's gonna pick up faster. I'm not a 2D artist, but I tried learning 2D artists before I did any kind of 3D, and I found myself kind of realizing like, wow, a lot of the antics we use in creating, you know, these 3D models are kind of like these fundamental cores within 2D drawing. So it's kind of like a realization. If you understand the concept of, you know, making beautiful 2D drawings, you can kind of you know, create like beautiful 3D sculpts, I think. Just you have to get the hang of it, but once you get the hang of it, it's fairly simple and it's really easy to do. I wouldn't say really easy to do, but you know, I think it'd be easier for somebody who knows 2D to pick it up than let's just say somebody who had no idea how to draw or anything like that. Because modeling, you don't really take modeling into effect when you are sculpting. Like your skill of, you know, creating box models and stuff like that, it doesn't really translate when you're sculpting. It really has no bounds of translation. So like, I wasn't really like using any of my knowledge from when from what I knew from like, you know, modeling shapes and modeling like boxes and modeling buildings and stuff like that. I wasn't really using that in my sculpts at all, because, you know, much more of an artistic boundary, and you're not really too focused on any of that stuff. So you don't really box model, you just kind of add geometry, you know, by using brush strokes, and that's basically it. You know, you don't really do anything else. It's not really too hard to do, but it's really hard to start getting, and it's really hard to master. It's not really hard to get into, but it's really hard to, like, you know, get to that level where you feel like your work is suitable to kind of show off and stuff like that, or make a game out of. I would advise you, if you guys are 3D modelers, unless you're doing, which you wouldn't probably be watching this video, unless you're doing like AutoCAD or SolidWorks or something like that, which is more like, you know, practical use of modeling, so like engineering style things. I would advise, unless you're that, I would advise you to learn sculpting if you want to pursue a career within 3D modeling. It's just kind of like a little side note that I kind of wanted to talk about during this session. Just very quickly, you know. Okay, so right now I'm just, you know, adding in, and it's kind of at an accelerated pace. I'm kind of trying to speed up the process as I'm creating, but nonetheless, I'm trying to create relative detail, just small individual things to kind of bring out the mesh in a nicer light, and so it doesn't kind of look like a blob. She kind of looks clean and nice, and, you know, she looks kind of like a warrior. So over here you're gonna see me, I'm gonna pull out the quads a little, and I'll probably dip the hamstrings in a little and pull out her glutes. A lot of just trial and error, if I'm being honest, 100% honest. I'm gonna undo that, especially to get to the point where, you know, can come in and start sculpting and start doing things like on your own. You're gonna have to do a lot of like trial and error. You're gonna have to kind of figure things out how you like it, realize that, you know, some things maybe in your head work, but when you get to the actual practicality to it, it's sometimes just not gonna work. I think once you get all of that, once you understand how, you know, all that kind of stuff works, I'm gonna kind of crease this over, smooth that over here. I think that's when, you know, it would be much easier to kind of start creating like almost anything. As long as you know what you're doing, you can attack almost any project. It's just a matter of time. If you're willing to say like, all right, I don't know how to do this, but I have the time to kind of learn it. If you're willing to do that, then you know, I can say like you guys can probably like do anything you want, honestly, to be honest. Not even trying to be cheesy or anything, but I feel like if I have enough time and the willingness to learn, you know, not being lazy, I can, you know, you can go about sculpting anything. Okay, so sorry about, you know, talking about those things. I'm gonna come back to talking about, you know, what's actually important, which is the archer, the night elf. So, she's not really an exact replica of what like the night elf, I guess, would realistically look like in like a higher res situation, like how we're doing it right now. I don't think she would be like an exact replica of that. I think it's kind of an interpretation of what Blender's lagging really bad right now. So I know you guys can probably see that. Let me come over here. So over here, really quickly, I'm going to do her eyes. So I'm going to redo and restructure her eyes. So very quickly, you're going to see I'm going to break up some of this. And I'll take off Dino topology now because I think we already have enough topology within her eyes that we don't need to create more topology in there. Okay, so kind of smooth this out. Okay, I'm going to scale this down. I'm going to start pushing this in more. Now this is something you want to really keep in touch with your reference. I'm just doing this because from the eye, how it was looking before, there wasn't really any kind of curvature to it. There wasn't any eyelid that's kind of like an upper eyelid that's predominant. And when I was looking at the reference, the upper eyelid, like mostly, was very predominant. And I was like, oh no, like my character essentially doesn't almost have an upper eyelid. It's kind of like a flat surface. And I understand that, yeah, this is going to be a game styled character. You know, it's not going to be a marketing or anything kind of character. So, you know, necessarily you don't really need an eyelash, you know, an eyelid, I mean, not an eyelash, sorry. But just for the sake of the video, for it to look good, because I am kind of showing you guys how to create it and you're going to see the final product. I don't want the final product to look like atrocious. So I'm going to kind of put in the extra time, you know, to kind of create like a nicer style eyelid. So you can see I'm starting to carve out some pieces over here and, you know, filling up pieces to kind of create her eyelid in a nicer manner. Come over here with the crease brush, start creasing in some places to kind of start bringing that out just a little bit more than how it was in the beginning. Use the grab tool over here, and then, you know, I'll use a clay strips tool to bring this out. Smooth that out. Smooth the top out. I'll break this down just a little bit. Towards the middle of her nose, like right here, I'll probably start breaking down. I'm really looking at reference too. As I'm doing this, I'm not going off my own kind of idea of how this elf kind of looks. I'm really trying to follow what we have given to us. Well, what I've researched. Really not really given to us, but okay. Luckily, Blizzard has a lot of concept artists, and you know, we have a lot of references that we can kind of use, different kind of styles of archers and stuff like that, but nonetheless a lot of different references that we can kind of use and take advantage of. Okay, so now I'm going to use let's use the inflate tool, you know, inflate her bottom eye, and then you can probably inflate the top over here. Use a pinch tool, you know, to pinch this all in together. Pinch the top of the eye together. We're going to start having to kind of maneuver how the eyelid is going to kind of take place on this eye. Really want to bring this down, push it back, pushing the eyelid back, just like so. Out. It's a long process. It takes a long time to get it right and to get it how you want, because it's not going to be like it's not going to look perfect the first time. You just got to reiterate it and you know, follow some steps and make sure you're really working towards creating, you know, a clean, nice eye, I would say. All right, let's use our crease brush, and over here I'm gonna really try to crease in the side of her eye. It's kind of my big point right now on what I'm trying to do. I don't really care about anything else. I just want the side of her eye to be creased, and you know, this piece to kind of go in. Move that out. Probably turn on Dino Topology right now. See how we're doing with time. We're doing pretty good with time. All right. Just because we want to get all the details done within this session, so I don't really want to take too much time on like certain pieces of a mesh. Okay, scale this up. Alrighty. So we're gonna use a mask tool. Take Dino. I don't think we need Dino topology for this part, so we could take that off. We're going to mask the upper eyelid. So wherever we want the upper eyelid, kind of draw your black mask over here. And you know, you can fill it in now. I usually like to outline it just like that, and then I fill it in with a bigger brush. So get a nice crisp line if you can. And now, since that's like how it is, I'm going to use a grab tool. I'm going to try to like push out her brow bone just a little bit. Try to push this out. Kind of bring it down almost. As I'm doing that, I'm going to start smoothing this out. So I'm going to start bringing this in, smoothing this out. I'm going to build up some mass, but I'm going to smooth it out as I'm building it up. Build this up underneath the eyelid. I'm going to build up some mass. Okay, let's see how that looks. Alt M. Obviously, we're going to have to smooth this out. That's starting to look a lot better. It's starting to feel more like the actual mesh, the actual night elf. Alrighty. Now, if I was doing probably a promotional piece, I would probably now at this point create like eyelashes on the corner of her eyes. But since we're not doing any promotional work, you know, it's not like a marketing piece, and this is going to be a game piece, I'm not going to really go into, you know, into detail on creating like an eyelash or something like that, just because I just feel like there's no real gain to learning that, and it's just not going to be seen if you're going to use this in a game, and it's just not optimized. I'd rather just texture something like that on, opposed to going in and, you know, modeling it out. There's still variations of what we're doing that we can fix. You know, nothing's perfect still. Even though we're saying we're finalizing this piece on like a detail standpoint, there's still a lot that, you know, we can go in and fix up, like parts of the eyelid and stuff like that. So not done completely yet. We're just trying to refine right now. Trying to get it to a place where we feel kind of comfortable with it, and then once we're comfortable with it, then we can kind of keep working on it. So I'm gonna get out of here and go into orthographic view so I can kind of get into a nice little better feel over here. Don't want to spend too much time on like an eye. Said that like 5 minutes ago and we're still here, but I just don't want it to kind of be misrepresented. I don't want it to look off-putting or something. That's why I'm kind of getting in here and creating some different shapes and stuff like that to make sure it looks representable. Over here, you know, I'll bring up the under eye. We just call this session eye. Just the whole session is about doing the eyelid. And honestly, like, that is something that, like, I feel like is actually possible to do. Very possible, actually. It's not just possible, it's very possible to, you know, I feel like do an entire session or entire, like, entire hour session on, like, a body part. It's probably not the most optimal way, but I feel like it would be the most packed learning experience, just because you have, you know, an hour of work, an hour video of just, you know, one topic. It's not like, oh, we're doing the eye really quick, and then, oh, we're gonna do this now, and then, oh, we're doing that. It's just like whole straight hour video on how to do this, and then another hour video on how to do that, and you can kind of really get like a good gauge on on different stuff to do and things like that. Okay, so really quickly we're going to go into object mode. We're going to add a cube, scale this cube down, subdivide it twice. So hit W, subdivide, smooth it twice, not just subdivide, sorry about that. Bring it towards the middle, scale this up. Bring it back like right around here. We scale it up to right around there. And I'm going to rotation and lock that. And let's actually turn Dino topology on. And you know, we can just sculpt on this. And the reason why I'm going to just sculpt on this very quickly is this is going to be kind of a mock-up for the character's hair, the elf's hair. So that is kind of why I'm just going to very quickly just, you know, pack on some detail. And the reason why we're going to do that very quickly is so now we can use the grab tool, okay? And we can, you know, grab this down, bring this down, you know, start bringing it to like a reasonable spot. Probably down to where, at least from the reference, what I see, it goes probably down to her mid-back. Past her hair for sure. Past her neck, I mean, for sure. Goes down probably all the way to like right there, I would say. And we just need to add some detail in here because it is kind of getting a little kind of messy. Need to add some detail. And then obviously she has a very pulled back style of haircut. It's not a haircut, but just her general style of hair is very pulled back. So if you see from the reference on this image right here, you can see our hairstyle is very pulled back, and then you can see kind of the parts of where the hair is planted within her head. So towards her forehead of her head, it's kind of flat. Her hair is kind of flat in that sense. Towards the forehead of her head. And we're gonna try to kind of replicate this look. First, let's try to move this off her body a little bit. We don't want this kind of glued to her body. We kind of want her hair kind of be off her body. It'd be easier to animate too in the long run. If you want to animate her hair, maybe have it flow or something like that. It'd be easier to do it if it's like kind of off of her body. You know, kind of trim some of these pieces down over here. This out. We'll use under there the snake hook brush to kind of fix that. And then towards like the top of her head, we're gonna start skimming this down. We'll use G over here for the grab tool to, you know, to bring this up. Yeah, and now we're going to try to get like a good base. Now it's not 100% matched up because I can tell from the symmetry right now that it's not 100% matched up, and we kind of have to make it generally matched, or else it's gonna look a little bit weird. So we'll keep playing with it, you know, we'll turn some things on, turn some things off, and then we'll adjust and play with it. But alright, so let's just keep, you know, trimming all this up, flattening this up, you know, kind of keeping it at a nice angle. And I'm really trying to copy the reference in this case because I feel like her hair is something that that is pretty important to this mesh, you know. I don't want to kind of mess that up. I'm going to start creating these strands over here. And I'm going to go down and, you know, very harshly do it, and then scale my brush down. And it's a quick way to add some layers of hair. Now it's not the best way to do it, but it's a very quick way to kind of create like a replicated hairstyle, and we'll go into more in-depth variations of it. But for right now, I'm just trying to add some you know, texture and noise to the hair. Hitting control now to kind of push this in a little bit. And that's probably about good for right now, and then we'll go more in depth into it. So let's use a grab tool. Looking at where her kind of hair aligns, smooth all this piece, these pieces out right here. I'll look at it kind of from straight ahead. Let's use a scrape tool. Let's turn the curve to a flat curve like that. And, you know, let's scrape all this up right now. Flatten these out. Okay. Now that it's all nice and flattened out, you know, I'm getting rid of kind of the noise we just created. Now that it's all nice and flattened out, now I'm going to flatten it out a little more around the ears. So around right here, you know, kind of trim this on. It's not supposed to really be sticking out her hair. It's supposed to be essentially almost like on her head, like it's supposed to be very pulled back towards the tip right here, so you don't want it to be like poofing out. So right now I'm going to try a couple of different techniques, maybe using the snake hook brush, and you know, maybe over here in the corner pulling her hairline back, essentially, like I don't think that's gonna work, so use a grab brush then. Pinch this back, then use the pinch brush to kind of pinch that in together. Smooth that out. Use a crease brush now. Let's use a crease brush to like crease this in over here. We're just trying to use various techniques to kind of create like a, I'm gonna use a pinch again. I'm gonna pinch over here. You can smooth this out by holding shift. Pinch in the corner over here. Just using some techniques to, you know, create like a nice looking like pull back on her hair. That's all we really want. Okay. Kind of just using the scrape tool now to kind of create this this line over here. Probably use a crease tool just like how we just did with the other pieces, and you know, crease this in, crease this piece in, and I don't think I would crease this middle piece in. I think just these pieces are good enough. Move this out. Towards the side of her head, we kind of have to replicate the same thing we just did. Use a crease brush, use a grab brush, push some values forward, you know, bring them out just like that. It's kind of like a repetitive process, I would say. Kind of do the same thing over and over and over again until you grab something that you generally like. Okay, you know what? Actually, with the side of her head, this side of her head, I'm going to just bring this back and keep it just like that. Kind of swoop it in, just like so. Okay. Now you could honestly, for something like this, you can texture this on her forehead, you know? This doesn't have to be a model. You can texture this like hair on her forehead already, so something that you're not really into creating, you know, sculpts. You can just use this as a texture. Like have her forehead at a plane and then use the plane as a texture. Then texture like those pieces that we're trying to create. Okay, so let's use a snake hook and let's see if we can maybe like pull some pieces of her hair out and down to create maybe like a nice little effect. Oh, that doesn't look good. Let's turn the strength down just a little bit. Alrighty. Scale that down. Right, maybe towards the side like this, you know, bring some pieces of her hair down. I don't like that piece really towards the middle right here. I'm gonna kind of Control Z that situation out of there. And I think for right now at least this is pretty good. Some fixing, obviously, some, you know, cleaning up. And it is very symmetrical right now. I would say, like, if you have time, you know, just take symmetry off and create it to where it's not, you know, as symmetrical on each side. Probably shade these down a little bit. Get rid of that. Kind of push this in, just so it's not like perfectly the same on each side. If you want to, you know, make it like how it looks in World of Warcraft, I guess. And I'm not entirely sure, just because I don't really, from the reference I'm looking at, I don't really play World of Warcraft like religiously. So, or Warcraft, I think this is from. So I'm not entirely sure on what they do to kind of create like these meshes, like what style each mesh is. So if you are like a pretty big fan of Warcraft, then and you're watching this, which is really cool. I feel like anyone who games and is a 3D modeler is cool, just because you can essentially create your own, you know, your favorite like game characters and stuff like that. And I think that's pretty awesome. But what was I gonna say? I forgot. I lost my train of thought really quick. Well, if you are a fan of the series, like Warcraft series, you know, I'm showing you kind of how I would go about creating like an archer girl, but a night elf, I think that's what it's called exactly. But like, you can definitely take these ideas and you know, manipulate them and maneuver them around, and you know, create like maybe a different style of archer or something like that. It doesn't really have to necessarily be this exact style perfectly, you know. Just saying, like, you know, if you want to create like a different kind of style, take the tactics that I'm doing and just try to kind of, I'm gonna kind of also really quickly just take off these points. I don't think they look good. Probably leave them just subtly, just like that. But you know, you can create your own kind of style of character if you want. All right, I'm just adding some detail to her hair. Probably smooth all this out, and then you know, you can go in and create like another pass over of creating her hair. But I think for her hair, at least, that's pretty good. Do file save that. Let me see how we're doing with time. We're at 40 minutes, which is really good, actually. I'm actually really happy. Probably now, since my computer is kind of tax-free right now, because I'm not really, I was rendering a previous session, so whenever I render, it's hard to kind of sculpt a little. But since I can sculpt now, what I'm going to be doing is kind of finishing up the face of the character, and then, you know, maybe touching up like the ears and stuff, and then probably calling it for this session. And I know, like, I wish it was not as you know, boring, I would say. Not boring, but I wish it was not as repetitive what we're doing. I wish it was kind of more of like a funner antic, like we can kind of create like it's kind of something new, like you're learning something new every second. But it's more in reality, it's more just me kind of sculpting this out, finding, you know, techniques and ways on how to do it. And then, you know, after you find kind of like the certain way on how to do it, you kind of just, you know, repeat the process, refine it, make it look nicer, make it look a little bit better, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it. Sounds boring to say it, but in reality, that's it. It's a hard thing to be a 3D modeler. And I try to teach as much as I can. And I'm not no master by any means. I'm not trying to say like, oh, like learn from me, but I try to give back any knowledge that I can kind of give back, and you know, try to avoid people's mistakes. Like I don't like when people create mistakes and stuff like that, just because it'll deter you away from your goal. You know, when I used to mess up a lot, and I mean a lot, it would deter me away from, you know, creating, you know, beautiful assets and stuff like that for my games, for personal work, for, you know, freelancing work. It would, if I mess up and I don't know how to do something, it would almost kill me to a point. It's because I would want to do it so bad. Oh, let me stop the anime. I would want to do it so bad, but, you know, I just wouldn't have it in me. I wouldn't be able to. That's like the worst feeling, if I have to say, is wanting to create something and you don't know how to create it. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is if you have enough time and you know the fundamentals, you can kind of create anything that, you know, it's already set in stone. I solidified it. I know I can create something of that caliber. Now it's kind of like the next step, like, oh, maybe like I should try to create like a creature, or I should try to create like a monsters. I don't really know. It's just, I'm kind of talking off the top of my head now. But once you kind of, let's just say if you created like a World of Warcraft character, you know, it's your favorite game, or like let's say a Fortnite character, let's say a Halo character, Star Wars character, anime character, any kind of character. After you create it, and you know, it's gonna take a couple of tries, but once you get it into your arsenal and you kind of like mastered it, then you can go back and be like, wow, like, you know, I did this, I know how to do this, I understand the workflow and stuff like that, and it help a lot. All right, but right now, back to the tutorial. I'm going in and I'm kind of sculpting out the ear a little bit nicer, a little bit better. I'm bringing up some thickness behind the ear, just because it feels like a little flat back here. So kind of want it to be more round shaped, the back of her ear. Hit backspace to just focus on one piece of her. Yeah, I kind of want to thicken the back of her ear up. It's not like a flat shape. And you can see it progressively, obviously, but it progressively gets better each and every session we go about creating this night elf. You know, now back in the day, this would be very hard to, this would be physically impossible to do, you know, creating like a creature like this, but like sculpting wise, just because they didn't have the technology back then. But luckily now that we do have the technology, you know, we can use it to create like these beautiful, you know, diverse meshes, and very quickly too. Like I understand that this is like probably like a couple hour session, not session, tutorial series, but in retrospect, it usually takes these game companies quite a long time to create a character. And the fact that we're kind of creating a character in like a couple hours, yeah, it's not AAA quality, but like with some subtle refinement and some subtle touches, by all means it could be, you know, you could get to that quality where, you know, it can be AAA. So It's just a matter of how much time you kind of put into it. The more time you put in, the better it's going to tend to look. The more time I really sit here and I kind of model out these fingers, and I create some detail within them. I create some creases and stuff like that. The better it's going to tend to look. Okay. Here, I'll create some thickness in the hands. Now, this is something like I said this a little while ago, but when I create hands, I tend to look at my actual hand. And it's one of the only things I do. I look at my own body part to do, because whether it's like a muscular guy, a skinny guy, a creature or something. Well, creature maybe not, but usually hands are hands. You can kind of use anyone's hands as reference, just to create hands. So. And it's really quick and easy to do that. You just, turn around and turn your hand around, and you just essentially look at it, and bam, it's right there. It's nice, easy, accessible. I recommend you do it. Okay. And just like I was saying with the eyes, like the hands could be like another series almost. Like hands is something that, I don't really, I'm doing a higher quality mesh, a mesh, and where it's gonna take some time to kind of do, to make it look like AAA quality. I'll take a long time on creating like these pieces that a lot of people who are just like, oh, just the hands, like whatever. I take a lot of time in creating those pieces. So like I would take maybe like, it's kind of embarrassing, I don't want to say, but I would take a couple hours on creating like a simple hand sculpt, which is, yeah, like I said, embarrassing. But that is to create like a complete finalized piece towards the end. It's not something I would do on like every single piece, like no way. It's just something I would do on certain things, to make it look good. Like if you maybe have like a piece like for your portfolio or something, you're like, oh, I want this piece to look exponentially good. Like I would take the time on a piece like that to put in the detail and things that typically people like, nobody really looks at hands. So I would probably try to take the time and, make them as nice as possible so it can kind of wow people. Like, oh wow, look at that. It's a nice hand. This is just very quick and rough. I'm not trying to wow anyone right now. Just trying to get it done. Oh, I messed up right there. Let me Control Z. Let me see how we're doing with time. Okay, we're around 50 minutes, which isn't bad, but time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I mean, doing these videos is like a blessing because I love creating different kind of objects, and this allows me to fuse these two things together, and do both. Create like beautiful kind of meshes and stuff like that, at the same time, can do like modeling and sculpting and things I genuinely like. To get in these knuckles, it would take like, all right, I don't know why I smoothed everything right there. To get in these knuckles, it'll take pretty long time. So I'm gonna kind of bypass them very quickly. I'm gonna really just circle in these nail beds a little bit better. Not really focus on the subtle detail of the hands, just like I was saying with like the detail on like the face and stuff. If you're not going to necessarily see the detail on the face, logically it wouldn't make sense to be like, oh, let me detail the hands tremendously, just because if I'm not really emphasizing the face, which is the focal point of a character, typically it wouldn't make sense to emphasize like the finger beds or the fingernails of a character. Yeah, if I was doing like a actual piece, I would definitely go in and, you know, create some cracks with inner fingernails, and, you know, I'd create like cleaner looking fingernails and maybe some variation to them. Maybe some nail polish on them. I don't know why she would wear nail polish, because she's an elf, but I don't know. I wouldn't judge. So over here you can see it's kind of messed up a little bit. That's fine. Like I said, it's not the finalized mesh. Yeah, okay. So game ready. So to get her game ready, you know, per se, with quotation marks on it, to get her game ready and finished, we're going to have to kind of create a lower poly version of this, because if you look right now, this is almost 1 million polygons, you know, on just like a character's base body. So to kind of create a game ready version where it's like only a couple hundred polygons, maybe like a 2,000 polygons or 3,000, we're going to have to do like a set of retopology on this character. And, you know, bring this up over here. Just using reference right now to kind of guide me in this situation. Get her hand in here. All right. So let me push this up. Now I'm really telling you guys, a reference will go a long way. If you guys use it, if you guys are actually using all your reference files and looking at, you know, different angles of the references, and, you know, interpreting like how it would look like in different lighting and different poses, it's gonna go a long way for you guys when you're creating assets. Trust me. Like, that's, if there's one thing I can kind of emphasize that I've messed up on in the past, is creating models without reference. Every time I've done it, you've seen it. You can tell every time I've done it. Let's just say that. So, yeah, I'm gonna kind of smooth her out. Her arms are starting to look like really jacked, and that is not okay. We do not want that. So, I think that's it. I don't really want to finish, because, you know, I can stay here all day. Like, I kind of love doing all this kind of stuff. I don't really want to necessarily finish, but you know, I'd probably say this is kind of done at this point of sculpting. Like, she's pretty much done, I would say, you know. Getting that in. Bridge in right here, and then sculpt, smoothing this out. Turn her eyes. Oh, we have to do backslash to get back everything. So backslash. Her ears could use a little more work. That's something that, you know, this is a World of Warcraft character. I mean, this whole thing can technically use more work, just because, you know, such a hard creature to create. So, when you are creating like something like this, smooth out her chest, and that's probably it. When you are creating something like this, you realize, like, wow, like, Blizzard's amazing. They make these beautiful creatures and they consistently do it. And yeah, it's a little bit easier to do it like how I'm doing it right now. It's a lot easier. I don't know why I said a little bit. It's a lot easier to do it like how I'm doing it right now, with like essentially like copying what is already given to me, like having this reference. Now we are retrieving like a low poly kind of style character and creating it in a high poly style, but smooth all that out. But nonetheless, it's much easier to have all this kind of reference already for me with the Blizzard world and stuff like that, than having to like come up with like, you know, creating these styles and stuff like that. That is ridiculous that they had to do that. So every time I work on a piece, whether it's like a building for World of Warcraft, or it's you know recreating a low poly character and high poly style, and it's something to do with Blizzard, I really admire them just because, you know, their work is just so handcrafted, so beautiful. It just kind of shocks me every time I work on it. Alright, but that's enough for the Blizzard bandwagon. You don't need to hear any more from me. She is looking pretty much decent right now. She's at the point where she's, you know, almost done. You know, a couple more kind of touches. I like how it was like, oh, when I finish this, I'll be done, and I'm still over here, you know, trying to fit in the most amount of detail I can right now within this piece. But I don't want to do anything off the camera. I want everything I'm doing to be kind of on the camera, with the exception of some stuff. You know, I'll add maybe some variation and some subtle stuff off camera just to emphasize the mesh a little better. But I want to do the majority of our work on camera. I don't want to have to do things off. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it, guys, for this one. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Steven Davidian, and like always, have a good one. Peace. Hey there, guys, welcome back to a brand new video. This is, I think, session 5, and within this session we're going to actually be going over covering how to create basic armors and pathways to kind of creating this Warcraft 3 Night Elf in a higher resolution form. So we're going to be going from creating from starting off with a low poly concept to creating like this armored Night Elf in a high resolution. Just like as the times progress, just showing you how you can kind of go from like a AAA company that created something from a low resolution to, you know, like a solo independent artist creating it in a higher resolution. So the first thing we're going to be doing is covering her armor. So I can remove all this. I can start off with this starter skin, and yeah, right now I'll select everything up to around here. And I'll duplicate this. Okay, so I'll duplicate this out. I'll hit spacebar and separate this entire thing. Now I can hide this. Make sure I keep this. I can apply it, smooth it, scale it out just a little bit, and then I can add a solidify modifier to it. And thicken this inwards just a little, just like that, probably a little more. Then you can apply that. Now what I'm going to be doing is, you know, turning back all of these, you know, scaling this up just a little bit, and I'm going to be using this to kind of start off my my base. So over here I'm going to go to sculpt mode. I'm going to go to clay strips, turn on dino topology, and turn off smooth shading. I'm going to start kind of just adding in some various detail along this mesh. I'm going to scale this up to start creating her gear and her clothes. Now, from what I'm looking at this reference piece. So, how her I don't even know what these called. These boots slash like clothes looking things are coming down to her ankles. She has like arm pieces and stuff like that. And we're going to be covering the basics on how you can kind of go about creating it. So usually I tend to duplicate parts on my base mesh, bring those parts in and start sculpting on those particular parts. That's how it kind of works best for me. I think it's easiest like that, to kind of work in that workflow. But a lot of people use primitives, like bringing in cubes and stuff like that to kind of model out exact primitives. I don't really like doing that. I just think it's more redundant, and I have to kind of shape out the leg again if I bring in like a cube or something, and I kind of just like going right in and creating it fast and quick. So if I already have the leg shape molded out, for me I feel like there's no need to reiterate that and have to do that again. Okay, so towards over here I'm going to start picking this up, start bringing it upwards just like so. Really want to kind of follow out how this is going to look. Now this will take like a long time to do. This is not like a one session thing, and that's kind of what I'm going to do this in, is within one session, all of her gear. But if you were kind of trying to do this, I'm going to use the inflate tool over here. At a higher quality, I would recommend taking more time in creating this. Okay, so I'll probably now pick these up at the rim and come down all the way over here. Now a lot of this can be textured on, fortunately. Like, we're not going to have to kind of do everything without texturing. We can texture a lot of this mass on here to kind of allow it to look like, you know, certain parts of this boot is kind of extruding outwards and stuff like that. But for me, just to get down the basics and have like a nice base, I just like coming in here and start creating some variety. So over here, I'm going to use a sculpt draw brush to push in the underneath parts of where I made this kind of mass stick out. And I'm going over it very roughly. If you want to take more time on, you know, methodically placing all these, by all means do that. It'll help you in the long run. Push that up. I'm gonna go to curves. The curve is very good right now, so I'm gonna use this to start flattening this out. You can see as it starts ripping over here, you can use the inflate brush to fix that up a little bit. Okay. So flattening this out now. I'm gonna use an inflate brush to kind of fix all that stuff up. And I'll use a crease brush to kind of crease this middle piece in together. Okay. Use a pinch brush to kind of finite this crease I made. All right. Now we have two kind of leg pieces, and for this design that she kind of has within her leg, it's like a moon. I'm going to create, you know, a piece over here and then wrap it around and then come over here and arch it here. Now it's not perfect just because I'm not a 2D artist and I'm doing this very quickly, but kind of looks something similar to that. Push this in. The reason why I'm doing this is so I can invert this mask now and use the clay strips brush, and I can build these values up just like that. Then I can hit Alt M to get rid of all of that. Okay, now I'll use the sculpt draw brush and push these in. Okay, awesome. Smooth that out, push this in, keeping it pretty nice, pretty clean, and trying to keep it very efficient. Not trying to waste too much time on, you know, doing a piece of her leg, so works out pretty well. If you really want to, like, come in here and, you know, kind of smooth all these sides out. This is gonna be a game model, but like if you want to create like high fidelity work, you know, you should come along here and really put in the extra time to create like these clean sharp lines with the scrape brush, and then even go maybe in with the crease brush and crease out some of these spaces and stuff like that to kind of get a better look. Alright, so I think that looks pretty good for right now. Yeah, so now the bottom part, from what I'm seeing, we can probably texture that in, but I'm gonna make this kind of feel like it's more like fabric-y, so I'm gonna start, you know, towards the rim of here. I'm gonna start creating more of like a fabric style texture, so it's not kind of doesn't look metallic or anything like that. This is more of like a fabric style texture for this night elf on her feet, and I want to replicate that. She has like a subtle pattern that kind of goes down her foot too. That, you know, I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's a subtle pattern that they use. I'm just trying to, you know, put in some folds and stuff like that. Nothing crazy. Just some variety in there, so, you know, you can kind of tell that it does look subtly like a fabric. And towards the end, if you want to, you know, keep on detailing it, like we're gonna get into like basic retopology within the next session and stuff like that. But if you want to like detail it more before you get into retopology, like, yeah, go over, look at more reference, and, you know, pack on some more detail by all means. Smooth all that out. Crease brush. Crease this over here. Okay. Keep on going over here and just reiterate what I just did a couple more times to kind of bring out these patterns a little bit better. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. Just gonna keep on, like, you know, adding some line work to it just to, you know, emphasize some pieces of this. I'm trying to use the reference as much as I possibly can. Use G on my keyboard, kind of move this in a little bit, move this in, hit 1. Kind of mapping this out now. Moving it in, smoothing it out. Trying to make it look as clean as I can. Alright. So I think that is around, you know, good for now. Smooth that out if you want to. And we can add more patterns and we can sharpen it up as we go along. But for a base, for her bottom part, that does look pretty decent. Now what we're gonna do is, hide this. We're going to have to now take a base. So take something that along the lines of this, like her underneath garments. And we're gonna have to use that as a base also for what we're doing. Okay, so we didn't want to do that. So get all of those, duplicate this, separate by selection, can hide this. Okay, so got to move this into place, scale this out subtly. Got to now apply this modifier. We need to add a solidify modifier to this. Bring this in, apply it, and now since it's applied, now we can actually go in and start texturing it. So let's go to Dino Retopology, enter that in. You can take smooth shading off. We don't need that right now. And we're going to add, first we're going to add geometry to this before we get into anything else. Just so we can, okay, actually that's messed up right now. I'm gonna use the inflate tool once we get like a little further with this. Alrighty. So let's use the inflate tool. Hit I on your keyboard. And it inflates everything up, and you can smooth all this down. Use G now to kind of start angling stuff out. Alrighty. These pieces you kind of want to make sure it's angled correctly. You want it to be pinched out just like so. Okay, and you want these straps to essentially be like the thinnest part of her on her undergarments. Kind of pushing this more towards the inner part of her. Trying to get this more towards her skin. Smooth all this out. Bring some pieces out. It's going to be a little trial and error till I get it right, but we will definitely get it right for sure. Okay. Her backside, it should be covered with a cape. Her backside, so I'm not really too worried about like forming it correctly and everything like that, but I do want generally it to cover it up a little bit. Just kind of like how the base is essentially covered up. So I'm going to add some more detail. I'm seeing it's starting to get relatively tighter in certain areas and stuff like that. So I'm just going to come in here and just pack a little more detail on, so it's a little more easier to work with. Because whenever there's more detail, it's much easier to work with, trust me. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm still trying to sculpt these undergarments out. It's taking longer than I expected to get right. We're gonna have to come over here and kind of crease these sides out too after we get it. But once we get it, this part is essentially done. We just would need to kind of texture it. Let's use a scrape tool, scrape some pieces of this off. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go off to the sides. Scrape that. Even towards her buttocks. Scrape that in. Okay. towards the top also. Use a scrape tool. Kind of clean up all the sides, making sure it's nice and clean. Okay. Oof. You could also, I think back in the day, what they did in this situation was they textured this, they textured these pieces in. Okay, so I'm gonna use a pinch tool for this. The reason why we're using the pinch tool is so we can kind of close the gap a little on this piece. Probably bring it up just a tad. That was a little too much with the grab tool. I'm going to scale this down, bring it up a little bit more. And towards the bottom, I'll probably bring it down. Do about right there. I'm just looking at reference right now as I'm doing this. I'm not really doing it off my own. I'm not going off my own whim or anything as I'm doing this. It's just all between referencing. And as we get closer to finalizing it, you know, we can, you know, get it closer to the body and stuff like that to clean it up. But for right now, you know, just coming in, adding some more shapes and creating it to the best of my ability. Only on. I'm trying to kind of mask the piece that we used for the glutes. I was gonna say butt, but I want to be politically correct. For the glutes, I'm trying to mask this piece together. So what I'm doing is I'm creating like a crease in between here, and I'm going to like essentially draw out her glutes, and then I'm gonna smooth out this crease very subtly. Okay. Use a scrape tool now. Scrape this. Scrape all this stuff together. Smooth it out. And I think for that piece, we're pretty much done. I don't want to like waste too much time on, you know, texturing it a simple piece like that. Over here, you can add some girth right here and then smooth this out. Okay, probably won't even see this part within the mesh, but you can just have it right there. So this can kind of be her piece that she can use. Pinch, hold this around, you know, tighten up all the corners. The top of the garments, tighten up all the corners. Here, I'll tighten this up. I'm gonna use the inflate tool. Inflate all of this. G now, bring this out, smooth it, and I think that's pretty good. Can hit smooth shading on. That's how it would look smooth shaded, which, you know, I'm not gonna really argue with. I think that looks pretty good. If I would, I'd probably thin out the underneath part of it. So down here, probably thin this out, like push this more in, just because it looks a bit weird as is right now. That's a little too thin actually, so smooth that out. Let's clay strips now. Bring this down. And it's essentially, it's a trial and error process, you know. Create and then bring down and then create and then bring down. Hit backslash on my keyboard. You can see over here all the mess within here, in all this. This is something you'd probably try to fix. Scrape tool. Now, this is something I probably wouldn't even put inside of my normal map. As we go over and retopologize this, I would probably just go straight over it. Very laggy, you can tell as I'm going over this. Very, very much laggy. Kind of hard to even use some of these subtools on it. Showing you how laggy it is. I'm going to turn Dino Topology off and try to fix up most of this, but I don't know if I can particularly, but I'm going to try, I guess. Let's hit backslash and see how that looks. I think that looks good. Okay. So that's that. Now what we're going to be doing is kind of copying, getting her arm pieces out and her shoulder pieces. So let's unselect everything first. Okay. So arms. What I'm gonna do is we'll probably select up to where her elbow kind of arises. Oh, okay. So right around here. Come all the way to her wrist. Okay, so right there, I'll duplicate this, separate, hide this. I'll do the same thing we always do, apply it, add a solidify modifier. Already thickened it to about like right there, apply that. And I think that should be good. Hide that really quick. Now we're going to need to match this up with what we have already. This, scale these up. I'm only gonna do one really quick. And then we're gonna just try to scale it up. So give me a second to like find like a correct way to kind of put this in. Alrighty. It's gonna take some time. Alright, let's go to sculpt mode. Go to object mode actually. Let's delete this one. We don't need that. Delete faces. Now let's go into sculpt mode. Go into clay strips. We're gonna go into the symmetry panel, take the symmetry off, and we're going to start working in with detail on this. Let's take smoothing off, we don't need that. Start building up detail, relative detail, within this piece of her arm. Once we get some decent detail within here, then we can go on and we can start moving on to like actually grabbing it and pushing it into certain places to make it look a bit nicer. But for right now, we need to focus on it kind of looking like how we want it to look. So I kind of do the same process for every piece of the armor. You know, I duplicate a piece of the body that was originally there, and then I go in and, you know, try to create something along the lines of that. So backspace around where her side of her arm is, which is right around here. Kind of have a piece that extrudes upwards. Now, and I'm going to push this downwards. Smooth that out. And we have a piece that kind of extrudes upwards just like that. Let's use the snake hook brush to kind of point this out a little bit more. Smooth that out. pinch brush to kind of get like a nice sharper point. Let's go back and then just start adding most of the detail, because after this we just have to add in like shoulder pads and stuff like that, and that stuff is super easy. So probably would want to get that done as the last piece before we start the retopology, and then finish it with the texturing. So let's use a scrape. Okay, scrape this up, scale this down, scrape the sides of it. Okay. Kind of trying to make this a little bit more angled. Let's use a sculpt/draw brush. And over here, what we're going to be doing is creating kind of this outer line kind of follow. We're going to have to smooth this out and kind of clean it up just because it looks a bit wacky right now. A bit very rasterized, but if we take the pixel ratio down and then, we come in here and then clean this up and then match it up, use a scrape tool and all that stuff, it'll look nice. But the thing with this is kind of like hard surface sculpting, and kind of takes a little bit longer, I would say, because you have to get very clean edges and stuff like that. So does take a bit longer, in my opinion, to do like some types of hard surface sculpting, but well, to do it well, it takes a long time. Obviously, to do it like how I'm doing right now, it won't take that long, but to do it nice and clean and well, should take some time. Okay, we have a piece like that. Add some more texture all over here. I'll backslash now so you can see this back piece. Keep adding some more textures around here. Okay, now I'm gonna probably add a space for her orb to kind of go within it. So probably add like a little hole right here. I'll carve this in, smooth it out, just so she can have like that little space for her orb to kind of fit into. Kind of want to set this in pretty nicely. Point it out like that, and then point it out a little bit. And dig within this, not too much, probably like right around there should be good. Now, let's use the crease brush. And crease up all of this to kind of make it a little bit more pointy. Use a scrape brush. Use a scrape brush towards the sides of this. And I'm kind of really acceleratedly doing this just because the fact that it is going to be within a game, so it is a game model, I'm not really trying to, waste too much time on like little details like this, because it is going to be in like an RTS kind of styled game. I don't want to really waste the time in creating this. So let's use a pinch brush. Okay. Probably create now like a sphere. Smooth this sphere out, rotate it on the y-axis, and we're gonna kind of set this in right about here. Trying to get like a decent shape in. Scaling it down to kind of make it fit in certain angles and stuff like that. Okay, now we can come back over here. And if you want, what you can do is now, since it's already set in place over here, now you can start adding some harsher kind of barriers around it. Because now you can see where the stone is set. It's like a blue orb stone. I don't know if it's like part of like their tribe or village. They sound probably very ignorant right now to Warcraft fans. But I don't know what it stands for, but you know, or if it's just a cosmetic thing. I mean, like, I'm sure that, you know, it could just be a cosmetic thing to make it look cooler. But yeah, since it's kind of in place now, you can come over here and start outlining it more, you know, cleaning it up and stuff like that. It is all over the place. All right. That's kind of essentially what we're trying to do right now. Let's clean this up to the highest of our abilities. Now smooth this out. And bomb. Okay. Probably use now the sculpt draw really quickly and come over one layer and build this all up. And now I'll use the scrape tool, scale this down, and I'll scrape all this out. Oh, I don't want to scrape too much, like push it down too much. Scrape all this out, and then I'll scrape the sides. This a little bit neater. Scrape this side over here. This a little bit neater. And that's probably about it for right now. If you want to create the pinch brush to kind of knead this out a little bit, you can. I don't feel like I need it in this scenario, but if you want to, you can use it. There's a lot more refinement we can probably go over and create, but I need to kind of finish, so I don't want to waste too much time on just, you know, subtle refinements. You know, using the crease brush is very good to add that like sense of depth, that sense of arc on the side of like these edges, just because you can use control to bring out edges and then just use the actual crease brush to bring in the edges. So it creates like a nice little depth to it. Use a pinch brush over here, pinch this in, this in. I think that's pretty much it, guys, for her piece right here. You know, you have her little thing, and then I think there's another metallic piece that kind of goes along here. I would probably just, you know, go over and sculpt another piece, just kind of replicating what we just did. Like, come over here, replicate this, and, you know, just come down and follow the path. And I'm gonna do this very roughly, and I'm gonna stop it right there. But you know, after this segment, I'm gonna just replicate what I just did. I just don't want to waste too much time on this right now. So, you know, create something like that, and then, you know, I would go in and refine it and create create it much nicer, much cleaner and stuff like that. But for right now, that's good. Start hollowing this out a little bit. Use a scrape brush to kind of knead this out. Probably start finishing this up, finalizing some pieces. Start getting some refined edges. Now, the scrape brush reminds me of the trim dynamic brush a lot from ZBrush. And I used to love that brush. It was one of my favorite brushes when I used to use ZBrush. So when I use Blender, I mean, I love going to the scrape brush just because I get that same satisfying feeling that I used to get using the trim dynamic brush within here. So object mode, save this, hit backslash, I think, pop up. I'll join these together. I'll duplicate this over. I'll scale it Z, oh, not on the Z, on the X, -1. And boom, it should be right over there, same spot. I just need to fix how it's placed on her hands and then we should be good. So let me fix that really quickly. How it's placed on her hands. I G on my keyboard. And you know, I'll move this over. Figure out how we can place this properly. You want some barrier on her hand, like if you want it to kind of knead on her hand, like maybe like scale this in a little bit and then have kind of like a ring around her hand, you can do so, but I'm gonna kind of keep it like this, really relatively. I don't want to really go into too much detail with this, so I'll keep it like so. Okay, so that's good for that piece. Now let's see how we're doing with time. 40 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna really quickly do the last piece, which is kind of her shoulder pads. And how you do that is, let's kind of get rid of all of these. Grab her really quickly. We're gonna do the same thing like we were just doing this whole time with the shoulders. I mean, with the with everything we've been doing. We're gonna grab a piece of her shoulder, probably like down to right here. Alrighty. Probably grab bigger because, you know, it's better to grab like a bigger piece and then work down than it is to grab a smaller piece and work up. So grab a bigger piece, I'll apply this, I'll add a solidify modifier, I'll thicken it a little bit inside, I'll apply the modifier. Let me bring this down, turn everything on, hide that, bring these up now to around like right here. Rotate them on the x-axis. Okay, let's lock the rotation and scale, and now let's get into sculpt mode. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to use a grab brush, pull these up, and try to fit them within her shoulder. Okay, backslash. Trying to get like a nice piece out within her shoulder. That. All right. Fun. Okay, now really quickly I'm gonna go into Dino Topo and let's bring this up to around 6. And now let's just, you know, texture in all these faces. Now I'm gonna add texture and then I'm gonna not texture, I'm gonna add geometry. Then I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna start forming it. So right now I'm just focused on, you know, adding the geometry so I can actually go in and morph it and form it too, because obviously it's not, the shoulder isn't shaped like this, the pad. It's kind of shaped at more of like an angle towards the tip, but in order to get, you know, that angle, we're going to have to let's use G to grab to it. We're gonna have to move it around a lot. So towards the tip, it curves in like so, and you know, we want to guide that shape pretty well. We want to mimic it. So let's grab this, push this. This piece right here is kind of bugging me, so backslash. Oh no, I forgot to add symmetry. Ugh. Okay, well that's a quick fix. We can do symmetrize from X to X, and then now we can add symmetry on, and now whatever we did before will have been done already to us. So if you forget to have symmetry on, you know, you can very quickly just copy what you did onto it very quickly. Backslash. Okay. Now I'm gonna work with this right now very quickly without seeing it on her, and I'm gonna start building up the basic shape that, you know, it would look like she would have as her shoulder pad, because I have a reference right now to show me how it would look. Okay. Now this is a little too extreme, like how much I pushed it out. Probably have to now smooth this inwards a lot, and you know, kind of point it towards more towards her body, but we want like a subtle curve within her shoulder pads. So it's kind of what I'm trying to create. Okay, and I'm gonna add some mass to this. And okay, now you could do this with like you could do this much quicker with just, you know, modeling it out with box modeling, like going in and, you know, creating like a shoulder pad or something. But I'm kind of doing all of this within sculpting, so. Very easy to do also. It's not too hard. At least I wouldn't think it is. Okay. Come in here. Bring this out. Now what I'll do is I'll probably use the the sculpt draw brush. I'm gonna bring down the detail quality. I'm gonna come around here and kind of create this kind of ridge effect around this. And now I'm going to use the crease brush and, you know, crease in what I just did. I'm just focusing on the shoulder pad right now. I'm not really worried about anything on the other piece of the mesh. And then after I finish this, you know, I'll go in and I'll start, you know, focusing on the other pieces of the mesh and stuff like that. But for right now, I'm just, sole purpose is to create this shoulder pad. Okay, now I'm using the control key on the crease brush to bring out these edges. Over here, now I'm going to use the scrape brush to flatten this top face out that we created over here. Okay, I don't want to do that, you know, flatten this out subtly. Okay, same with over here, flatten this out. And the scrape brush kind of pierces through these things fast, very quick and very fast. So when you're working with it, you kind of have to be careful because you have to use it in moderation, or else you can very quickly destroy your whole mesh. And I use it with the flat curve, and yeah, it kind of pierces through my mesh very quickly. And I like the effect that it gives, but you just have to be very careful when you're doing it, or else, you know, like I said, you can kind of run through your whole mesh without even knowing it. You can kind of destroy the entire thing. So. And you don't want to do that. You're gonna have to redo all the work you just did. Flattening some of this out. Okay. Scale this down. She has like a pattern on top of her shoulder pad, and it's kind of like a checkered pattern or something like that. And that's something I'll probably just texture on when I get to that point. But for right now, more focus on, you know, creating actual model of it, opposed to, you know, opposed to like the designs on it and stuff like that. Scale this down. Alrighty. So backslash. Now we can see it on her and kind of start like gauging how it's gonna look. It still looks very soft in certain areas. We're gonna have to kind of fix that, you know, by coming in and kind of mapping everything out again, making sure it's rough and it doesn't have like a soft look to it. Coming over here. Okay. Fixing all of this up. That's what we're just trying to do right now. Fixing this curves and stuff like that. Now, if I can go back, I would probably, to save time, honestly, I did this because I thought I was going to save time. I would probably go back and create it with box modeling. I would use shapes within Blender, primitives, and use that to model this out. But since I did it with the sculpting agent, kind of stuck in this kind of loop. I kind of have to finish it like so. So I'm gonna save this in right here. Let's go in over here and need to select. So this one's gonna be a little bit weird because we need to select the bra. And I'm going to try to do that with using an extraction tool. So I'm going to use a mask tool. I'm going to mask out her bra. And if that doesn't work, I'll just use it within the mesh. You know, I'll just create a piece within the mesh. Extract this piece out. Okay, we'll smooth this all out. Extract this out, and then we got to extract this kind of strap that goes around her shoulders towards her back. Need to extract like that piece out also. 5 on my keyboard, and then 1, kind of like this, how it's placed like that, just to show you guys how. Okay. Over and, you know, line this up like so. All right. Pretty good bra strap, I would say. I'm gonna extract mask. This should take like a second or two to actually extract it. I don't think it'll take too long. Oh, it's probably gonna come out all wanky. That's the problem. We're gonna have to really refine it and create like a nice version. So yeah, you can see it came out really harshly, you know. Yeah, so this is obviously not gonna be, it's not gonna be easy to kind of maneuver and create, but we're going to have to use it in order to kind of create it the way we want. Okay, scale that, bring that up right around there. And let's start by going to sculpt mode and clay strips. I don't think we even need right now anything. Okay, so very quickly, actually, I'm gonna delete this. We're gonna come back over here. We're gonna go into, I hit edit mode by accident. All right, we're gonna go into sculpt mode here, and we're just gonna grab this part really quickly. So let's hit mask. Let's erase this piece, and let's erase the straps. And we can make the straps by ourselves. We just need to grab this bra piece. So let's come over here, extract mask. Should take a second. Okay, there we go. We extracted it. Object mode. Scale this down right around here. Bring this in. And now we can go to tools, sculpt, turn on dyno, place strips, and we can flatten this out now. And we can start kind of forming it now, just like what we just did. I want to make sure that we can hit backspace. I'm going to kind of get rid of all these inside masses as much as I kind of can. Alrighty. Alt draw and just kind of go inside to hollow this out a little bit and then fill that. Use a scrape draw brush to kind of clean some of this up. Very harsh to clean it up, I understand, but grab. Move all this out. Okay, guys. This is very stressful. Creating like this object, this character object in this amount of time. Kind of using the most amount of time I possibly can to finish her. Not kind of cutting any edges. Trying to fill out the 7-hour marker. And, you know, finding and creating a beautiful style character. So we can do backslash, and now you can start seeing it's coming together a little bit better. Over here, I'll probably, you know, push this in. Over here, I'll probably push this out, smooth this in. As it's coming in, I'll probably start pushing it inwards. And I'll thin this out because it's very thick right now. So I'll thin this out a lot. Like I'll start shaving it down a lot, like towards the back part over here. Start using the scrape brush to shave this down and thin it out. Just because it is very, very like thick. And usually, obviously, you know, bras aren't thick. They're like thin pieces of fabric. So you don't want it to be like necessarily so thick. Kind of will take away of the aesthetic of it. So as much as you can, try to like thin these pieces out, and it'll fit the scene so much better if you can. Come over here, thin it out, smooth all this stuff out towards the top over here. Getting it to look a bit nicer now. maybe towards the bottom, kind of add like some bottom piece of fabric, and then towards the top, maybe like curve it in like that, and then hit this, see how that's looking. Use G to push out, pull out some things. Yeah. Now I'll probably just, within my own time, I'll probably just, you know. All right, so this is kind of the basis on what on kind of like the bra, and I would, you know, create straps and stuff like that, but that's very easy. Just kind of do what we just did on creating the bra, just for the bra straps and stuff like that. It would like help you tremendously just by using the mask tool and kind of going over it, and, you know, creating pieces for the bra straps and stuff like that. It's gonna be very helpful. So all right, I'm just kind of moving it into better positioning, stuff like that. And I think that's basically it. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Steven Davidian, and like always, I hope you have a good one. Hey there guys, welcome back to a brand new session. Within this session, we're going to be actually starting the retopology process. We're going to be going over some tips and tricks on how to retopologize. Unfortunately, we can't retopologize the whole mesh within this tutorial. We're just going to be covering like the core body basics and stuff like that. We have things separated right now. I very quickly added a cape to this character just to complete her look. You can see it's clipping her hair right now, but what I did was I just inserted a plane, and I used a sculpt draw brush, and I just basically played with the values to kind of maneuver it around. So, you know, it kind of makes it a little flowy and nice over here. So she has her cape, she has her shoulder pads and stuff that we can probably adjust a little, and so on. So really quickly, this is her base body right here. What I'm going to be doing over here is exporting this to an OBJ file. I'm going to call this Warcraft Archer base body. Okay, I spelled that all in capital. Make sure selection only is on and export the OBJ. Should take like a couple seconds. My computer is running slow, but yeah, it shouldn't take too long to really load this up or anything. While that's loading up, I'll probably open up 3D Coat and load this up. Shouldn't take too long either. And depending on really how fast your computer is, should be like how fast you can load this up. Okay. Go to retopo, perform retopo. Import reference. And now I think it's loading up, so we're going to try to kind of really wait till it load. No, it's actually right here. Sorry. Warcraft body base. Actually, no, I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, it's not done. That's why there's no file that is uploaded. So it's just an empty file right now. Till this kind of goes back to the old screen, that indicates when it's done. We'll just give it a minute. Shouldn't take too long. If it does take too long, I'll probably cut. Actually, no, it's done right now. Okay, so file, new, perform retopo, and then pick the Warcraft body. It should take a couple seconds too, just because it's importing like a almost 1 million polygon piece. So what you could do to kind of lower the poly count is probably add, probably decimate the model before you bring it in, and that will help a lot with lowering poly resolution and stuff like that. But okay, so since this is all ready, I would go to symmetry, toggle my symmetry, turn on the axis. And really quickly, I would probably kind of map in right here. I'd probably add a point/faces, and over here, I'll probably come in, and I'm going to add face right there. So let me kind of show you guys a good reference image of like good facial topology. And you want to look at facial topology in order to kind of retopologize something, because basically you're bringing this high poly mesh, you're bringing it down to something that's feasible and that we can use in a game. So you can kind of see over here how it generally maps out. You kind of want to create circles around the eyes, circles around the mouth, and a clean edge loop that kind of fills out. And if you look at every single one, you kind of get the general same gist of everything. So I usually tend to follow this pattern when I'm creating any kind of retopology for my characters. So I'm gonna come in over here. It is a bit laggy, don't mind that really. And I'm gonna delete this polygon really quickly. Let me delete that. Let me go back to points, fast faces. And let me see if I can kind of take some load off my computer by deleting some files, you know, so we can have a bit more power towards my computer. Okay, so all right, so you add something right around here, add it right around here, and fill that. Come right around here, fill that in, fill that in. Now mapping out where her eye is gonna be. That is my main goal. And I'm matching as I'm wrapping around, trying to match this together. Okay, awesome. Trying to match this together as I wrap around to make sure that, you know, it will kind of fit with this mesh. Okay. So you can use a brush tool also. Scale this down. Doesn't need to be that big. And kind of move around some pieces to make sure like this will match up, this will match up. These pieces will match up right here. And then you'll have these pieces match up. And it kind of fits all together. Now, you are creating a low poly mesh. You want to... I know we started originally from something that's low and now we're creating a higher resolution mesh, but you want to make sure to create it in a low form, just because it's going to be into a game, put into a game, and you don't want to put something that has like a lot of resolutions within a game. So what I'm going to be doing here, just for the sake of time, is I'm going to be creating the keystones of edge flow for you guys. So I'm matching up over here. I'm making sure that I'm going to come over here and you know, match up all the topology. And if not, there's a lot of tools within 3D Coat that you can use, you know, to match up all the topology and stuff like that. So if you have to kind of do some redos, that's fine. There's a bunch of tools you can use. Use a brush tool right now. Kind of map all this in. And now you get a nice kind of, from the ridge of the nose to the bottom of the chin. And you would want to kind of connect these in together to the best of your ability, because you have the loop around the eye, which is like so. I would typically probably go around one more loop around. Like I would come over here. Yeah, just like that. And I would create probably one extra loop. Very quickly, actually, I'll show you how you could do this way easier. Bring this out to where you feel like you would be comfortable with having 2 loops. That's probably right around here for me. You know, I'd stretch this out. It's right around here. And then I'll add a split rings right towards the middle. And I created essentially a very quick second loop without having to do too much. So create your 2 loops, and we grab point/faces, and you can either connect it just like one off, like so there's no piece. Like if I connect this right now, let me use my brush tool to match these up. Right here, you see how this can connect, and then let's delete these polys. This will connect, this can connect, stuff like that. And then you would have something like that over here. And let's use the brush tool to kind of smooth this out a little bit more. Okay, so now you would probably do something, would probably create something, you know, that will fill this in like that. Kind of create a little less harshness to it too. You don't want it to be that harsh, so probably move out some of these polygons to fill in this face. Okay, and then once you get like the core value of it down, it's all fill in. Once it's pretty much done, you know. After creating all of these. Oh, let me invert this now. After creating all this topology, after all of that, it's pretty much just filling in the missing spots. So, fill that in, come over here, fill these in. Pretty simple, nothing too complex. I'll use shift on my brush key to kind of smooth all this out now, get rid of everything. And now you can see we're getting a clean facial topology within our mesh. And in the bottom corner, you can see that we've only used 74 triangles also while creating this. And we want to stay relatively lower polygon when we are creating this. We don't want to exceed like an X amount of polygons, just because it won't be beneficial to us if we do that. So yeah, let's go over here. Let's grab the brush tool, bring this in. Okay, mapping this out, getting a little cleaner edge. All right, now it doesn't look perfect just because, like I said, we're stretching polygons in order to make like these that we already have fit. Towards the middle of his eye. I'll probably, let's like reverse what we just did. Over here, I'll probably stretch this out to kind of get to the ridge of the nose. Okay. And then I will add a point/faces tool. And I'll probably add one polygon right here to select. Now I know it's very harsh. You might add a split rings tool, but we're gonna kind of just go like that really quickly. Okay, and then boom. Like I said, I know it's very harsh, but it's gonna be within a game engine. Now, if this was for like a marketing piece or anything like that, I would go about this totally differently. I would kind of model it out in a different fashion. But since we are modeling it out for a piece that is supposed to be in a game that a lot of this replicated pieces are supposed to be in, like a lot of archers or night elves, I think these are called, are supposed to be in the same game. We're kind of trying to minimize, our topology, just because we need it to be like a mass majority of creatures in essentially one map. So usually also, okay, so since we're trying to reserve as much poly as we can, I'm gonna come over here and try to level out the nose a little bit better. And you can see over here, I'm not really trying to define like nostril pieces or anything along that lines. I'm just trying to get like a rough basis of the nose. And towards the bottom of the nose, I tend to kind of just come towards the middle and try to fill that out, but it's not really focusing in right here. Let's use a quads brush. All right, awesome. Tend to fill that out very roughly, and same with the middle piece over here. Just fill all this out, and It's very pointy and sharp and everything, and I know it's not the prettiest piece, but it is sufficient and will work. So now you can see I'm starting to follow my edge flow for my model that we originally created in the beginning. I'll use my brush tool to kind of push out some of these, smooth this out, bring this down, slash faces tool to come down. All right, now I'll start kind of cleaning some of this up, you know, bringing some pieces down, making sure the edge flow is good. So point slash faces tool, I'm coming underneath her chin, and I'll probably fill that out just like that. Using as minimal polygons as we possibly can, creating this kind of style of character. You know, come down all the way to the top of her head. Use my brush tool to kind of pull some things out, space out the polygons a little bit better. Topology is a very important part of game development, a very important part of modeling. If you don't know how to retopologize models, it'd be very hard for you to find any kind of work or any kind of job of that manner within a 3D industry, just because it's very crucial in creating models. The retopology process, just because when you go from a higher resolution mesh to a lower resolution mesh, that kind of process, which is obviously retopology, is a very, very important process, just because you're recreating this base from this high poly mesh to a low poly mesh, and you have to kind of gonna keep going up her hair. You kind of have to make sure you create it in the right manner, or else, you know, it's gonna get all wacky and stuff. So here I'm kind of going down her head now. Tend to work very fast, and then, you know, obviously when you work fast you mess up, so tend to work very fast, and it kind of balances out because I do mess up sometimes, but since I've worked so fast, I have a lot of time to kind of go over where I messed up. And I can cover a lot of ground very quickly when I work like that, so I tend to like it. Now over here, you're gonna see I'm gonna start creating quads over here to kind of break up her head now. And over here, I would probably stretch this out a bit more than honestly what I'm doing. I'm kind of using a couple polys within her head, but her hair is going to kind of cover this, so you want to be kind of cognizant of her hair kind of going over this and covering it, just so you don't waste too much geometry with this. Okay, so now I'll probably go over here with the point slash faces tool. I'll start working around her ear. And you want to do technically the same kind of thing we did with her I'm sorry, I'm kind of losing track of memory. With her eyes and her lips, where we made kind of like a circle going around. Kind of want to do the same thing of them on that manner. So coming over here, push this in, smooth this out. Yeah, right now, making sure that, you know, nothing's kind of sticking over. Making sure certain pieces will match up, guaranteed. Okay, let's use a quads tool. All right, actually, I'm kind of seeing how we can go around this, just because this is more of an odd shaped ear. You know, I don't retopologize ears like this all the time. I'm kind of seeing how we can go about creating something like this. So if I delete this poly, fill that just like that. It leaves me with some issue right here, just because, you know, we don't have enough polygons to kind of create exactly what we want. So you know, I could push this over and kind of map around her ear. And you know, I can come over here. Now you see, we have to stop it at a certain point, or else it would get kind of overused. So we have to come over here and fill it out. Just because this is an odd shaped ear, you know, not every day you kind of go across creating these elongated ears and such. So you know, you want to kind of go around over here, and we can fix this. We can fix the topology a little after we get to the ending point of creating the ear. But for right now, we kind of want to just, you know, put some quick mass in here, you know, in order to kind of finish it up. Come over here and make like a subtle curve. Okay, so this part's a little bit trickier. Okay. All right. Now over here. Okay. We have to map out exactly kind of how we did it on the other side. Just because they have to match up. Later on. So we don't want to create, you know, different geometry on both sides of the ears. See, now every time I create geometry on the ear, I'm looking on the other side, typically to see messed up, you know. I can go back and fix it. Brush tool. Oh. Okay. So that looks pretty nice. I probably have to fix the back of it. So I use the point/faces tool. And probably fill out over here. Actually, I'll use a quads tool in this case. Probably fill out right around here. This is what I mean by they have to start matching up at this point, because, you know, towards this piece, you have to start, you know, having all these edges match up, or else, like, you know, when we try to connect it with the quads tool, one vertex will be misplaced, and it'll kind of mess the whole thing up. So towards the bottom, I think we started getting a little reckless with them, but we gotta double check and see. And this is more of the not so fun part of modeling. I'm sure people like, you know, doing retopology. You know, it could be relaxing, I can see, but typically when people model, this is not the part people look forward to doing. Like okay, time to start my retopology, or people tend to like really want to get over it and, you know, start like texturing or sculpting, or even like, you know, hard surface modeling within Blender or Maya, or using primitives and stuff like that to model. Basically just modeling. But when it comes to the point, you have to kind of get over it and realize that it's a necessity to do, and it has to be done essentially. If you are sculpting, you know, there are some cases when you do work with retopology, you can. I mean, if you work in a clean workflow, you can bypass retopology. But yeah, usually manual hand retopology is a necessity when you're modeling out. You know, any automated retopology usually doesn't tend to be the best. Doesn't tend to work the best. So yeah. Over here, I'm just starting to fill out the rest of this guy. And yeah, that's basically it. Not really like rocket science to do. unfortunately. I wish it was like harder. So I can be like, hey, look, I'm a genius. I know how to do this, but it's kind of just adding up shapes, finding where things fit and stuff like that. Nothing really crazy, I would say. Adding some triangles on the back of his ears, because her ears, I'm sorry, I keep saying his by accident. Her ears aren't going to be animated or anything like that, so they don't really need to be. And I'm going to fill this in, because I'm not going to kind of go in and follow the curvature path of her ear. I'm going to just fill this in, and it's going to allow the normal map to take care of the detail that's, you know, within her ear. So I'm going to come over here and just fill this in. A solid path. Towards the top of her ear, I'll fix that up within Blender. Okay. Now her lips. Her lips are pretty big part, I would say. You know, they are very prevalent within her body. You know, from the composition, what I was looking at, I realized that her lips are a very prevalent part of it. So we're gonna not really put too much geometry in her lips, so we're gonna try to pack some detail in there as much as we can without overdoing it. So, you know, complete this loop over here. Now that we got this loop, let's use the brush, push some things out, bring some things down, push her nose in, and like I said, a lot of this is gonna be done with on your normal map. A lot of this stuff is going to be all baked in, so you're not going to have to worry about anything. You're not going to have to worry about if it's gonna read good, because your normal map will take care of all of this. So lucky piece to have. I'm glad we have it. Now it's just time to kind of finish this up. So to the lip, I'll probably add 2 divisions each, so like 1, 2, just like that, to kind of add some curvature within it. Could add more. The more we add, the better it's gonna look. You know, better chance you have getting like any sort of job. But in this scenario, we're gonna kind of realize that this is not going to be animated with lips, so we're gonna kind of push that into the corner. Move that out. Let me see how we're doing with time. We're doing pretty good. Okay. So you can see that these aren't matching up. Now what we're gonna have to do is match this up. So towards the top over here, it has to match up with one of these. So we can push this off to the side, and we can match this up with the top. So right around here, match that up. This piece over here at the top has to match up with this piece on her lip. And probably have to add a split rings now, so this will match up with this. And then we need probably one more piece to match up, and we need to add split rings for that piece. So I don't really tend to like creating split rings for our faces, especially if we're trying to reserve polygons. But in this scenario, we kind of need it. So create her lip over here, over here, over here, and then fill it out just like that. Okay. Bomb. She's looking pretty good. She's looking pretty good. Just need to finish up her head. And I'm gonna come around, guys, as you see. Not doing anything crazy, just coming around and filling the rest of this out. I don't think I want really a triangle right there. I'm gonna try to fix that up, see if we can fix that up, make it a little smoother, make it a little nicer. Now let's try to make that a quad right there. Add a quad right there, and then add a quad right there. Even though you're not going to really see her head, that was probably counterproductive in doing, but I tend to like working with quads, you know. I feel like it's less work on the animator if, you know, your meshes are made with quads than it is like if your meshes are made with like a bunch of different triangles and maybe even like n-gons, which are really bad, like 5-sided polygons and stuff like that, 6-sided polygons. So, triangles is kind of like, it's like an infamous thing. Like, I don't know, a lot of people don't really like using triangles, which some situations you kind of have to, especially if you're trying to reserve polygons. But and everything gets converted into triangles when you put it into the game engine, by the way, too. So kind of funny that people don't like doing it, but at the end of the day, it gets converted into it regardless. It's just way easier to animate quads. It's better for UV mapping, texturing, all that kind of stuff to work with, just so you guys can maybe have something at home to do. If you don't want to follow along, be good practice. Instead of feeding you guys literally how to do every step of the way, you can kind of see how, you know, I go about doing all these little things. So, all right, so that's her head. Probably, you know, do some touching up within like Blender and stuff, but nothing crazy. Like overall, that's going to be your head at the end of the day. We're not going to like do anything like over the top and crazy over it. So this is essentially it. It's not the most pleasing, it's not the most beautiful head, but for a low poly kind of style game, this is kind of what we have to go with. So now for her shoulders, I'm gonna probably bring in a body topology. I'll show you guys over here. Let me do female. Oh, I think it's right here under a category. So you can see over here on their female body topology, how it breaks up. This is male. How it kind of breaks up the. I kind of want to see if they can. Yeah, exactly. Something like this. This is kind of very too involved. Something like this is better. How it kind of breaks up. That's very voluptuous. Breaks up the body parts and stuff like that of the mesh. Breaks it up into edge loops and stuff like that. And girls, females, have quite a harder topology to work with, but I'll show you kind of what I like to do. So the first thing I like to do is create an edge loop that goes down around here, around her armpit area, and it wraps up. I don't know exactly how many loops I'm creating. Like this will vary for sure, but something along this. And, you know, use the brush tool to move this around and basically fix this all up, clean this all up too. You know. Since it's going to be within the game, don't worry if these white pieces are kind of falling over. You want to, I mean, going through the mesh, that's okay. You're not supposed to really worry about that. So first thing I would do is kind of create an edge loop to go around her shoulder. Then I would probably create another edge loop to kind of go around her hips. Just like that. And like I said, don't worry about the placement of them, and don't worry about how many you're placing. That will vary. You know, we'll fix that up when we need to. But okay, so we have that. Usually I would put one around the neck. I tend to put one around the arm. Now let me see if the stroke pattern can work. If we go to the strokes tool, we kind of slice over here, and then we add our slices, you know, right around here. Keep that at 12 and click enter. You can see we created a clean topology. I'll probably change this to 8 though, to 8 slides. Click enter. You can see we created a clean topology very quickly, very fast, just by using the strokes tool. And that kind of works for everything. So I'll show you more in depth. So when you have the strokes tool, you can kind of drag down. You get this green line. It's very hard to miss it. And this is basically your root line where you will guide these next lines that I'm going to show you around. So after you do that, make sure you click outside the mesh and drag across. And every line you create, you can even create some slanted lines like this. And like towards the kneecap, you probably want more vertexes, so create more lines. Every line you create, it's going to be an edge loop. And then if you come down here, you can see like, all right, now if I select enter, over here in the number of segments, that means it's 8 edges around. So if I select enter, it's going to make an 8 edge around edge loop for all of these lines. So let's hit enter, and you can see, bam, very quickly we made it. Now I will go back, and just because I did the knee a little wrong, so like I slanted it just to show you guys like how it would look slanted. So create probably like a couple of vertexes around the knee, and then I'll probably come back here and not care too much, but click enter now, and boom, you get a nice clean topology for your girl character very quickly with using the strokes tool. I like doing it for ligaments, body parts that are kind of repetitive and you have to swirl down. It's very easy for me to kind of finish stuff like that. So now what I like to do is I like to create this part of her groin, and I come down over here, and while I'm coming down, I'm matching up. I'm making sure like, oh, this will match up with this, and making sure all of this fits together. Use the brush tool to push these in. Go back to the point/faces tool. Add some vertexes. And you can even just go all the way up now, just like that. Okay, and now what you can do here is you can probably add a vertex line to go around her hips. So you're creating that line to kind of match up from her hip that we originally created, that edge loop to match up to her legs that we just created. So let's use a brush tool, move some things around. I have to move some vertexes. Come over here. So over here we need to connect these two faces. So let's delete this polygon we just made. Let's use a quads tool. Let's just connect those faces. Use a brush tool and push these together a little. Okay. So now what we can do is kind of fill out the rest of this very quickly and very roughly. Probably add a split rings now, so you can see like we need to connect this to here. We don't have anything to connect to, so add a split rings, and over here we kind of start fixing some stuff. Like I was saying, like before, I was like, don't worry about how you map these out, because we'll change it in the future. This is the future, and this is where we got to start changing all this stuff. All right, so you can see I'm moving this stuff around now, and I'm mapping it out with the bottom piece because that's the correct piece, these bottom pieces. I'll use a split rings to add another piece right there. And I think it's all evened out now. So if I come over here and I start, right clicking to add these faces, it should all match up. And, if I do the same over here, it's gonna all start matching up. Oh, it's gonna all start matching up. Okay, sometimes pieces don't like connecting. Oh, all right. So we have our character's bottoms now. We created her bottoms, very low poly styled, but nonetheless we created them. Now for her breasts, typically I like to do the same kind of style. Like I kind of go around, create a loop, circular loop around her breasts. This one's kind of tricky to do. Like this one, people tend to make a lot of mistakes when they're doing this, just because it's not basic. I don't really model out female characters too much, because like, to be honest, they're a lot harder to model out than male characters, at least for me. When I started modeling, I really focus on creating like a male anatomy and stuff like that. And that is a big downfall with my modeling, is that I neglected female anatomy. But over the past couple of years, I've really started to kind of pick it up and try my best to kind of master everything I've missed with it. Okay, over here, this all looks all wacky, but I'm gonna fix that up. Don't worry about that. To get a nice, clean, you know, circular topology, just like that. So now that we have that, you can connect it within. So over here, you can connect these within. You know, you can connect this also. And over here now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start just subtly circling into her breast. Till we meet in towards the middle, then we have to kind of do a maneuver where we kind of round off the edges and smooth it in correctly. Making sure that these will all match up. Be okay. So I don't think, actually, I think there's a deformity in one of these. So if we now create, you know, faces, quads over here, to match these quads up. Okay, that should be good. Shouldn't be really any problem over there. Probably just curve these quads in a little bit. And, you know, let's just start moving them around to get some better spacing. And her bra, her like undergarments will kind of cover that up, so we're not too worried about that. And then over here towards her chest, we'll do the same kind of thing. We'll come over here, kind of start cleaning up where her chest is, and, you know, start moving some things around, stuff like that, until we get something that looks generally nice. And now you can see we can start matching up these over here. So bomb, bomb. Said come over here too, following the edge flow. Now we're around 500 vertexes so far. We don't want to kind of exceed, like on this base mesh, too many. We kind of want to keep it very minimum, keep it clean. So I don't want to kind of create too much geometry for something that, you know, something that's not going to be really necessarily seen too much. So putting these in. My brush now to kind of maneuver some things around. Now underneath here, I'll start following the pattern. It's like, it's kind of the same process that I do, you know. Follow these patterns, I fill this in, and I reiterate it. You know, I mess up, I redo it, and it's just like kind of like trial and error until I find out how it works. And then once I find out how it works, I have it forever. Just takes me a long time to find out sometimes how certain things essentially work. But typically when it's found out, it's the process on which I go about creating it usually gets so much faster, and it helps so much. So over here, I'm going to start deleting some polygons. I'm going to delete these polygons, and I'm going to use a brush tool to start spacing out some of this, helping me relieve some pressure off this mesh. Use a point faces tool to start filling out some of these, and, you know, using the brush tool to kind of help me maneuver around these polygons. Fill out the rest of this. So over here, delete that edge over there. Just delete this entire polygon, honestly. Okay. That. You know, fill this. Okay. I'm just trying to complete like her arm within this mesh. I don't want to kind of do anything that messes up her base arm. So I'm just trying to follow the pattern I made. Then, you know, I'll surround it out a little bit and I'll smooth some pieces in. Okay. Over here. Start smoothing some pieces out. So her torso is basically finished, you know, just plugging in some values, getting in some basic things, but you know, just to kind of go into it a little more in depth. Oh, my lower back is killing me from sitting in a chair all day. I know anybody who works kind of like in the same aspect of typically how I work, they understand sitting in a chair all day hurts. Okay. Now I'm going to be coming around her neck and filling in all of these kind of spaces and faces. Let's go point/faces tool on the rest of this. Okay, use a brush tool. Finish this off. Start bringing this back in towards her delts. This. Because we're going to have a lot of spacing, just because if you see the back of her neck, the topology back there is tight knit. So we're going to have a lot of spacing in the back of her neck, and we don't want like these polygons to be kind of stretched out or anything. Now we can do a lot of editing within Blender. Don't forget that you can like take these pieces within Blender and do like a lot of different various types of editing. It doesn't have to be set in stone exactly this, so I'm just doing it like this just for the sake of it. I don't feel like it has to be like this. Over here I'm going to start also kind of connecting it downwards towards her body. Very, very big clunky shapes we're creating. You know, we're not creating like very thinner topology. We're trying to kind of elongate the topology almost in order to create sure all of this is set. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Push this on the line of the symmetry. Okay, so very quickly, you know, filling all this out. All right. Use a brush tool now to smooth this. Smooth this out. It has a very defining back. We need to kind of minimize the values when we get into Blender. So if you guys go within Blender, we don't want this asset to be like 5,000 polygons. We want to keep it necessarily under that. So you know, you can get rid of a lot of these polys just by merging all these shapes together. So I'll merge these seams and stuff together, edge loops together to, you know, create like a nicer topology, a cleaner topology. Okay, so this is where like problems will occur when we match up like her torso with her bottoms. You can see over here it's starting to kind of not match really, you know. Towards the back it's not going to match at all, So we're gonna have to kind of create a kind of sense of bridging these together. Just because, look at this and look how many more edges there are. Let's go to slide edge. And typically slide these edges in. Let's use slide edge. Now, can you delete these edges? What if I delete these edges fully? Okay, these edges are deleted and there's a quad right here. So that's what we kind of essentially have to do in order to create, let me use delete polygons right here. So let me delete her neck. That's what we kind of have to do in order to create a cleaner edge at the bottom of this. So, I could delete all these edges, and then over here, if I delete this polygon, what I can do now, since the back of her head is going to be covered in, anyways, I could just, do something like that, create a triangle and get rid of that. And now that frees up so much space. So you can see it covers in. We have like 2 spaces to cover in, and delete polygon. Yeah, it'll help a lot just in general. So you just want to keep doing that, like go over here, come down here, delete these edges down here. Oh, make sure you delete only the edges that are going vertically up. Maybe towards the same spot, I would say. Delete the polygons. Use the add split tool. Like that, and then fill this face right here. Okay, frees up a lot of space with your mesh. Now I don't think it's enough necessarily, just because you can see over here, we would have to reiterating our process. Over here, we'd have to delete those polygons, and we'd have to delete it over here. We'd have to create like necessarily a quad and a triangle, but that could interfere with some of our geometry. So you'd have to kind of manipulate this in a certain way to where it can work. Kind of like that, I would say. All right. And the reason why I'm doing this is just because that, just so I can do this, I'm pretty sure I'm doing this just so I can kind of, keep that lower resolution intact. Over here, I'm going to come up, merge these in. And we have to kind of do something about this last piece. I probably, just for the sake of it, would add an edge loop, maybe a split rings. Let's see if we add one right there. No, I wouldn't really want to do that. So I would probably just add, like, very quickly, triangle right here in the middle of her back. I'm going to use the brush tool to push this out. Add a triangle right here, and now I'd add a quad in the middle of her back. Use a brush tool to smooth these out, and this is kind of like the loss you essentially have to take when you are creating like these lower poly meshes, just because like when you are creating them, you have to really take into account all the detail that you kind of have to assign to it. So let me file very quickly, export this as a retopo object, call this low poly retopo. I guess that's good. Come over to user. So we already exported this as something. Now we have to import this as an obj. Low poly retopo. All of this. All right. Now we would have to add a mirror modifier. Okay, so obviously this is all messed up out of whack, but a mirror modifier, push this back into the same kind of general vicinity. Trying to get the general shape down over here. User preferences, turn off emulate. I'm gonna kind of show you guys, I'm turn clipping on, kind of show you guys what we would necessarily do in this situation. Take these, push this back over here. Okay, so let me turn off starter skin. Let me smooth this out. Okay, there are some areas like over here on her ear. Have to fill that in. Stuff like that. There are some, you know, pieces we would have to kind of fill in towards her ears and things like that. We'd have to fill this in. It's a four-sided square right there. Just fill that in like so. You could probably take this, extrude this out, this vertex, fill that, fill that, fill that, and then okay. So very quickly, I'm gonna smart UV unwrap this entire object just because I'm not gonna have the time to UV unwrap it in front of you. I'm gonna let's see how the UV looks just so I know. Come over here to UV image editor. That looks really, it doesn't look the best, but you know, just so we can have anything. I'll export this as testing 12 so I know, because I have a lot of testing files. I'll open up X. Okay. X normals. Okay, let me open that up. Should take a second to launch up. Now, I'm gonna go into my high definition mesh. I'm gonna delete this existing mesh. And I'm gonna bring in my Warcraft Archer base. I think that's what it's called. My low poly mesh. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna bring out testing, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna bake these textures in. And I think that's good. Generate. See if it generates it as we go. And if not, I'll just do it within Substance Painter within the next. Okay, this is ambient inclusion, so let me stop that. This is not what we need. Let me bake this normal map. All right. Ambient inclusion is also a very nice map to bake, but it's not necessarily what we need in this situation. We need the normal map. So, okay, so I baked out the normals. That's pretty decent. So, save to, where did it save to? Output file. I have no idea where it's saved to. Okay, so new, save. I'll just call this 3D. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm gonna try to apply the normal maps on our mesh. That's why I'm kind of taking a long time to do this. Testing 12, open, okay. I have to locate the normal map file. Should give me 1 second. I'll probably find it very quickly. Three normals, open file location. It's on my desktop. Okay, it's on my desktop. All right, awesome. So I'll go to textures, import, and then I'll import a normal map. And then I'll scroll down, tree normals, open, and click OK. And then boom. I mean, there are some deformities like in her legs and stuff like that. But that's just because I think the UV unwrapping we did, yeah, you can tell the UV unwrapping we did back here and stuff like that is very deformed. Come over here, click on the back side of her head. You can tell that, oh my gosh, this is very, very deformed. So obviously we'd have to fix that up within our mesh, but you can tell just the overall that it came out pretty nice. It came out pretty swell. You know, her face without the, you know, the deformities with the UV unwrapping came out nice. You can see the detail and stuff like that. So alright, so that's pretty much it for this session, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed and I hope you learned something, and like always, have a good one. Hey there guys, welcome back to a brand new session. This is the wrap up of this tutorial series. In this session we're going to actually be texturing out the character. Now unfortunately I didn't get to retopologize the hands and feet. Before I started this session there were some issues when I got into the retopology part for his hands and feet, her hands and feet, so I didn't really get to do that yet. What we're going to be doing is just texturing without them, bypassing them essentially. And then from there we'll you'll have them within the project files when I give them to you. So let's go bake maps. We're going to take our high poly mesh, which is, I named it full gear, and I'm going to bake that onto our low poly mesh. Should take like 15 seconds or so. Alright. Now what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be looking up some references for the knight archer. I found a pretty good one. Alright, cool. So we can use this for what we're using. So now the normals might be a little messed up, but don't really worry about that. It's not a huge issue. It's not like an overwhelming thing that we can't really get over. You could just probably smooth these normals out within Photoshop, you know, exporting the normals. But overall, I think the normals came out pretty decent. You can see her hands aren't there and her capes, I mean her feet aren't there, but everything else came out pretty good. So this texture right here is derived from this model right here. Now, so you can see there's no detail here on this model. You know, very little detail with the hair and all this stuff, but when you go over here, you know, we have relative detail now inside of our mesh, which is pretty cool. Something that helps a lot, helps out a lot. So really quickly, I'm gonna go look at desktop is mess. I'm gonna look at this really quick. And she's like a very purplish kind of color. So what I'm gonna do is, the first thing I'll probably do is go to my properties. I'm gonna do a fill layer. I'm going to color pick like a purplish color. Something along the lines of that. I'm gonna bring the roughness up because we don't really necessarily need the roughness that high, and I'll probably leave this as the foundation of the base. This will be our foundation. Create another layer. This is a drawing layer, so we can actually draw within this layer. And I'm going to lighten up this color. Okay. I'm gonna scale my brush up. Let's change our brush really quick actually, because our opacity on the brush is very, very harsh. So we'll go into brushes, and we'll pick a nice soft brush like that. We'll change the flow and bring it down to like a low percentage, and then we'll change opacity and we'll bring that down. So now what we're going to be doing is maybe adding some highlights, and then before we do that, we're going to turn symmetry on. For here, we'll add some nice highlights on her tummy. Highlights around her neck. And we're just going to be adding some variation to this creature. Now you can see that the normal map around like her nose and stuff, it did get a little messed up, but that's something that we can fix within our game engine. So I mean within Photoshop or something like that. So don't really worry about that too much. I'm just right now focusing on, you know, getting in some of these layers. Turning this around, getting some lightness. Just getting some color basically in here. Because these textures, they tend to have like a very hand-painted style. So I really want to be able to be a part of that. Be able to style on that. So let me take this now. Let me probably lower the opacity down just a bit to around right there. I think that looks a bit nicer. Now let's create another layer. Okay. And let's now change the color to a darker color. Something along the lines of this, maybe even a little darker, because we can change the opacity if it's too dark. Okay, something along the lines of this. And now over here, what I'm going to be doing is you're going to see me cutting in some like into some of the shoulders and some of the places where shadows would naturally fall. See me cut in here. Underneath her armpits. You know, around like underneath her breasts, and take like a nice side color. Come within her chin, like right here, and I'll probably texture in like a nice dark color. Okay, I'm gonna go underneath her nose, kind of. Just add some variation. You just want like subtle variation within her face. You don't want it to be all like necessarily like one color, because then it'll look pretty weird. So, you know, just try to add just subtle variation if you can, like in between her thighs and stuff like that. If you want to add some darkness, you can do so, and be like underneath her glutes a little. Probably color pick and then okay, let's hit tab. Okay, so let me take this. I'm still thinking we're in 3D coat right now. So that's why I'm like texturing, trying to color pick, because the last session I did was actually a 3D coat session. And in 3D coat you can actually color pick with V, and I forgot that in this software you can't do that, so totally went over my head. Okay, if we come over here, we come over to this scene. Now we can start seeing, starting to look a bit better. Nothing crazy. I'm just gonna start blocking some things off. Probably lower the opacity of this too to around like right there. Probably lower this down just a little more, just because it's a little too bright. And I'll merge these groups together, group layers, and I'll call this group skin. Okay, and I'll throw this in here too. Okay, so this is my skin. I'm gonna create another fill layer. I'm gonna up the roughness. I'm gonna color pick. More of like a darker purple. I'm gonna get this out of here though. That's my number. I don't want this to be part of the skin layer. Okay, now I'm gonna use a mask, so a black mask, and I'm gonna select the breasts in that piece. Okay, I'm gonna select those pieces, and these are gonna be like the base colors for these pieces that we have right here. They're base color. Now underneath here, this is just a normal map issue. Like we can go very quickly within the normal map later and kind of resolve all of these issues, but for right now, we're just gonna keep it as is. I might even go in and kind of select these pieces as this color also, because I think they all derive from a single color, but I think I might darken those up. So let me actually like Control Z that out, and I'll just keep these this general color right now. I won't really divide it in. So for this, let me see if I could darken it a little. Add like another layer. Okay, take this color, grab like a nicer blackish. I'll put my flow back up, my opacity. I don't think this is gonna really matter if we change the color value of this. Okay, so let's grab this, let's color pick this, but let's bring a darker color involved. Let's turn symmetry on. And now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add some shadows like underneath her bra. Okay. Now if you want, you can probably add like a blur to this if you don't want it to be like very vivid. You could change the opacity so it's not like very harsh and like in your face. I'm gonna very roughly grab like a whitish or maybe like a light purplish color like this. I'm gonna draw in some, I'm gonna take a hard brush and I'm gonna draw in some of these signs that I see. But it's gonna be very poorly because I'm not like I'm not gonna be like precise with how I'm drawing them. So from what I see, it's like a moon sign. So let me try to like gauge this sign in. Like a moon sign, and then there's like another moon sign that kind of does that. And it's kind of like a repetitive pattern almost. Like there's another one that does that. Another one that goes like that. There is some variation, like lines and stuff within it. Like I said, I'm not gonna really like focus on that right now. I'm just gonna more focus on, you know, creating the general idea of it, because it's not gonna be really seen from the angle we're gonna view it at. So coming down, like it has like these logos. It's like a half moon, kind of crescent moon or something that it goes down. Put that in, then you can add some variation to it if you want, but maybe add like a line, some dots in between it. I don't know, that they don't really have that, but from what I've seen. But if you want to be different, and do something, I don't know, maybe it looks cooler. Okay, so we can use that, and then we can probably lower the opacity just because we don't want it to be very present in what we're doing. So we can lower the opacity a bit. Now we have like some nice cool like lining. From here I'll probably take another layer, probably take like a lighter whitish color. I'll come in. Now you see, I think I came in a little bit too close. And that's probably my downfall. I feel like I came in a little too close with this. I can't line it up correctly, so might have to delete that very quickly. Might have to reiterate what I just did. Okay, so let's try to redo these values really quick. Okay, well first, before we redo these values, it'd be smarter to kind of go over what I'm trying to do in the first place. Is just trying to like create this outer line of this. Okay, kind of goes down all the way around. Okay, and don't worry if you go outside the lines, that's not really an issue at the moment. You can kind of go outside the lines as much as you want in this stage. Create another layer, and I'm gonna switch my brush, my alphas. I don't want to really get too caught up into like these things, just because due to the time, you know, we don't have a bunch of time to do all these things, so I don't want to really like get lost in it. So add some subtle alpha change to this, kind of going into the middle, and then grab another layer. Let's grab this darker color. Let's change the stroke opacity and the flow. Now from here, underneath here, make sure this color is underneath this. So set the stroke opacity up too. Okay, so over here, what you're gonna do is you're gonna kind of guide this shadow and create kind of like a dark shadow along. Just follow this white line we just made. Okay. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So we'll hit tab. Now what we'll do here is we'll just lower the opacity just a little bit. And now we'll select all of these. We'll group these layers. And then we will put a black mask here and then only apply the mask to the bra area. Okay, we'll add another layer. Increase the flow, increase the stroke, change our brush size to something like along the lines of this. Okay, it's nice. Okay, and now we can just very quickly like redo what we were trying to do in the first place, which is like doing those half crescent moons kind of things. Okay. Try to accelerate this process, even though, you know, might do it very quickly and it might not look the best, but to get to other things. Okay. Just going over this, you can see I'm just creating a pattern with the draw brush. I'm not doing anything revolutionary. Okay, so over here, I'll lower this opacity a little and then, you know, it can fall off into a nicer kind of shape. Now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be focusing on, like, turn symmetry off, on like creating her eyes and stuff. So I'll go into my texture set list. I'll add a channel. Let's add an immersive channel. Let's go back to my properties. Let's use a fill layer. Turn that fill layer to like a whitish color, and actually only have immersive on, and now turn it to a whitish color. And from here we're gonna add a black mask, and we're only gonna allow this immersive to be white on her eyes. So you can see now she has those replicated eyes like how we had it within the original mesh. So she's looking pretty good. I'm gonna be starting to do a little more sporadic kind of texturing. So I'm gonna take like a nice bluish color. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a draw layer. I'm gonna grab a nice bluish color here. I go to a softer brush. Okay, I could turn on symmetry for this. And I'm going to add, you know, this blue on her lips. This might be a little too soft. I might darken this blue. Yeah, and I'll add like a nice blue for her lips. You can see texturing this on is pretty harsh. You're not going to see too clearly from far away, but we do want it to be pretty nice looking, so we don't want it to be like very rasterized and stuff like that. So we're going to take like a nice brighter blue color. We're going to come in here. We're going to lighten like the tip of her lip. Like, oh, that's too much. Let's turn this opacity down. You can see the rasterization for the UVs right here in kind of full effect. Yeah, okay, so I think from far it looks tight, but from right here, from up close, it doesn't really like fit her perfectly, but we're gonna have to kind of stay with that just because the UVs are kind of Since it's all on one UV template, it's kind of messed up a little, so. Okay, turn the flow down, come over here above the eyelids and start texturing in some bluish in front of, on her eyelids, just to get some color variation around her eyes. Let me see her hair. Hair is like a dark bluish color almost. Add a fill layer just to get her hair color in. We want all these kind of basic colors within her towards the beginning, so you know, fill that in. She's looking pretty good just like that. Probably change the values up. Let me see how she looks over here. I think she would look good with like a nice whitish hair, but you know, this is Blizzard's concept, so I can't really like interfere with that. I don't want to like do anything that not their style, especially in like a video like this where I'm concepting their style very harshly. I don't want to do anything that kind of disrupt that. I'm gonna do very subtle lines over here to kind of adjust her hair to it. And if worst comes to worst, you know, I'll just do another session, you know. Doesn't bother me. Try to lower this opacity now just to add some subtle variation to it. So it's not like one color. Okay. How are we doing with time? We're doing pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. So now what we'll probably do is probably do the same outline for her pants, and then for her legs, we'll add another fill layer. Take this blackish kind of bluish color. Turn the metallic down. Ooh, that's not right. And then we will add a mask, black mask, and then filling this mask with like a nice blackish color, just like so. And then creating another mask, creating kind of like a whitish, silverish kind of color. Turning the metallic value up, turning the roughness value kind of down to create like a nice metallic look. Turn the black mask off, and then we'll mask all of this right here. Okay. Getting all these values within here checked up. To have symmetry on right now, it'd be way easier on me to do this, but you know, whatever. Okay, come over here, fill all of these in. So we already have it modeled out in place, so there would be no point into like not using this. Okay. Kind of a pain to get all of these squares checked off. Okay, I think that's good. Let's get like these out of here because we don't need those. All right. So now that's checked off for that. Now what I would do is I would do the same thing, but I would grab a fill layer. I would try to copy this color we just had, like this whitish color. I would redo the metallic layer and grab this. I don't know why it's coming up as like a gray. Metallic. Oh, okay, because the opacity is down. All right, I was getting worried. I was like, why is it so not like that? So I'm gonna use this now to fill in. Now I'm gonna use symmetry because you know we should copy this to fill in her piece on her boots. That is kind of filled out with this emblem. I'm using reference right now, so I'm not kind of doing this off the top of my head. This is off what I'm seeing, so yeah, I'm not like designing like this kind of style off the top of my head. I'm just simply seeing it and then trying to replicate it. You know, get some nice, you know, kind of try to make it nice, cleaner. Using the eraser tool, clean up some of these textures. Helps a lot. Gotta point this a little bit better. Okay, so that definitely helped. Now I'd probably do the same thing for her blouse, her garments. You know, I'd probably. Oh, this is the eraser tool. Okay, I would probably come in here, probably texture on. And like I said, I'm not really worried about staying in the lines because we could just use, very simply, we can use a like black mask to kind of get rid of any like outside line issue. Okay. I'm just gonna keep on texturing here. Get smooth. Now the reason I'm doing like more, I'm not just sticking with like PBR style texturing. I'm trying to kind of focus more on like these style texturing, is just because it was kind of made for these kind of style of textures. These creatures, they weren't made to, you know, be made like into these like PBR styled characters and stuff like that. That's why I kind of try to push this under here. I'm gonna bring up the flow a little. Kind of try to do that as much as I can. Keep the hand painted style as much as I can, because I know it's supposed to be made like that. It's not supposed to be made with like PBR textures and stuff like that, and it's just gets messy when you start mixing the two. And I don't think it would look genuine if, you know, all I did was, you know, slapped on some PBRs and then called it a day. I think you would be able to tell that it doesn't look kind of like a World of Warcraft style character. Okay. All this out. All messed up right here. All right. Come in here, scale my brush up, and then just probably finish off this piece right here. Add a mask and mask that piece. Okay. So now what I would do is probably just lower the opacity on this so I could get a nice grain. So we have her undergarments that, you know, you could probably come in here and hand paint them too. I'm just not, just due to like time constraints. Her undergarments, her hair's in, her ears would probably have to texture in a little. We have to texture in her cuffs. So let's do that now. Again, like I'm gonna color pick these textures right here. I'm gonna bring the roughness up. And I'm gonna add a black mask. And I'm gonna pick both of these colors. Okay. I'll probably use the mask also to pick these colors. Typically they're the same. Yeah, now for this, what we have to do is we have to, there's a lot of like for her pads, right? There's a lot of, I'm trying to grab like a color and lighten it. Okay, cool. There's a lot of like logos and stuff on it. Like if I were to draw them, you know, it'd be like, let me draw some basic logos. If I show you like these kind of logos and stuff on the bottom right, you can see that there's a lot of designs and stuff. Now that stuff takes time, you know. It's not hard to do. It just takes time to like very carefully and meticulously like, you know, put all that kind of stuff in. So we don't really have too much time like that on our hands. So I'm gonna kind of just very roughly like texture in some of these pieces in. So I'm like just trying to gauge shapes and stuff, just because I don't know exactly what kind of shapes they use when they make these things. Drawing some different kind of assets and stuff like that. Just trying to make sure, you know, you can get different kind of variations of, you know, drawings and make sure it looks decent, I guess. Okay, it's saving. Oh shoot. Okay, I think that's decent or good enough, I would say. Probably lower the opacity now of it. I'm gonna dull it out, just like that. Now, what you could do is, if you want to bypass this by raising the height map on this, what you could do is you can raise the opacity back up. Have the height map kind of entrace what we just did, and this allows it to give it like a gradient bump almost. So you know, it's a lot nicer on, makes these things on here look raised. Really cool, because like, you know, gives it like that kind of effect very quickly. You just it's very easy. You just change the height value within Substance. It's not hard to do. It's pretty easy to do, honestly, if I'm being quite honest. So, you know, I'm just copying these. It just adds, I should have just done this in the first place. I wouldn't have to trace over them, but I just realized that theirs look like it is graded. Like it's like there is a height map on it, I think. So I decided to kind of do it my own way. So, you know, now you can take it and, like, you know, kind of fade it out a little if you don't want it to be too obscene and too seen. I feel like theirs is more dominant than ours, but, you know, can't really control all that right now. So over here now, we're going to try to do the same thing. So we're going to try to duplicate another layer. Come over here. And to make a ridge. Follow this over. Okay, I think that's good. All right, follow that over. Now come over here. Make like a second ridge. And like I said, follow that over now. And what's over here, follow that over. Yeah, and making these pieces like perfect to where it looks like, you know, exact is hard, you know. It's hard to do it in like a short amount of time. But I'm gonna try to kind of replicate what they do. So So if I'm trying to copy their pattern, it kind of goes something like this. And then it looks like something follows this and like tracks the pattern almost. That's what, at least what I'm seeing, at least. Very roughly. Okay, just tracking what I do. Okay, I think that looks generally not bad. Doesn't look generally good, but I would say it looks decent. You know, maybe I'll add like a little circle right there. Okay. So for the pants, at least, that doesn't look horrid. We have kind of like a gradient on it, and we'll probably lower the gradient, or we'll probably just overlay it. See if it overlays. No, pass through. I think we just have to lower the opacity. Yeah, it's right around there. Should be good. Like it's washed out almost. Okay, so we have that in. Now we can kind of essentially do the same thing for, you know, all the other places, but I'm gonna kind of just try to finish this piece up. So let's add another map. Grab this kind of darkish color. Let's add a mask. Let's apply it. Now this is her cape. Her cape is kind of like the same thing as her, as all the other things where it's boarded, and we have to kind of essentially board it now too. So we have to take like a nice white color over here, and you know, go off the edge. Control Z that, and you have to kind of board this entire cape now. Now, very roughly, you can see I'm texturing this. I'm not doing it like methodically. I'm trying to finish this entire texture within the hour. Isn't really necessarily the best thing to do, but for the sake of time, I'm trying to do it. All right. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So let's hit tab. Let's lower the opacity just a little bit on this. And I think she have on her cape, she has like logos and stuff. But we'll hold on to that just in case, you know, we don't have enough time to do the logos and stuff. We don't want to jump into something and then, you know, kind of be stuck. Yeah, we're not going to be using any kind of alpha. We'll see if I can do like a plastic. All right. And add a black mask, and then add right here, like I see it added all over. I didn't want that. All right, so I need to like add in here on this piece right here all of the blue plastic. This is supposed to be like a shiny aurora thing. So we're adding it. Take this, take a negative, and move all that. All this stuff. Remove everything, because sometimes it gets sticked onto the other parts, and we don't want that. So over here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to add this blue kind of plastic all around. Okay. Now on the bottom, take the negative color and trim it off. Get rid of anything that's like not supposed to be there. Hit 1 on our keyboard. And well, now it is too reflective. I'm gonna add a metallic color to it, and I'm gonna bring the reflectivity up a little, and I'm probably gonna change the color to more of like a Yeah, more of like a right there. I don't want it to be too reflective, but something like that, I would say. Okay, so she's looking pretty good right now. Not perfect, I would say. Like not like 100%. She's looking decent. On her stomach, we could probably draw her like belly button right towards the middle of her stomach. You know. You also can bake an ambient inclusion map and also put that in there too if you want it. Just like how we were doing before. As we were making the, I think it was in X-Normals, we were trying to bake a map. They had ambient inclusions over there, so you could essentially do that. We can bake an ambient inclusion map and then, you know, use that to add like some shadows and stuff like that to our mesh. Here, okay, P is actually how you create shadows. All right, so just gonna add some shadows around her, and it's a long process, guys. You know, the texturing. It's not something I would recommend doing like very quickly and stuff. I would definitely take my time when I am texturing. Take my time, make sure it looks all neat and stuff, and then from there I would probably go in all the hard stuff. Okay, let's come over here. Let's turn the flow back up. Let's turn this back up, and over here we got to add like some of this pinkness. I just want to add the pinkness kind of to the top of her ear. Now, like I said, I'm not worried about anything else. I'm not worried about like it, like, you know, kind of seeming off or anything like that. I'm just worried. I'm just focusing on this piece right now. So I'm gonna turn the flow down because the flow is very strong right now. I really like this pink on her because, you know, it kind of is very vibrant and it's like a nice contrast color. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna black only, and I'm gonna select only her face as a color. Okay, hit 1 on my keyboard. It takes symmetry off. Start viewing that a little bit better, so you can start seeing there's a little color variation. Nothing crazy though, but just subtle color variation. And as you go on, you know, you can add so much more, guys. It's just like, it's a matter of time, you know. The more time you have, the nicer and the nicer and the nicer it's gonna end up looking. And that's just like how it's gonna be. Like, it's more time you have, you know, you're gonna make it look just so much nicer over time. It's gonna be ridiculous. So some shadows over here and then fade them out. Yeah, that's basically it. Highlights. Okay. Much harder to paint, to hand paint within within Substance because it's not made for it. But hand painting in 3D code is just, yeah, it's in its own kind of league, I guess. Alrighty. Let me add another layer. And probably, let's see how we're doing with time. We're at 40 minutes. I mean, we're not doing bad, actually. We're doing pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we have to add, and I'm starting to realize now. Grab like this silverish color. Let's take the roughness and the metallic up. Get something like that. More towards like a white. Put the metallic down. Up a little. Like a hard balance you have to find. All right. I'm gonna color pick actually the color we want. Okay, that should be good. So for here, we're gonna kind of go. Actually, before we do that, let's just turn symmetry on so we don't only do it to one side. For here, we're gonna be texturing on the side of this, kind of finishing this up. Now, I'm not worried about the underneath piece. I know it's plain right now. That's just because we can just duplicate this piece that's already textured and just place it underneath that. I'm not really worried about texturing that in, just because it would be quite hard to texture. So just put it there for the aesthetic and the look. Okay. That's for that. Now these pieces over here we need to kind of texture in. And all of this has like these crucifix kind of writing all over them. I don't know why, like she is like that, like that's her style, but she has like these different writings all over her. So that takes like a lot of time to do, you know. You can see I very quickly did like a couple and they came out pretty bad, but like over here and stuff. But to sit there and do it correctly and like, you know, model it out, I mean, texture it out right, would take some time. Okay. Use our eraser tool to clean up some edges. Okay. All right, she's looking pretty decent, I would say. That now you could add a glow to her eye if you want to. I think you would have to create like a soft brush. Brushes, you turn roughness, metallic up, roughness up. I think you would have to add like a white spot, I think. And then lower the opacity, or maybe do a color dodge. Lower the opacity. Think so? I don't know. That would be hard to do. I don't really want to focus on that right now. Right. So she has a lot of different kind of variation, different kind of pieces. Like I said, she has like the aura in her. She has like these big boots. Her cape with like the signs on it. A lot of different variations that you can do to make like a cool little character. And you know, I'll probably keep adding some of these variations. Like her cape is like the most crazy one. It's like so many different variations. I'm trying to get like a purple and then maybe like light purple or something, I guess. All right, what color is this right here? Let's grab like this color. All right, whatever. We can use something like that, I guess. Yeah, her cape is like has some crazy like different like lines and stuff on it. Trying to kind of do it right now. And I definitely can't. Like there's no way I can like mimic what they do in the World of Warcraft series, but I'll try to do something along those lines. Just to have it there, I guess, I would say. I'm not gonna emulate what they do, but I would want it there. Okay, I just feel like this is too light of a color. I mean, too dark of a color. I'm gonna lighten it up. Yeah, now I'm gonna just start, you know, placing these in. Okay. I have no idea how to do these patterns. Well, like I know how to do it, but I just can't do it in the set time that we have. I think I'm just gonna do like these crescent moon kind of things. That's all it looks like they do. It's like this crescent moon kind of pattern going down her jacket. And what would be really cool to do realistically is if you had time. I'm really rushing this right now. I'm just gonna commit to it and rush it. All right, if you had time, like adding like a very subtle like emission map to her. So like using like a maybe instead of using like a height map, just like how we did with the eyes where we added like emission, you could do something like along the lines of that. I feel like it would be very, very cool for the mesh. Okay, that's that. Let's come over here. Start viewing this as a total. You know, the texturing, I'm not gonna lie, texturing wasn't done like perfectly. I'm not like the proudest part of the textures, but it's just something to show you like how you can kind of go from like the basics of how you would start it, and then I would probably to continue it, you know, create like, because I wanted to create like the strap. I wanted this to be like a strap, like a bra strap. So, you know, to continue what I was doing, I would probably create like a height map with like the same kind of like metallic texture over here. Probably lighten it a little. I would add symmetry, and I would continue, you know, creating like I would create like a chain link or something that is connecting to the bra strap. And then underneath here, I would actually create the strap itself. So, you know, so that's why it's just like it's hard to do it within, you know, a small tutorial series, because it's a lot of work to do, and you know, it's not too much time to do it in. So you know, do it to my best of my ability, and if I can't, I can't. I tried at least. Towards the inside over here, you know, I'll lighten some of this up to give it some contrast. Okay, I think, you know, that is basically it. The last thing I'm gonna do is oh, I'm sorry, you guys are looking at my desktop. Is it rig it up in Mixamo? So let me log in. Low poly gear, I think that's what it's called. Let's upload a character. Poly gear. Just to see how it would look. Now it doesn't have hands and feet right now, but she doesn't look bad. Okay, her wrists are technically right there, her elbows are right there, her knees are right here, her groin is right there. Let's click next. That's loading, you know, we can keep on coming over here and adding some more detail. More detail you can add, you know, the better it's gonna, I feel like, end up looking at the end of the day. So yeah, I wish I had like another hour, like 2 hours or something, 3 hours, 5 hours to finish this, but I gotta kind of get it out now for you guys to see. But this was kind of like it was supposed to be more of like a basic tutorial. It wasn't supposed to be like a very like in-depth, like vivid tutorial. It wasn't supposed to be like that. So I would probably have to blend these shapes much more to get like a nicer color. So let's just see how it looks, and bomb, ta-da. Like without hands and feet, you know, she doesn't look the best, but you know, she looks decent. I mean, let's do like an archer. She doesn't have hands, but you can tell she looks like a, you know, World of Warcraft style character. Now her cape is getting deformed. That's just to like the weighted the weight painting on the mesh. But if you took the weight painting off her cape, like if I made this without her cape, she would look perfect. So just her cape is put running in place. You can see her cape is getting like clipped on her and deformed. But her herself, you can see animation's working perfectly. She's looking good. From a far angle like this, she's looking like an RTS ready to go kind of girl. So yeah, I would love to sit here and probably stay for like another 10 sessions, but I unfortunately I'm gonna do one more thing before I end this. See, Uber edges, fabric edges, I think it is. Do overlay. It does make the hair a little bit better. I would have to smooth out most of this, but it does make the hair a lot nicer. Brings out some things within the hair and stuff like that. But all right, whatever. So yeah, that's basically it, guys. So you have our base, our textured mesh. You have our base mesh over here. Like I was saying, to further it, guys, just you can see very quickly adding like a nice bra strap, like putting in the time, the effort, the detail to, like, you know, texture in all these things and make it look nice will go a long way. So definitely do that. Don't just kind of really quickly texture like I did. Definitely take the time to texture in all the nice details and really put in the work. I'll give you guys a fully textured mesh when I finish it, and I'll give you guys the mesh with the hands and feet, obviously, so you can maybe use it in a game or something. But yeah, she's looking pretty cool. I mean, for a big. Thank you guys so much for watching. Like I said, my name is ZBrush Blender, and have a good one.